Welcome to Summit Point Raceway and one of the great traditions in American vintage motorsport, the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance, and for decades this event has brought together the sights, the sounds, and the spirit of road racing's golden eras, with beautifully prepared machinery from across generations returning to the track where they belong, driven hard and celebrated by the people who keep this history alive. From nimble production sports cars to thunderous big bore machines, this weekend is about more than competition. It is about preserving the heritage of motorsport through the sights, the sounds, and stories that made fans fall in love with racing in the first place. Good morning, Brian. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Greg. Looking forward to another great, awesome day of racing, as we saw a little bit of that yesterday.
And good morning, David.
Good morning, Greg. How's everything been?
Absolutely glorious, much like the weather today, as our very first race group of the day is getting ready for their first of two races today. Let's take a look at this beautiful Summit Point circuit at which they will be driving. David, why don't you fill us in a little?
Yeah, absolutely. At some point, 10 miles, a little bit of elevation changes around here. We got a bit of everything. Long straightaways, heavy braking zones, sweeping corners, and as we said yesterday, the back technical section where it's all about keeping the momentum up through there.
Absolutely. Well, 2 miles. If it was 10 miles, we'd be giving the green hell a run for the money today, although there is a 24-hour race this weekend at the Nürburgring. But, Brian, it is, again, so wonderful today, much like yesterday morning, right around 50 degrees. Actually, it's gone up just a little bit here now, 55 degrees for our first race of the day. We're going to have, I believe, 15 races on tap for you here today. We're going to be starting off with 8 races scheduled to go, approximately 30 minutes, and then we're going to round out the day with races that are going to be approximately 40 minutes in length. As the starters looking over the field for the very first race, David, why don't you give us a rundown of our racers here in our production and specials through 1960.
Yeah, we're going to do top 10 here. Starting on pole was number 4, Tom Upshur. Starting second was the number 11 of Hervey Park. Michael Orrit starting third, and number 82. The number starting fourth was 27, Kenny Williamson. Starting fifth, it's the number 59, Mark Goebel. Starting sixth, it was number 2 of Adolf Boniferrano. Starting 7th, the number 7 of Paul Stenson. Starting 8th, the number 43 of Hank Giffen. Starting 9th, the number 67 of Thomas Donatelli. And starting 10th, it was number 41 of Ray Crownshield.
Tell you what, Kenny Williamson got a really good start there, trying to reel in Tom Upshur in that Lotus 7, in that 1962 Lotus 7, number 4. The person that did not get the start, fell back just a little bit, is Hervey Park in that number 11, in that Janetta G4. I tell you what, David, he's going to have his work cut out for him. Again, we're going to go 30 minutes here this morning, and then we're going to come back 40 minutes later on this afternoon. As Greg mentioned, a little bit cooler this morning. Just like we had yesterday, these cars are really going to run pretty lean out here right now, but it's going to take a lap or two, and I think that could have happened with Hervey, is to get that car not fully up to speed right there on the start from a tire perspective.
Well, the other thing here is I believe it was Thomas Donatelli in that number 67, 1964 Janetta G4. He actually left the grid after all of our racers had taken the green flag and were already past turn 1. So he is really starting this race off on the back foot quite a bit further than the majority of our racers.
Yeah, without a doubt, as the field starts to come through the front straightaway for the first time under race pace. Still a little 2x2 here in the midfield, starting to get settled out. As you said, Brian, cold temperatures this morning, very early on. Just take a couple laps to get your car up to temperature, up to pace. We got a 30-minute race, so don't have to. Wasn't like our short sprint races yesterday. You kind of take a little bit more time, maybe try to pace yourself through today.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple laps here for these cars to get heat in the tires and heat in the brakes as well. But more importantly, in the tires. These tires are not as wide as we'll see, later on. Within this group here. So again, it's going to take a couple of laps, and I think that's where we're going to start to see some pretty decent laps get done out. Now, Greg, you talked about Thomas Donatelli in that 67. I show him as completing an 8th place right now after the first lap. So I'm not sure that he, if he did start that far back, as you said, I can tell you one thing, he made up a heck of a lot of ground to go all the way, really, from 18th place all the way up to 8th. But timing isn't picking him up right now, and I think that could be part of the problem.
That could be it, but we also have a car on the pit lane, Brian, and I think that might be the Donatelli car.
Okay.
That did come down before completing a full lap and off speed. So we'll check into that.
He's dropping, so I would assume you're right. I think he did come through and then come down on pit lane. Yeah. So, yep.
Also, Brian, you were talking about, with these cooler temperatures and taking a while for the cars to get heat in their tires. Of course, these cars are also very, very light, quite a bit under 2,000 pounds, some just a little bit over 1,000 pounds. And with that very light weight, they're really going to have to scrub in those tires to get heat into them. Not so much a challenge, of course, will be getting heat in the brakes with two very heavy braking zones here, two threshold braking zones. One being this, as we're going to watch now, coming into the entrance to turn 5, the slowest corner on the course, which is about a 35, 40 mile per hour corner, already seeing some brake lockup. And then, of course, at the very end of our very long front straight here, about 3/4 of a mile of this 2-mile course, made up from the run out of the final corner, turn 10, and then into turn 1.
Yeah. Good battle there between Kenny Williamson, Harvey Park, Michael Orritt, and then also throw in Hank Giffen and then Paul Stinson. Tom Upshur really got a pretty big lead, not even in your screen right here. He's already out of turn number 10 and going down. So good battle there for second, third, and fourth, and then a little bit battle further back between Hank Giffen and Paul Stinson. David, again, two different classes right there, but they were going side by side coming out of turn 2 last time up into turn number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. As they come back down the front straightaway here, looks like Herbie Park moved to driver's right to the inside there, but he's going to file back in line right behind Kenny Williamson there, trying not make any big maneuvers so far early on. Again, just kind of save everything. A little bit of side by side. We had a pass position there. Looks like one of the Lotuses might have gotten past. And that was the battle for, might have been Paul Stinson that got past number 7 car for the 6th spot.
Wow, Paul Stinson is a little bit, he tried to make a move on Hank Giffen in that 43 in that Elvia Courier, that 1959 one, not able to make that stick going down there. He tried to do it that last time as well. That's the 2x2 side that we were talking about as they come down right there in your screen in that Lotus in Paul Stinson. And I tell you what, just can't get it done right now early on. Again, still plenty of time to go here in this race. Still got about 13 and a half minutes left. So, again, just not able to make it stick coming out of turn 7 right now, headed up into turn 8.
And, gentlemen, we just saw the pass there going through the carousel. Herbie Park getting around, I believe, Kenny Williamson there as they come out and now into turn 10. A very good move as they were going through some slower traffic here early on. And that was really, I think, the race of the day yesterday between the Ginetta and the Elva. Great fight between Park and Williamson.
Yeah, absolutely. Both drivers yesterday had a good start. Kenny Williamson, I know yesterday he started in the... I got to go back through my notes here, Brian, real quick.
Well, he's kind of pacing himself right now. He's fallen just a little bit further back now from Herbie Park. But I tell you what, Michael Orritt last time out of turn number 10, that's the white with the red stripe there in that Ginetta G4. Really had a good run coming out of 10. Got up alongside Kenny Williams, coming down the front stretch into turn 1. And I tell you what, tried to make the move, moved over driver's right, couldn't make it stick. And you can see where that actually hurt his progression a little bit there, and he's fallen back. Tom Upshur right here again. Last time by, setting faster times every single lap in that Lotus 7. Beautiful machine coming down out of turn number 10 right now. Going to start heading down the start-finish line, but you can see the gap that he has on Harvey Park and Kenny Williamson along with Michael Orritt. Let's not count out Hank Giffen and Paul Stinson in that 43 and that 7 machine, although those guys are really starting to ballot it out. And now we're going to throw in Mark Gobble in the 59 in that 1959 Elva Courier as well. So, again, you can see the battles that are happening, and what that's doing is separating everybody as they start to battle.
Yeah, absolutely. The more you battle, almost the more time you lose sometimes. But to talk about yesterday, Tom Upshur, though, real quick, though, we got a pass for position. That's one of the Lotuses that got the job done on the inside lane.
That was Stinson getting around Hank Giffen, moving up to 5th overall.
Yeah, and we talked about Kenny Williamson yesterday, and even Tom Upshur. Upshur yesterday, I mean, he had a little bit of a closer fight to Hervey Park, as the gap from first to second from them was about 1.2 seconds. I mean, early on this race, we're only about 5 laps in. It's already up to a 13-second gap between Upshur and Park. So, really good start today there for Upshur. Probably really comfortable with the car this morning.
Ooh, big wiggle there from Hank Giffen in the 43 machine.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just looked at time, some of the times starting to come down. Upshur, though, was about 3 seconds quicker a couple laps ago. Now everyone's, as we said, getting to this race a little bit, couple laps in, everything's coming up to temperature. Everyone's time's dropping. Upshur has that 1:27.1, the fastest overall race. Now, when he trips the timing line this time around, though, he's going to lose about 2 seconds to a 1:29. So probably just, again, backed it down, sees that it doesn't have anyone too far behind him, try not to push it a little bit too much, Brian.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's definitely going to come down to the end here. What you're talking about, you can see there Paul Stinson now, even though he had that little wiggle there, Greg, going down in turn number 5, he's really opened up. He's actually catching Michael Orrit in that 82.
He is.
In that Ginetta right there in front. He's pulled away from Hank Giffen and Mark Gobble in that 49 and that number, or at 43 and that 59, both of those carriers. So again, starting to pull away for Paul Stinson. So that car's getting a little bit better. He just set his personal best last time by with a 1:28.863, 3 seconds faster than Giffen and Gobble, which, again, he struggled there, as you talked about, going down in turn 5 last time. Well, evidently that must have really set those tires on fire, because he's pulled away quite extensively right there.
All right, want to move a little bit further back in the field here, Brian, and pick up, I think this is Drew Cullen and Cliff Murray in the 1958 Elva, and then Murray in the 1960 Devon. Oops, let me come down here. There they are going into turn 1.
Trying to make them faster than they are.
Yes, I am. I'll bet you they are too.
Yeah, I'm sure they're trying to. Yeah, I mean, they've been within 2 or 3 car lengths of each other every single time. Drew Cullen a little bit further ahead of Cliff Murray. There you go. But Murray, last time by, Greg, he, again, 3 seconds faster than Drew Cullen in that 60 machine. So, again, Cullen trying to get everything out of that car. Cliff Murray, again, 3 seconds faster. That's really closed that gap where it was up to about 2.5 seconds before.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the shot here on the backside, it's going to focus on this battle. Couple of these cars coming through now. You see the gap kind of closing a little bit there. Again, not much. Just kind of want to conserve the car for a little bit today, because don't forget, we got a 40-minute race coming up for everybody later this afternoon, plus basically this 30-minute sprint race. So you have to really conserve the car throughout this race and throughout the day.
Tell you what, Greg, we're about 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. Why don't we make our first call to the grid for the next group?
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. Our sports racers, please head to the grid. Race group 6. Sports racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
As we were watching the Cliff Murray and the Drew Cullen, so it looks like Murray has gotten around Drew Cullen. Again, he was, 3 seconds faster on that one lap, and now 2 seconds faster on the last lap by. And it does look like Murray gets through the carousel and up out of turn 7 and 8 as we're picking up here. This is the battle with Michael Orrit, Paul Stinson, and I believe that's Kenny Williamson. That's leading it right now. But again, Michael Orrit, every time he comes out of turn number 10, gets a great run. Going to try to make that side-by-side move, gentlemen. But we're going to have a slower car sitting over there on the left-hand driver's left. He's not going to be able to do it. He tucks back in, gets down there hard on the brakes. That's going to allow Paul Stinson to move in even closer, as Michael Orrit just cannot make that pass coming out of turn 10 again for another lap.
And you did see that Stinson really did close that gap there to Orrit going into the braking zone, but it looks like Orts, though, is going to open that up just a little bit here to get off a 3, trying to use all that track as you can on the exit, get as much momentum to prepare yourself for this run up and down the hill to turn number 4, and then heavy on the brakes going turn number 5.
Yeah, I tell you what, really what that's allowing to do is Hervey Park really kind of going away now again. So now not only do you have Tom Upshur 14 seconds ahead, you've got Hervey Park another 6 seconds ahead of this battle that we're watching here right now with the Courier, the Ginetta, and the Lotus Super 7 with Paul Stinson. I tell you what, Greg, those three have been setting their personal best. Again, Williamson and Orritt just went their personal best last time by, and again, they got a good run. Fortunately, with a slower car that was there coming out of turn number 10, but they were also able to get that pass done before going down to turn 1.
So yeah, absolutely. As we see some of the field start to come by now again, Tom Upshur resets the fastest lap to a 1:26.836, over a couple seconds over Hervey Park. The gap now again opening back up to 15 seconds, and then 8 seconds back. It's Kenny Williamson for that with that 3-car battle. The more those 3 cars battle, the more and more Hervey Park's probably going to run away, and even Mark Gobble now is going to even be able to come closer to those 3 cars.
Yeah, he's trying to get in a little bit. The driver that's kind of fallen off there is Hank Giffen. He's really fallen back. As a matter of fact, he's all the way, again, another 6 seconds back behind there. Again, Greg talked about this early at the very beginning. These aren't very tall or large cars, and the further they get away, the smaller they get. And so you want to make them look big in front of you, as big as possible. So, again, that's going to be a challenge if you're trying to do it. But again, when you're racing side by side and 3 wide in some aspects in some parts of this racetrack, all you're doing is bringing out the parachute. Doesn't matter what race car you have, and these are definitely going to do it as well.
Hey, want to thank Matt McCormick in the chat. We were having some problems with our timing and scoring system, and I think we have those resolved now, and looks like we do. We've got Tom Upshur sitting at the very top. So thank you very much there, Mac. Really appreciate the heads up.
So going down turn number 1, saw Michael Orritt make a move to the inside here. Going to go side by side. This battle heating up again, but it looks like, though, he thought about it, and it's going to go to the inside, but then we're just not able to get up next to the number 82 machine. So again, trying to go side by side just doesn't really have the momentum to maybe get the pass done somewhere in the middle, and the exit kind of cut yourself off a little bit. Because it looked like he was trying to go a little deeper, then maybe backed out of it a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Michael tried to get as much as he could on Kenny Williamson, and it actually hurt him. He's been doing it now the last couple laps where he's going down the right side of the front stretch there, and that allowed Paul Stinson to go around him. Not only past the start-finish line, but all the way down through turns 1 and 2. So move Paul Stinson up into 4th overall. I believe that is going to be 2nd in that F production class right now, behind Hervey Park. So again, a pretty good gap there for 1st and 2nd, but Paul Stinson making some move. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get around Kenny Williamson again. Totally different class of cars right there. So again, we'll see if he can set up Williamson. So far, neither one of these two, with Orritt and or Stinson, have been able to get around Kenny Williamson the entire race. And that's a product of Kenny Williamson just running the exact same line every single time. As we come out of turn number 10, here you go, David. You can see Michael Orritt now. He's going to try to make a move on Paul Stinson coming out of turn 10. Don't think Paul got the run he really wanted.
Yeah, and so Orritt in that Ginetta, that is a Mark 1 or a Series 1 Ginetta from 1961. I believe it is actually one of the oldest Ginettas still in existence. And Orritt likes to say that as he got into vintage racing, he did so. It was a childhood dream, long delayed. He has now been vintage racing for 20 years, and this will be a great run for him here early on in this Jefferson 500 weekend.
Tell you what, the first time I ever came up here and ran in the Turkey Bowl, that was the first person I met was Michael Orritt.
Really?
Down there working with Turkey Bowl, running my Legend car here, and so had a really good time, was able to meet him. So
So our leader now almost coming up the hill, almost down the front straightaway, I believe. He should be on the front straightaway at the moment. He will be getting the 1-to-go board this time around, and you see that as the starter starts to prepare that. So he is going to have 1 lap to go. Been a pretty dominant run this morning from Tom Upshur. A little less competition than he had yesterday.
Yes, he has now, and we're still, we'll have Park, and there you go. There's Upshur, the second car in that line going into turn 1 as he's looking to put another car a lap down, but you can see the gap now back to Hervey Park at almost 15.5 seconds as Park now has opened up a nice little gap to Williamson. Now as Upshur puts, believe that is Vic Schuster putting him a lap down.
Yeah.
Sarah leaders though coming down the hill. The battle for third though still picking up. Michael Orrit had a really good run off of 10, got up to the draft at Kenny Williamson. Don't think he was able to make the move, but get a little bit closer though. So far, Michael Orrit, as they come into our shot here, he's dropped off a little bit from these lead two, about almost 0.8 of a second off the, slower than the 2 cars in front of him last time around.
I tell you what, guys, that is the biggest 1961 Elva curve, the widest, I should say. See, and I guarantee you when Michael Orrit gets out of his car today after this run this morning, that's the first thing he's going to say. That's the widest 1961 Elva Courier I've ever seen in my entire life, because he cannot get past Kenny Williamson at all on this 2-mile, 10-turn racetrack.
All right, as we check back in now with Tom Upshur, who is going to take the checkered flag and take the win in the E-production class in his 1962 Lotus 7. Let's jump back now to that battle right behind. Of course, we've got Hervey Park ahead. He's going to finish second overall, but let's check this battle now back for third.
Yeah, I tell you what, this battle again, Kenny Williamson does look like he's going to hold off Michael Orrit and Paul Stinson. Paul Stinson kind of fell off there a little bit, David. Those last 3 laps, not able to get back around Kenny Williamson or Michael Orrit as he did 3 laps ago, getting around Orrit. Mark Gobble's going to end up coming in 6th overall down there. So again, looks like he's just now coming out of turn number 10. So,
all right, as our final racers come across the line, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 6, Sports Racers. Please head to the grid. Sports Racers, this is your final call to the grid, race group 6. You're next. All right, so David, why don't you give us a quick breakdown here by class, then we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, real quick. So taking the overall win in E-production, it is number 4, Tom Upshur, and finishing second in the category, it's Michael Orrit, and it's number 82, Janetta G4. And then number 59, Mark Gobble finishing in third in the class with his 1959 Elva Courier. And the F production, Hervey Park taking the win in the category in his 1965 Janetta G4, Paul Stenson and his number 7 Lotus Super 7, and Rory Crowninshield and his number 41 Janetta G4. In the D production, it was Kenny Williamson and his number 27 Elva Courier. Vic Schuster will win the DM, and the only car in that category is number 57 Triumph Ambro.
All right, well, there you go. That wraps up our first race of the day. For our productions and specials through 1960. We're going to see them a little bit later this afternoon for their feature race. Next up, it's going to be the Sports Racers here at the Jefferson 500. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major Concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people. And I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And next up, it is, you guys have your favorites, and it's the Formula Fords. I love watching our sports racers in these S2000 machines, and they are getting ready to head out on track now for their pace lap for their first of two races on the weekend. This will be approximately a 20-minute race. And so, David, let's run down the starting order.
Yep, 26 cars have taken times throughout the weekend in this group. Starting on pole in our race winner from yesterday, it's number 51 of Ben Sennett in his 1991 Lola T90. Starting at second, the 290 of Joe Blacker in his Lola T90. Starting in third, the number 4, Greg Miller in his 1985 Swift DB2. Starting in fourth, it's number 15, Mark S. Clark in his Swift DB5. Starting in fifth, the number 10, Steve Constant Sr. in his Swift DB2. And starting at sixth, it's the number 85 of Gavin Clark in his Swift DB2. Starting in seventh, the 131, Garrett Wilson in his 1984 Lola T598. And starting in eighth, the number 29, he's the pole sitter in the FRCCA category. It's Oscar Pacheco. Starting alongside him, we saw kind of his dancing partner from yesterday. Number 24 is Scott Gerber in his 1991 Van Diemen RF91. Starting at 10th, it is number 78, Theodore Klaus in his 1978 Wheeler FSV. And starting in 11th, it's number 25, Steve Lefferts in his Taiga SC84. Starting at 12th, number 79, it is going to be the number Jeff Tapolci in Taplesea and his 1962 Lotus 23B. Starting at 13th, the number 61, Joe Blacker in his 1964 Brabham BT8. And starting at 14th, the 77, Darrell Kepler in his 1985 Swift DB1. Starting in 15th, number 5, Mike Kennedy in his 1962 Lotus 23R. Starting at 16th, the 44, it is going to be Joey Bojalad in his 1963 Elva Mark. In his Elva, excuse me. Starting at 17th, the 118, Darren Mann in his 1962 Lotus 23B. Starting at 18th, the 76, Mike Conklin in his 1984 Citroen. And we get to our Spec Renault. Starting at 19th, it's number 69, Dave McFarland. Starting in the 20th spot, it's number 63, William Sylvia.
That's a Citation, not a Citroen.
Citation, okay.
Yeah.
Starting at 21st, it's number 26, Felipe Benvenu in that Spec Renault. Starting at 22nd, the number 21, DeVillo McCann. Starting in 23rd, the 601 is Steve McFarland. Starting at 24th, Robert Anderson in that 178. Matisse Sports Racer. Starting at 25th, the number 62, Paul Ma and Leon Silva will round out the field. Starting 26 in his Renault Spec Racer.
All right, well, there you go.
You know, we're going to take your rookie stripes off here quickly enough, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and what we may do is quiz you on all the different French auto manufacturers over the years that are that are out here, especially in Formula cars, with our great guests, the Formula Race Car Club of America. I want to thank them for joining us here this weekend. And yeah, it's highly unlikely that you're going to find an open wheel Citroen here out in the field here. As the pace car now on the pit lane, starter looks over the field, and we're racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway and the Jefferson 500.
Tell you what, good start up front, but I tell you what, the driver that got the start is a little bit bottlenecked up right there. That's the 290 of Joe Blacker in that load of 290. I tell you what, David, he has nowhere to go. He is so bottlenecked in. It now looks like he's going to get clear. He's a little bit further in the pack, as it does look like Ben Sennett is going to pull away and pull out away from Greg Miller. But I tell you what, now I even lost him. Joe Blacker had nowhere to go on the start, just so bottlenecked up there.
Yeah, definitely. We see Ben Sennett now. We saw this yesterday. As soon as he basically was out front, he ran away, and he's already opened that gap up by a good margin already to Greg Miller in second.
Yeah, Miller trying to catch back up there. A little bit of brake lock up there, going back down into the bottom of the hill there and down into turn 5. You can see right here, that second orange car, that's the car I'm talking about. That's the 290 of Joe Blacker. He's going to be moving all the way up in behind. I believe that's going to be Oscar Pacheco right there. So move him really all the way up into 8th or 9th place. But, man, what a start. Here he comes again, getting around there. Nose gets a little bit loose, headed down into turn 1. Joe pushing everything he can in that 290 machine.
Yeah, definitely. As we are going to basically go 4 cars all together under a blank, gonna make some moves, almost touching the grass there.
Yeah.
Was that 4th car in line. I mean, we're starting to get 2 by 2. Here we go down to turn number 1. This is gonna be a little interesting. Again, last time around, we see guys weren't really pushing early on, just trying to get into a rhythm. Today, though, looks like some of our front runners are already ready to go.
They're already guarding positions. They're going down into turn 1 on the very first lap. Big difference in what we saw yesterday, where these racers were far, far more cautious.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, though, Greg Miller, Garrett Wilson, Steve Constant Sr., Mark Clark all together in this line. It's actually really started separated out now, as they're still going to try to almost side by side, thinking about it, maybe trying to to take a look, but nothing really right now. Again, now at this point, kind of just get everything built up, start getting to rhythm, and then maybe start to push as we get a little later into this race.
Well, I tell you what, Mark Clark threw the block on Joe Blacker when they
he
came
did.
across the start-finish line. As you mentioned, David, moved him almost all the way to the grass, and now it looks like Blacker's going to get around Clark in that number 15 machine, but he was doing everything he can to keep him back there because he knew he was much faster. These guys on a Saturday morning, as you just mentioned, Greg, they're a little bit more aggressive than they were yesterday.
Yeah, indeed, and we talked yesterday about the general approach that these racers take here. The Blacker in the orange Lola 290. That is not an S2000 car. That's not a Sports 2000 car. It's actually in the A Sports Racer class. But when you have that car in the mirror a little bit further back, that's not something Greg Miller was necessarily concerning himself with. Yeah, as you said, as he basically threw out the block there to go into turn one on just the second lap of this race. Although Blacker now has made his way through.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brian.
Go. I was going to say, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. So down the front straight, we saw there for a little bit that red number 15, Mark Clark, him and Garrett Wilson are basically side by side all the way from the front stretch here, all the way to turn number 3, where Garrett Wilson gave up the position, let Mark Clark go. And Mark, he basically got around him at turn number 3. He's already pulled out again another big length there. So once these guys kind of get out in the open air, they just become really quick here, and we see Mark Wyer already starting to catch up to the Greg Miller machine already, right on the back end as they go through turn number 10.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been talking about him since the beginning of this race, and we'll drop back here. We'll pick up some others, but Joe Blacker, he's running down Ben Sennett in that 51 machine. They're now almost in the same vicinity. They're going to come up on some of our Spec Renaults there, gentlemen, but I'll tell you what, Joe Blacker, 1:16.220. It's about 0.7, almost a second faster than Ben Sennett. There goes Joe Blacker. You saw Sennett just in front, coming up on the 2 Spec Renaults as he's getting through there, playing a little bit of Frogger, as we talked about yesterday, going right to left, trying to get through the traffic. We'll see whether or not Blacker can do the same thing. But, David, as you were talking about as well, with Greg Miller and Mark Clark almost identical, they're within 0.3 of a second right now of each other, so that's actually a really good battle. That's a little bit further back than our front 2, and they're also going to have to come up eventually on some of this traffic that they're going to have to work through.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Clark, though, I talked about him really quick. Been 11 racing for 20 years, semi-retired consultant from Rochester, New York. As we said, been in vintage racing for about 11 years now. How he got started in racing? Well, watched the race at Watkins Glen 1970s and immediately fell into the sport. So that's definitely a track to go to. Just to really fall in love with it, with the beauty of everything, though. I've been racing this S2000 for a couple years now, purchased in 2019. Evolution of the DV2 has a little bit of improved suspension and better aero on these cars to help with that grip in the corners.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's a great place, as you talked about, go watch a race there. Watkins Glen, even in the 1970s, right? I mean, that's when racing was racing, and it was there was not, they didn't have the blue Armco there. And you went off. And
spectating was definitely a sport in its own right there. Down near the 90, down near turn 1, lots of mayhem, lots of stories of. I think some people that we actually know nowadays, Brian, actually might have been conceived. Well, maybe not conceived down there, but yes, exactly. It was started.
We'll leave it at that.
Yes, exactly. All right, so as we've been watching here, and I'm going to stay on this camera here just for a moment here, is again the front pack here starting to make their way through the Spec Renault field for the second day in a row. Paul Ma and Leon Silva. Ma in the 62 Sports Renault or Spec Renault, and Leon Silva in the 161 car, having a great fight there. The old shop going and bringing out, I think, 5 different Spec Renault rental cars here, and lots of racers really enjoying using those machines, the predecessors to what is now known as Spec Racer Ford. And we'll check in with a couple more of our Spec Renault racers here in just a few moments.
Well, I'll tell you what, the shot you've got right there, that's the battle with the 10 of Steve Compson, Garrett Wilson, Gavin Clark, throw in Scott Gerber. in that as well. He's been right there on the back, I will say, gearboxes of these cars, because there really is no bumper.
Right.
So he's been on the back gearbox of those cars the entire time. So again, another great battle, especially Garrett Wilson and Gavin Clark in that 131, in that Lola T598, along with that Swift DB2 of Gavin Clark. They have been nose to tail. David, they haven't been more than a credit card away from each other the entire session already.
Yeah, definitely. That's been the battle I've been watching for a little bit, just how tight it is. 3 cars under a blanket, behind them, Scott Gerber in that FRCCA class machine, that basically the Formula Ford car. But yeah, with Clark Wilson and Constant Sr., I mean, they've just been basically on a leash all together, as they're going to have to get by here some of the slower traffic. And it looks like that third car in line, Gavin Clark, got held up a little bit, just didn't get the line he wanted, got held up a little bit behind that lap car.
Yeah, that was Mike Conklin in the number 76 citation. Oh, and we've got one of our Spec Renaults just went around over turn 10, just off in the grass right there. And just before that, on the previous lap, I was talking about Paul Ma in the number 62 machine. He brought his car down the pit lane. I don't think he has recovered. We'll see if that car can get back underway. That's over at turn 10. I think he's in the gravel trap.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get that moved out, and that is in a, looks like we are going to go to a double yellow here right now, gentlemen. So we've got to get that car moved. So again, this is where the leader, with about 10 minutes left to go, David, now you kind of got to settle down here, get everybody back together as quickly as you can so we can go back out racing. But again, not something you wanted to see right here.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7A. That's the first half of our Formula Ford Challenge Series racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 7A, this is your first call to the grid.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday when we had a full course caution, David. Basically, what we're going to try to do is going to try to get everybody lined up again. This is really going to help Joe Blacker, right? I mean,
yes.
Joe Blacker, he'd cut that gap between him and Ben Sennett to about 2.5 seconds. But this is where, at this point, they're going to be able to close back up. We're going to have to see whether or not that becomes a really good start as our emergency vehicles are going to go down and go around and pick up this car down there. It looks like we may have another one down into turn 1.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm going to look out here at the binoculars. They're down there as well.
Yeah,
so.
I thought I had the corner station in the view there, and we don't. But yeah, indeed, I think we're going and getting the one down over by turn 1 as well.
Yeah, the one that is down in turn 1, of course, the only trees that are left down there, the car is parked directly
behind us, so we can't see.
So I can't see who that is. But not only do we have that, but eventually we've got to get the one out of turn 10 as well. So, yeah, so they went down to turn 1. So there is nobody down in turn 1.
Okay.
They actually went to the wrong turn. So they
went that away.
Yeah.
9 more turns to go. And there they go.
Yeah. So it's the race of the EV vehicle. So,
right.
So they're going to have to go all the way around the racetrack, David, which, again, that's going to take additional time by going to the wrong turn right there because they didn't take that cut through, as we saw yesterday, when they had to get a vehicle out of turn 10 as well. So they're going to go all the way around instead of taking that cut through and save a couple minutes time. So that's going to add time in order to get this removed with about 7.5 minutes left to go. They're going to have to do it relatively quickly.
And I'll say again, and I mentioned it yesterday, that wrecker, especially with all the weight up in the, it doesn't have a low center of gravity with that big one. He absolutely pushes that thing through turn 3. The amount of slip angle on the rear of that
he's got
wrecker,
a great nose. He's got a great
pretty
splitter
impressive.
on the front end of that thing. Watch the splitter and coming through there in the nose. Right, that thing's got some really good power, and he's obviously been on this track. He missed the apex there.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
did tend to track out a little bit.
He might be from Apex, North Carolina as well, like our friend Rob Wilmoth. There you go. So we've got our emergency services teams now responding. They should be coming up right about there. They'll see about getting that Spec Renault back off track. I believe that's Felipe Benvenu in the number 26 machine that is there. And so the field now under, again, full course caution, David.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talked a little bit yesterday, mentioned it, Scott Gerber, Oscar Pacheco, that really good battle we saw with the Formula Fords in that category. And, I mean, it was really close. They were basically, again, on that leash, basically nose to tail the entire time. Today, though, Oscar Pacheco, excuse me, he was about a spot or two behind Gerber early on this race and just fell down to the 13th spot. Gerber up in the 7th overall. So, you know, again, just could be saving the car for a little bit, later today. And Gerber, you know, having a really good run, not much around him, just pretty much out of class cars, kind of staying out of the way. We saw him behind the Wilson, Constant Sr. and Clark battle early on.
Well, I'll tell you what, Christopher Tal has moved around Oscar Pacheco too. So, they're nose to tail. They're just now coming down the front stretch, heading down into turn 1. So, that's going to really be the battle there for second and third in the class. As you mentioned, Scott Gerber up in the middle of those cars a little bit further. And again, the pack with those cars are basically now on the backside of the racetrack. So, again, it's a pretty big, long gap. We saw this yesterday, David, where we had 2 different packs of cars when a double yellow came out, right? So that was a pretty big deal here. And as a matter of fact, I believe Gerber's just now coming across the start-finish line. So now you've got Pacheco and Vitale. They're just now going up into turn 3, headed down into turn 4. So they may be able to catch, depending on how long it's going to take to get this car out, where it looks like we've already got that car removed. So they'll probably just make that left-hand turn and go out the gate. You can see the cars right there in your top kind of center of the screen right there. They look like they may just turn right and take him all the way around. And if that's the case, gentlemen, we may be able to go green here pretty quickly with about 4.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, definitely. When they came across the front stretch here with Sennett and Blacker. Blacker about only a couple of car lengths behind Sennett there, so he's going to really need the time and run good and watch when that green flag comes out to be able to get a really good jump, hopefully. And, I mean, he's been quicker than Sennett this race. His best lap is about over 1.5 seconds right now, quicker than the Sennett machine. So, we saw he was about 8 seconds before the full course caution came out. He cut that gap down to about 2 seconds now.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that car has now been released that was stuck up there. He's going to go back on the racetrack. Again, we're going to have our emergency vehicles cut back across here, Greg. We may be able to go green here.
Yeah, get another at least one
more lap. One more lap around.
And that is indeed the case, Brian, as now we'll see our starter stand there withdrawing the double yellow flags, and we are going, if you can find it, we're going back to green flag racing here at Summit Point.
Yeah, kind of a quick call there. He had that double yellow up in one hand and tried to reach down for the brake. And I tell you what, Greg, right as he leaned down, some of these drivers in that pack that's right here, and I believe that is the Pacheco and the Vitale machine right there. That's your third and fourth cars. They saw him reach down in there underneath.
They knew to go.
And they knew they were going to pull out and get away from him. You've got your overall leaders that are just now going to fight their way through that as well. And now you've got Sennett coming out of turn number 2. Let's switch to that camera, Greg. They were going to go side by side. And then Joe Blacker right there, that last orange car that just went through there, he got shuffled out so bad that Ben Sennett had to cut him off driver's left going up into turn number 3 on entry, and that opened up just a little bit of a gap. Now they're back nose to tail.
Yeah, and as we've seen, that A Sports racer, quite a bit more power than the Sports 2000 cars. This caution was exactly what Joe Blacker needed in order to close things up and give him an opportunity, as we only have about 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. So let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. This is the second call for Group 7A to the grid, please. Group 7A to the grid, please. This is your second call to the grid.
So our leaders now starting to come down the front straightaway with Steve Sennett and Joe Blacker there. again, Brian, when they got the green flag here, it was pretty much who had the better traffic management. And Joe Blacker was able to, even through all that traffic, was really able to keep about 2 or 3 car lengths just away from the back end of Senate there. Didn't get, I think, a good of a jump that he wanted.
And we've got a car off, gentlemen, over coming out of turn 10. One of our Sports 2000s.
That is actually Mark Clark there.
Yeah.
In there. Why were you looking at that, Greg? There was Ben Sennett and Joe Blacker were side by side. Now you can see here that Joe Blacker has gotten around him. There may have been some contact coming out of turn number 2 as well, because Ben Sennett had to make a very aggressive move over to driver's left, cutting through there. So was not sure, but again, Mark Clark sitting there up in turn number 10. I do believe they're going to get the checkered flag this time by. So,
yeah, indeed, as that car is over at turn 10 is buried into the gravel trap. He is not going anywhere, so we do have the local caution right here at turn 10. And as Joe Blacker now comes to the line, checkered flag is in the air to wrap up our first sports racer race of the day. Ben Sinnott going to finish second. Greg Miller will come home in third. There he is.
Actually, I take that back. That is actually not Mark Clark sitting up there. I thought that may have been the Mark Clark machine, but he just went by the start-finish line. I believe that is the 85
machine of Gavin Clark.
Yeah, Gavin Clark. Okay. So I had the last name right, but I just didn't have the first name right. Looked like the Mark Clark machine, but you're right. It is Gavin Clark, and he is starting to fall down the field as well. So
the David Lance fan club checking in and saying how much nicer the weather is today. I'll tell you, it's only about 5 degrees warmer than it was yesterday afternoon, and actually no clouds in the sky whatsoever. Here at Summit Point. It is absolutely a glorious day. It's going to get a little bit warmer than what we saw yesterday, probably get into the low 80s by the end of the day, but again, nothing but sunshine and rainbows that are predicted here today in Summit Point. And I've even heard that perhaps the precipitation that was originally scheduled for tomorrow not going to be in the cards for tomorrow either. Should be a beautiful weekend here at Summit Point. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our sports racers. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's the Formula Fords and the Formula Ford Challenge Series here at Summit Point. Stay with us.
My name is Tara Feeney, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. So I first got into cars because I kind of grew up in a car family. My grandpa was a car collector, so I grew up around classic cars. And then I just figured out that that's what I loved, it's what I was passionate about, so I stuck with it. So I wanted to work on classic cars as a career after doing it in high school and realizing that I was super happy at that job and super fulfilled, and I just was passionate about keeping history on the road. I would love to be an engine technician, and my hope one day is to open my own shop. The Piston Foundation has helped me by allowing me to focus on college instead of worrying about my finances, and has been instrumental in my success.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It's the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And joining us once again here in the booth, we've got Denny Austin and now our racers heading out for their pace lap. David, why don't you give us the starting order here for our entire Group 7 Formula 4 Challenge Series group. We're going to have them split a little bit later this morning.
Yeah, 39 cars all together in this group, and here's how they'll line up. Starting a pole, it's number 3, took the win yesterday in Group 7B. It was the number 3 of Jake King. Starting at second, the number 23, Joseph Griffin, and his Crosley 16F. Starting at third, number 29, Patrick Flynn. Starting at fourth, the number 59, Dave Handy. Starting in fifth, the number 10, Brandon Weber. Starting in sixth, the number 144, Joey Salmitz. Starting in seventh, the number 22, Robert Dusek. Starting in eighth, the number 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting in ninth, the number 27, Doug Meese. Starting in 10th, the number 76 of Eric Langben. Starting in 11th, the 451 of Leon Hodges Austin. Starting in 12th, the 08 of Samuel Ryan. Starting at 13th, the number 13, Frank Del Vecchio. Starting at 14th, number 97 of Stefan Vappa. Starting at 15th, the number 56, John Hortz. Starting at 16th, number 116, Matthew Barber. Starting at 17th, the 555 of Ira Nesbitt. Starting at 18th, the number 8 of David Gott. Starting at 19th, the number 28 of Mark Ongaro. Starting in the 20th spot, number 15, Mark S. Clark. Starting in 21st, number 50, Steve Beeler. Starting in 22nd, the 120 is Scott Fairchild. Starting in 23rd, number 155 at Timothy Nicholas. Starting in the 24th spot, number 21, Dave Fairchild. Starting in 25th, the 08E, Emily Ryan. And then starting in 26th, the 177 of Taras Pavlikovich in the 177. He had a good run yesterday. Starting 27th, the number 32 of Christopher Vasquez. Starting at 28th, Ron Beard, number 36. Starting 29th, the 00, Steve Gilman. Starting at 30th, the 128 of John Vidovich. Starting at 31st is Leo Odie in number 52. Starting in the number 32, the number 99 of John Filio. Starting at 33rd, number 5, Gary Rutherford. Starting at 34th, number 19, Jeff Barber. Starting at 35th, Brian Kulig at number 44. Starting at 36th, the 101 at Dave Belfiore. Starting at 37th, the 136 at John Rutherford. Starting at 38th, the number 37 of Peter Sleeman. And rounding out the 39 car field, starting shotgun on it, number 61 of Clifford Towson.
Go ahead, Greg. I was going to say, I'll tell you what, that's a big rundown right now. And we've got, you mentioned that we got Denny here. And Denny, real quick before we get started here, you noticed, and you and I were talking, there are some changes to some of these drivers and some of the things that were made.
Yeah, a couple of updates. Scott Fairchild had a fuel pressure problem, which I think he's fixed. Wayne Nicolette had a tire problem, which I think he's fixed.
That's right. And not only that, noted Formula Ford racer Frank Del Vecchio probably not behind the wheel today as green flag is now in the air. And if he is behind the wheel and it's not Jordan Meyer, I'm going to be very surprised, because also joining us here in the booth for our first Formula 4 Challenge Series race of the day, it's Frank Del Vecchio. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. Good morning. We have Jordan Meyer. He started out about 12th, and we'll see how well he does through the field. Got a good start.
Well, I tell you what, gentlemen, you can really see here, now that we've got the full field, we didn't have that yesterday. We broke up into two different groups. Now we've got the full entire field. We talked about this just to bring some people that were not with us yesterday. This is all about the draft, right?
Absolutely.
This is all about aero. You've got to have that. You've got to have a partner. We've seen it in other forms of racing. This is another, which makes this race that much more fantastic, is the fact that you got to have a partner if you want to go. If you start racing side by side, you're not going anywhere.
And there's several places you can catch a draft here. The obvious one here on the long straight is important, because you pick them up, get off of turn 10 quickly. You got to draft all the way down to turn 1. But you can feel the draft going into turn 4 and 5, and you can also feel it coming up under the bridge.
Yeah, as our guys start to get single file here, we'll let the first lap go through here. But I tell you what, it does look like Dave Handy. And Dave struggled a little bit yesterday towards the second half of his race. Now has put that car out up in front. Jake King in second, Joseph Griffin third. Robert Dusek, we saw him, gentlemen, where he struggled a little bit yesterday. Brandon Weber, Joey Salmenis, and Patrick Flynn. Patrick Flynn had one of the widest car we saw all day yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody can get by that car.
He's a tough car to pass.
Yeah. And also, Denny, you talked about Emily or Sam Ryan is not running in this race,
Correct.
but I think they're all running later today.
Correct. The Ryans are sharing a car, so they're not running today.
I don't know. I thought I saw Sam in the car on the grid.
Oh, well, maybe he
They changed their mind.
Well, let's see here. It shows Emily Ryan in the car, so it's one of them. Well, it's one of the Ryans that's in there right now.
It was Emily's birthday yesterday.
Oh, didn't even know that yesterday. Well, happy birthday to
we're the only thing we're sure of is it's not Frank Del Vecchio.
Exactly. Well,
or Denny Alton.
Well, you're still going to have to convince me otherwise.
You know, Denny, I realized that I've been here 56 years. First came here in 1970, and about the same time as you.
That's about right. Well, it looks like we got a race for the lead all of a sudden as yes.
Oh, Jake King is right on Dave Handy, and there he goes to the inside. He's going to try and outbrake him into turn one. Handy's got a lot of power. Jake's just alongside of him, but he takes the corner.
You know, one of the things we saw yesterday, gentlemen, is when Jake King gets out in that clean air, it's just phenomenal. It's just gone, right? We've seen that. Greg and I have seen that a lot here with Jake in that car. Now, all of a sudden, we got one car here up in smoke kind of coming out of turn number 2, and I believe that is the 27 machine. That is Doug Meese. And again, we saw Doug having a little bit of problems yesterday as well in his race.
He raced well, but maybe he was down a little bit on power. Not sure. We'll see what happens if he comes into the pits. Somebody else appears to be in the pits.
Well, he's not good. Well, I think in what we're seeing now is we had at least one car go off coming through the chute. I think we have some drivers that are maybe getting caught up in the oil of that car as that motor is letting go.
Yeah, and he just pulled off there coming out of turn number 5 up over the hill as well. So
good to see Wayne Nicollet back out there after his tire problem yesterday. He and Leon are having a good dust up right now.
Yep.
And Jake is trying to break the draft. No, I take that back. That's Dave Handy trying to break the draft.
Handy had gotten around him again.
And Dave Handy, we talked about him yesterday, ended up not being, the race that he wanted in there. He kind of started up front there, then kind of fell back a little bit. But, again, now moving out to the front as they come out of turn number 2 right now, starting to head up into turn number 3. They're going to get back single file, but at one point, Jake King tried to pull out to go too wide through there.
And I would say, Frank, great move there from Robert.
Greg, we've got a couple cars going off there in turn number 3. I'm wondering if we've got some oil from that Doug Meese.
Yeah.
There was 3 cars that have gone off. One of them was the 22 of Robert Dusek, and I believe
the other one's Leon.
Yeah, the other one is Leon, and I believe the other one is Patrick Flynn as well.
Yeah, and we are going to a black flag condition here, gentlemen, as we're going to bring all of our racers down the pit lane. As again, it does appear that there's quite a bit of fluid that has been laid down on the track surface here.
And guys, I'm wondering if I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're sending everybody back to the paddock as well that's coming down. They're not bringing them down and parking them. They're sending them all off back to the paddock. So I'm wondering if they're going to have a lot of extensive cleanup from that Doug Meese machine because it does look like our person down on the grid is sending everybody back to the paddock.
Yeah, we saw a number of cars go off, so we've got a lot of recovery to do.
Yeah.
And if the oil stream from Doug's car stretches from where we saw the smoke before turn 3 all the way down the chute, then there's going to be a lot of oil dry going down. It's going to take a while.
And I think we do have Leon who's sitting over here right outside our window.
Yeah, he's in the gravel.
In the gravel. You've got a couple more that are up a little bit further. I know Robert Dusek went off as well.
I even saw Jake King as he came up behind Handy into turn 3. He locked up one of his wheels and got sideways. So it's definitely slippery out there.
Yeah, and so just before the black flag condition was brought out, Frank, I was going to mention that Patrick Flynn in the number 29 machine, he had made a great pass going down into turn 1 on Robert Dusek. Came back from about 4 car lengths back, and Dusek just left the door open and I think knew that he was probably coming and let him through.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, if you go back to the turn 4 shot there, you can see kind of into the center of the, no, not this one, the next camera, that looks back up the chute. Don't we have one that looks back up? Okay, turn 5, sorry. You can see here in the center how black it is all the way through. I'm getting reports there is a lot of oil all the way down through there as well.
And I think Steve Beeler went off again. He went off yesterday.
Yeah.
Steve comes from the Midwest. It's a long tow for him.
Yeah, and to only get basically 2.5 laps in this race here, again, from the expiring motor of Doug Meese in that 27. And again, you know, Denny, you were talking about it. Man, Doug really didn't have a good race yesterday either. Kind of fell back, and there was some comments, he's saving the motor, trying to take care of it. Well, maybe that explains a little bit of it.
They had a good. It was a good dice while it lasted, but that group was falling back from the leaders, and well, we'll see.
Yeah.
These motors have an expiration date on them. No matter how good they are. About as long as I've ever run a motor is maybe 3 years or so before something breaks in there and they explode.
The problem is they never tell you what that expiration date is.
Correct. I was going to say, I think my expiration date is way past.
All right, gentlemen, I have just received word from Race Control, although they have not made the change yet. They are officially ending this race, and they're going to display a checkered flag here. So that's going to wrap things up for our first Formula 4 Challenge Series race of the day. We are scheduled to have the first half of this group back in after 2 more races. So we're going to see them the half this later on this morning, and then the second half mid-afternoon. But there you go. There's the switch to the checkered flag, and so we can sit here and talk for a little while. I mean, I always love having Denny and Frank up here. If we get an update, again, we think there's going to be a lot of oil that needs to be cleaned up here. It's probably going to be a bit before we go back racing. What we'll do when we get some more information, we'll certainly tell you over the PA system here, and for those of you that are watching at home, we'll update you on the stream as well. As we can see a number of the emergency services teams now responding, for example, over towards turn 3 to pick up the car that's there off in the grass, and then they're going to assess the issues here with the track surface. But and there's another car off, as we mentioned, off to the right of our cameras.
Yeah, that's actually Leon's car that they're picking up. That's what he went to go see. Look out the window there, worried about his car that they're picking up there.
Sideways, he's probably just high-centered in the gravel.
Yeah.
Once you stop in that gravel, you're done.
Yeah.
So hopefully no serious damage.
Yeah.
Well, Dad, you have a big cleanup job now. Get all that gravel out of there.
Welcome to my world, Frank.
Now, Frank was only driving the other car there, but all right. So you can see now that and we saw that engine let go coming through turn 2. So
pretty clearly,
yeah. So about maybe about a quarter to a little or to a third of the track surface likely fluid. Now, luckily, it's all in just a single line. But,
it comes all the way really out of turn number 2 and then heads all the way down almost into turn number 5. You can see some of the line there, and then we were looking at in the other shot we were looking at a turn 5 coming back up the chute there, that it was kind of quite extensive there too. So it's going to take a little bit of time to clean this up.
In Doug Meese's defense, sometimes you don't see that in the car. You don't know your motor's going until bad things happen.
Exactly. And real quick, want to talk about doppelgangers. We've got Bill Smith 1 behind the wheel of the pickup truck. We've got Billy Smith 2. They're trying to get that car out of the way. Don't trip, Billy. Don't throw that in there. But want to thank all the volunteers that are here this weekend that have done just absolutely an amazing job getting our drivers out of harm's way. Whether it be, of course, the emergency services teams here, but also the corner marshals that are supplied by, many of them supplied by Summit Point Raceway, but a lot of volunteers out on the corners as well, and trying to keep this event moving along.
One of the challenges that always, the problem, if you will, that occurs when, example in Doug's case, is it's bad enough that he's dropping oil and spreading it everywhere and he's out. But Doug actually happens to know the line.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's where all the oil is.
Right, correct.
So when the next group goes out, of course, the first thing that you're going to do is actually grind that oil dry into the pavement. 'Cause you're probably in the right place.
That's a long. There's a good half, 3/4 of a mile of oil dry going down there. Although what we used to
the
see-
nice part about it is you got fendered cars with windshields mostly going out, because what happens in a Formula car with the kitty litter,
Right, you get
it
hit
comes
right
it
smack
comes
in
into the
the
car,
helmet.
comes under your helmet, you're spitting it out. Even though they sweep it up, there's always some.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, let's do this. I'm hesitant to call the next group to the grid, but I do see a number of drivers going over there. Let me at least make a call for our next group so that they know that they probably should be getting themselves ready to run. Attention in the paddock, race group 1, that's B-Sedan Racing Series drivers. You could start heading to the grid. Of course, we do have some track cleanup at this point and some oil cleanup, so I can't give you an approximate starting time, but it would not be a bad idea if you are a B-Sedan driver in race group 1 to start getting yourself ready and perhaps start heading to the grid.
We're actually going to go down and check to see, because we haven't heard anything on the radio, so we're going to go down and check and see what they think the estimated time is going to be, how long to clean this thing up. So, because again, as we talked about, there's an extensive oil line that really runs all the way out of turn 2. You can see all the way down here into turn 4, and then all the way down into turn 5. You can see that black line just in front of that truck off to the right. That is the oil. That is the line. It's a racing line, and that's the oil line right now that they're going to clean up. So, got one of our cars that were stuck down there in turn number 3. Got him rolling, pulling him out. So, again, finishing up this cleanup. But we're going to find out how long we think it's going to be. We're going to run down there and ask right now. So,
yeah, I tell you what, why don't we do this, gentlemen, if you don't mind, we're gonna take a break. And we'll put up on the screen and announce over the PA as soon as we have some more information for you. But next up is going to be the B-Sedans here at Summit Point and the 2026 Jefferson 500. We will be right back.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major Concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people. And I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@w WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Waiting for the song. 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 To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
It is the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And perhaps a slightly oily day here at Summit Point Raceway, where we are now getting back underway. We got the track cleaned, the temperature is risen, and next up, it's the B-Sedan Racing Series. Here, David, let's run down the starting order.
Starting on pole, it's number 79, Jeremy Hoover and his Volkswagen Scirocco. Starting on second, it's Steve Byrne and his Datsun 510. Michael Buck starts third, and number 16, Ford Capri. Starting in fourth, it's the 202 of Perry Genova and his BMW 2002. Starting in fifth, it's Alan Ferragonio, and we'll get it later today.
Some of us got it. You need to get it.
I'll get it today. BMW 2002 TII. Starting in sixth, number 9, Wichin Soroban and his Mazda RX-3. Gary Reed starts seventh in the 161 Datsun 510. Starting in eighth, Brian Walsh in the number 93 Ford Pinto. Dennis Shaw in the number 66 starts ninth in his AMC Spirit IMSA RS. Starting in the 10th spot, it is the number 74, Don Wanigat, in his Alfa Romeo GTV. Starting 11th, the 206, Joe Lyles, and his BMW 2002. Starting at 12th, the number 6, Dave Nicholas, and his BMW 2002. Starting at 13th, the 05, Dennis Lane, and his Volkswagen GTI. Mark Grimsley starts 14th in the number 23, Datsun 510. Starting at 15th, Peter Bauer in the 511 in going to be starting 15th on the grid in his Datsun 510. Starting at 16th, Jeff Downing in his BMW 2002. Starting at 17th, it's number 42, Kevin DeAllard in his BMW 2002 TII. Starting at 18th, it's Lucian Genova in the BMW 2002, the number 201. John Wood starts 19th in the number 36 in another BMW 2002. Starting at 20th is Margot Odie in the number 188 BMW 2002. And starting 21st, Lee Poseidon in another Datsun 510. Raymond Junkins starts in the 22nd spot, number 76 in his BMW 2002. Starting 23rd, number 56, Brad Carroll in the BMW 1602 model. Starting in 23rd position, or 24th, it's the number 12, Todd Angel in his BMW 1600. Robert A. Ball starts 25th, number 145 in the BMW 2002. Starting 26th, Patrick Buva in the 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV. Starting 27th, the number 99, Jim Karamanis in his 1972 Ford Pinto. Tim Cashman starts 28th in the BMW 2002, and Paul Marcones in the starting 29th, and number 83 Ford Pinto.
All right, there you go. That is the starting order, and Tom McLeod in his beautiful MGA pace car has head to the pit lane, turning the field over to Jeremy Hoover and Steve Byrne as the green flag flies. And after a bit of a delay, we're back racing here at Summit Point. Brian, as they head down to turn 1.
Yeah, I tell you what, Steve Byrne's going to go side by side with Perry Genova in that 202. It does look like Hoover, I'm not seeing Hoover on the timing and scoring, but it does look like he's going to jump out in front right now. We saw those two yesterday, Hoover and Byrne, working close nose to tail the entire race. Now you got to throw in Perry Genova, David. We saw him early on as well yesterday. Then he started to drop back a little bit further. Wichin Soroban in that number 9 machine. Again, another strong outing yesterday. Again, we'll see whether or not he can do it. He had a great battle yesterday with A.J. Ferragonio in that number 14 machine in that BMW 2002 early on yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a lot of good racing yesterday, and a couple of drivers I know that did not have a good start to the race. Paul Marcones in that Ford Pinto, where he basically pulled off when the green flag was in the air and pulled off at the infield cut in here in turn number 3. Made it a little bit further today. Hopefully we see him a little bit more. Not a good day yesterday for the Pintos. I know another one, it pulled off in the pit lane later on, and then I know that we were supposed to have Jim Karamanis in his Ford Pinto out here today. So hopefully a little bit better showing from them, a little bit better reliability-wise.
Well, it hasn't started off well for Paul Marcones. Now, we saw yesterday where Paul had some issues, very loose rear end to that Pinto, and it looks like his problems continue on today. We thought perhaps it was a mechanical issue that he was working through, but he went four wheels off into the gravel on the opening lap and the opening corner going into turn 1. He has managed to right that car and continue. but his problems continue on here today, as I believe he was one of the very last cars to complete a lap here at Summit Point today.
Yeah, I tell you what, great battle after the first lap, really from about 10th on back. They seem to be kind of clustered up there. That's Mark Grimsley, John Wood in the 36, Lucian Genova, again, Perry's son, out there running in that 201. So good to see father-son combination running. Lucian didn't have a very good run yesterday during that session of the race, but again, moved all the way up here into 12th right now with Kevin Dallard and Lee Poseidon. Tell you what, gentlemen, that group right there, really from about 10th all the way back to about 16th. Throw in Margot Ote and Robert Ball. Greg, we've seen Robert Ball in here many times. Yeah. Throw that. You can almost throw them under a blanket. They're starting to spread out now. And one of the things here that I'm noticing, Greg, and I hear you chuckling, you can tell that the drivers don't want to go on the normal line.
No, they're all staying away.
It's like there's a big pothole down there that they're trying to maneuver around to get through turn number 5.
Yeah, indeed. And frankly here, they'll be able to grind that oil dry into the pavement the more they go through there. And we saw, and one of the reasons why it took so long, and again, want to thank the great folks from Summit Point Raceway, did a wonderful job in cleaning up the oil that we had on the track surface here. But they did quite a good job of grinding that oil dry into the pavement and then trying to blow it away as well. But certainly some of our racers here a bit averse to it now as they come through here, and they're going to end up encountering it as they come out of turns 1 and 2 and make the run down to turn 3. Great battles so far here from the many. I think we've got about 600 BMW 2002s and 1600s here, and they're all grouped together going through turn 1 and turn 2. We also have a nice contingent, as David read them off early on towards the front of the field, some Datsun 510s, including Steve Byrne, who's running second overall, just reset fast lap. When I came in this morning, a very down at the entrance to the carousel, turn 6, there is a very large contingent of spectators that had driven out a series of 510s, a couple coupes, a couple sedans, a couple wagons as well. So bringing in a number of those cars that they're not on the racetrack, but these were gorgeous, I would say, maybe museum level prep to those cars. Gorgeous.
Yeah, it's good to see. And you can also see there, you got a lot of people sitting in that grandstand right there coming out of turn number 8, heading up into turn number 9 up the hill there. So you get a good view not only of going into that turn, but you can see actually all the way across the track from that position, Greg, all the way across from turn 5 all the way. So you see that whole back half of that racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can't really tell in the camera shots here, but the infield in the infield here with all the spectator areas, it is really full of a lot of campers, many in trailers, many in tents. It's really good to see that out here, and just kind of everyone, how much love the vintage racing has, and how, a lot of people will come out here and see. It's really great racing for what it is. Everyone's really respectful with it. It's very clean racing, and, it can't beat a whole day of racing, literally, that we have.
Yeah. And listen, it's perfect weather here. So, again, we've got, as you said, Greg, 600 BMWs right here kind of in a row. We're going to go side by side right there with Lucian Genova. I think that's Dennis Lane right there, and Kevin Dallard in that blue BMW a little bit further back. But, David, you talked about it, just kind of the infield. And Greg, I don't know about you, I'm still waiting for my pretzels. Carl Johnson has not brought me pretzels.
Carl, where's our food?
We want our pretzels.
Yeah, great run there. We had the Volkswagen, the Volkswagen Golf. We had that was David Lane with Lucian Genoa, as you said, and Kevin Allard directly behind in the open. It looks like I jumped forward a little bit too far. Let me come back in. They'll be coming into our view right here. And always amazing. We talked yesterday, David, about how the Mazda Miatas now are 35-year-old cars, but some of these A1 Volkswagen Rabbits, like the one we see going through turn 1 now, or probably turn 10, Lee Poseidon in the 113 car. I mean, that is a 1985 vintage car. So we're looking now at 40 years old for that machine. And we've got some, also I think some other A1 rabbits here going back to the late 70s. So, looking at 45-year-old cars, absolutely amazing to think of. There is, they didn't seem so old when I was young.
And a lot of them look like, they still have a good, clean look to them. Very nicely prepped, well maintained here. As we see the 05 Dennis Lane getting a little bit of a charge from Lucian Genova. They were side by side going down into turn number 1 down the front stretch. Lucian had a good run on Dennis Lane, was not able to get the pass done, but still though, 11 minutes 30 seconds left in this race. We talked a little bit with Jim yesterday about
Jim Karamanis, yeah.
Yep, Jim Karamanis about the series and this B-Sedan and kind of the uniqueness about it. There is a points championship with it. The thing is, though, it's not about points aren't decided by your finishing position. It's decided by your own by how many laps you completed throughout the year. So if you complete, if you're on the lead lap, you're still in the points hunt.
You get the same amount of points whether you finish first or 20th, as long as you stay on the lead lap. And, as we're watching this big group right here, this is 12th through 18th, right? So you've got to get it, and you got to get it single file because right now, sitting in 12th, Dennis Lane, it's 2.5 seconds, almost 30-some seconds back from the leader. It is not only important to race for position, David, but it is important to race to stay on the lead lap. So, again, as you talked about with the series, and again, talking to Jim Karamanis yesterday, I believe there is five races, right? They're going to take the top, they're going to take 3 races, so you're going to get 2 drops, I believe.
Or 5 weekend races.
5 weekend races, and then you can drop 2, so you can take the best of the 3. But again, if you win, and then all of a sudden you're in 15th, you're not out of the points championship as long as you stay on the lead lap.
No, right? Absolutely not. And real quick, while you were talking about that, you saw that pass for position there. Lucian Genova got by Dennis Lane, got a good run out of turn number 10, followed him in the draft, pulled out and outbraked him just a little bit to get ahead of him before the turn into the corner. So Lucian Genova now move him up to the 12th spot after trying a couple times to get by Dennis Lane.
All right, time for us to check back in with my favorite car on track. Wichit Sarabon in his Mazda RX-38. Again, I believe this is a car that I used to race against about 20 years ago in the Sports Car Club of America, formerly driven by, oh my gosh. I'll pick that. I'll pick that up. This is how you know I'm older than some of the rabbits that are out here. That I can't remember. The people that I raced against, but we'll get that. But I absolutely adore that vehicle. All right, gentlemen, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Big Bore Racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Big Bore Racers. Please head to the grid as we track in now with. This is the battle for 4th. Dennis Shaw. Team Highball driver and first paid driver for Team Highball, also was their crew chief and engine builder, racing in his 1980 AMC Spirit. That was apparently the very last chassis, AMC chassis that Team Highball put together, and he has Gary Reed in, I think, the Datsun 510, the yellow and white machine directly behind him. That Datsun 510, a 1969 vintage.
Well, Greg, I tell you what, as you were talking about that, a very big change up front. Jeremy Hoover sitting down on pit lane.
Oh, my.
Not able, something has happened to that car, only completing 5 laps. I can look down here and see him down there. It looks like the crew is taking a look at that car. But again, Jeremy Hoover dropping all the way back now in that 24th position. So if we look back at the top, Steve Byrne is your leader along with Perry Genova in second. AJ Ferragonio is in third along with Gary Reed, and then Dennis Shaw, as you were just talking about. That's the battle for 4th. They're about 9 seconds behind AJ. So
yeah,
a pretty good gap for that last podium spot.
That's it. And I think I've picked up our 2 leaders here, Brian, coming into the carousel right now. The white number 3, the 1970 vintage 510, and then Perry Genova in his 1970 vintage BMW 2002.
Yeah, that yellow BMW 2002.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. So a little bit further back. So again, Steve's got about a 9-second lead So again, Jeremy Hoover having a problem here in this race, and I do believe he may have made that right-hand turn back into the paddock.
So yep, he did.
Okay.
So unfortunate early race ending there for Jeremy Hoover. Hopefully we see him back out later today. And now Scirocco, beautiful looking car. That beautiful it really is with the orange and everything. It really stands out from the rest of the cars.
All right, let's see if we can pick up a couple other folks here. I was going to be looking for Patrick Buva in the Alpha, the yellow Alpha. We'll see if we can pick him up. That's Sarabon, wrong yellow car.
Everybody in this class has a yellow car as opposed to the
as opposed to all the red Miatas that we'll
red
see
Miatas or white Porsches, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a little bit of both. But you're while you're doing that, looking at this is a good battle right here. This is the 206 machine. That's Joe Lyles and Don Wanagat in the 74. Again, that's another 2002 BMW against that Alfa Romeo GTV. And I tell you what, Don's really picked up the pace a little bit. Just went 0.3 of a second faster than Joe Lyles. Did his personal best 1:33.504. So again, Don really starting to lay down some laps here. Again, 3.5 faster than Joe Lyles last time.
Yeah, definitely. Just a little bit behind them. Mark Grimsley at number 23, Datsun 510. A little bit about him as he is about, I think, Greg, he's going to be a little bit behind.
He coming into our view right about now.
Gentlemen, we've got the 05 has just spun into turn number 3.
And another
Dennis Lane. He was side by side with Lucian Genova, and now you've got the 42 machine that has spun over there. That is actually, I just had him here a second ago. That's Kevin Dallard. That was a battle going on a little bit further back. I don't think Kevin knew Dennis Lane was there in the middle of the turn.
I think he got caught unawares as he hit.
Yep.
And this turn, it's very difficult to tell. It does rise up quite a bit, but the exit is somewhat blind, and you don't necessarily see if there's something on track there right until you get to the apex of the corner. And that's exactly what it looked like, as the driver saw the car sitting in the middle of the pavement, got out of the throttle, and the rear end walked around on him.
Yeah. Tell you what, you guys were talking about Paul Morcone. I found Paul. I know where he is.
Uh-oh.
He's down all the way near the skid pad there.
Is he?
Coming out of the skid pad exit, pulled off there. So he's been there the entire session.
So he's been talking to all the photographers.
He got a little bit. He got a little bit further today than he did yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday he got to the cutout. Today he got all the way down into turn 1 and made the left-hand turn through the grass into the back half of turn 1. So completely out of the way, but Paul's sitting there watching the race. I just happened to look up and see that car sitting down there.
Hey, wanted to check in with Weichat Sarabon and Dennis Shaw in the battle for 5th. Sarabon had just run his fastest lap of the race, and in doing so, well, he ran 1/1000th of a second faster than Shaw and comes right underneath the AMC Spirit going down into turn 5. And, big difference in driving styles, I think, necessary between these two cars. Shaw, knowing that he really had to open up turn 5 there, took a very wide set, entered almost from the non-traditional entrance, which is on the right side of the track, and he appears to be coming off the pace.
I was going to say, I think he's got a problem because Weichat was 3.5 seconds faster than Dennis, and you made it. There it is, Greg. Dennis Shaw pulling down on pit road. So again, attrition starting to rear its ugly head here with about 3 minutes left to go in this race. So why don't we go ahead and make another call to the next group.
Attention in the paddock. Second call for race group number 2. Big Bore Racers, please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers, race group number 2. This is your final call to the grid.
Yeah, so David, where we had this group of cars together now, again, we're starting to see attrition starting to, rear its ugly head as we got a standing yellow down in turn number 5. We'll see if we can't figure out which car that is coming through there. But again, there you can see there's the 42 machine going by right there. That's Kevin Dallard. We saw him spin a little earlier. That's AJ Farragonia right now. He's going to put him down a lap there. So I think it may have been him, Kevin, again, going around in turn number 5.
Yeah, it sounds like, is it the 1-8 machine? Sounds like that may have gone around.
Is it the 1.8 or was it
1.888?
So that would be Margot Ote,
yeah.
188 that went around
Yeah,
too.
that's what I
Again,
think.
that was the battle there. They were battling from really 12th all the way back to 18th there for a little bit, but some of those have dropped down a little bit. Dennis Shaw pulling in, he was part of that. Kevin Dallard was part of that as well. I know that he is spun. So the next time Steve Byrne comes by the start-finish line, we'll be getting the one to go here, gentlemen. So Steve Byrne will be working his last lap. He just now went into turn 5 right there.
Yep.
That was the white car a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, I think the final car in the line there, actually right behind the Volkswagen Rabbit.
That's Dennis Lane in the 05 that he's right in front of.
Yeah, exactly. There he is. And next time that 510 crosses the start-finish line, he'll see the one to go signal from our starter.
Tell you what, Greg, real quick, let's focus back on the front straightaway towards turn 1. Driver want to focus on in the 8th spot, Mark Grimsley. Had a 14th place finish yesterday, a big improvement over today. Started 14th up to 8th after the issues there with Dennis Shaw. This car, the 1970 Datsun 510, has owned this car since the 80s. Wrecked it at a Mars event here at Summit Point a long time ago. Was
Probably
basically
with Greg.
No, I had nothing to do with that.
Was sitting in the shop for 30 years, finally rebuilt it in April 2024, got it done just a year later in time for the driver's school, has been racing this over a year. Really good improvement over from Friday, and carrying a lot of momentum into later today's race.
And there's the Grimsley machine with Lee Poseidon and Lucian Genova directly behind that. That fight between Poseidon and Genova we've seen that almost the entire day. Great, or at least the entire race. Also, quick note: wanted to mention that with the downtime that we had this morning for the oil cleanup, there have been some changes in the schedule here. We're going to have race group number 4. That's for our small bore and Formula V racers. That is going to be the first race after lunch. So we're only going to run through Group 3 this morning. And again, race Group 4 will be immediately following lunch today as we continue to watch this little battle. And I'm going to stay here because our leader, Steve Byrne, he's going to be coming out of 10 here momentarily. Let's see, here he comes now onto the front straight. He is sitting there, and he pokes out a little bit here. He's going to try to put a couple of racers a lap down. Doesn't do it. Comes to the line. Checkered flag for Steve Byrne in his 1970 Datsun 510. Takes the overall win.
Tell you what, he got by several of the cars right behind him. Again, Dennis Lane being part of that, Todd Angel, Jeff Downing, as well. So, again, moving up, cutting their race by about a half a lap, if you think about it overall. Again, really what that does there is it allows John Wood and Patrick Bova
pick up a lap.
Who were doing it. They did not get lapped there at the time. So, again, those two drivers are going to have one more full lap to go here. So good to see them getting that extra lap. But you talked about it earlier with Lee Poseidon and Lucian Genova. Again, Lucian started in the very middle to the end of the pack of this race, moved all the way up, sitting in 10th right now. His father Perry sitting up in 2nd. Looks like he's gonna finish 2nd in this as we have a couple more cars.
Yeah, this is the Genova and Poseidon battle we've been watching here.
So here they go side by side down the front straightaway. They're basically almost even here as they make the final run as a checker flag side by side at the line. Give the spot
to Poseidon by 96 one-thousandths of a second. Poseidon will finish 9th, and rounding out your top 10 will be Lucian Genova.
Tell you what, Genova had the spot coming out of turn number 10, and Lee Poseidon got a great run off of turn number 10 for that lap.
All right, well, there you go. That is going to wrap things up for our first of 2 B-Sedan Racing Series races on the day. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our next race. It is going to be the Big Bore Boys here at Summit Point. Make sure to stay with us.
My name is Tara Feeney, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. So I first got into cars because I kind of grew up in a car family. My grandpa was a car collector, so I grew up around classic cars. And then I just figured out that that's what I loved, it's what I was passionate about, so I stuck with it. So I wanted to work on classic cars as a career after doing it in high school and realizing that I was super happy at that job and super fulfilled, and I just was passionate about keeping history on the road. I would love to be an engine technician, and my hope one day is to open my own shop. The Piston Foundation has helped me by allowing me to focus on college instead of worrying about my finances and has been instrumental in my success.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg, he's Brian, he's David, and next up, we just saw the 2.5 liter, the B-Sedan cars. Next up, it's the big ground pounders here at Summit Point, and they are now heading out for their pace lap. David, tell us the players.
So 31 cars, runners and riders on the that took qualifying times yesterday and had time set. Starting on pole, it's number 44, Chris Zappa in his 1972 Datsun 240Z. Starting in second, it's number 9 of Richard Milski and his Ford GT40 1968 model. Starting in the third spot, it's Gary Moore in the number 21 1968 Mercury Cougar. Starting fourth, it's Scott Kruger and the number 22 1972 Porsche 914-6. Starting in fifth, the number 114 of John Perry and another 1972 Porsche 914-6. Starting in the sixth spot, it's number 7 Mark Wiening and his 1982 Porsche 911 SC Euro. David Dean starts 7th, the number 153, 1969 Porsche 911. Starting in 8th, the number 14, Ken Fitzgerald, and his 1991 Lotus Esprit X180R. Starting in the 9th spot, it's the number 09, Scott Bresnahan. And starting in the 1988 Porsche 911, starting in 10th, number 66, Greg Smith in his 1966 Ford Mustang. Patrick Ross starts in 11th, and a number 99, 1972 Datsun 240Z. Starting in the 12th spot, number 24, Douglas Hagopian in his 1974 Porsche 911. Starting in the 13th spot, the 215, Steve Wilson in his 1989 Porsche 944 Turbo. Starting in the 14th spot, number 82, Max Lupfer in his 1971 Datsun 240Z. And starting in the 5th spot, it's the number 131 of Gary Hagopian and his 1963 Jaguar XKE Coupe. Starting in the 16th spot, number 71 of Devin Gedra and his 1971 Datsun 240Z. Starting in 17th spot, Phil Ackley, number 41, 1977 BMW 323. Starting at 18th, the 17, Jordan Bealey and his 1970 Porsche 914-6. Starting in 19th spot, the number 540, Keegan McGregor and his 1991 BMW 325i. Starting at 20th, the number 38, George Wright and his 1972 Datsun 240Z. Alan Mitchell starts in the 21st spot, and the number 83, 1988 Alfa Romeo Milano 75. Charles Lovelady starts in the 22nd spot, number 39, 1969 Chevy Camaro. Starting in 23rd spot, number 91, Mike Kincaid and his 1965 Ford Mustang. Starting 24th, the 707 of Michael Daly and his 1972 Datsun 240Z. Starting in 25th spot, Frederick Buwani and his 1974 Datsun 260Z. Starting 26th, the 444 Jordan Fate and the BMW E36. John Jeffrey starts in the 27th position in the Datsun 240Z. Mulaney Mitchell starts 28th in an Alfa Romeo GTV6, starting 29th on a Ford Mustang, number 51, John Settle. Philip Langberg starts 30th in number 31, Porsche 914. And Derek Swieger starts 31st in the 1971 Porsche 911.
All right, well, green flag is in the air, and I'm sure Melanie Mitchell in her GTV6 sedan there will be doing just fine as they make their run down into turn number 1. The GT40 not making the grid today. Richard Molesky not out here, but great run, Brian, down into turn 1 for these races, clean and green.
I'll tell you what, Gary Moore got a good run there coming out of turn number 1, getting ready to come up through turn number 2. He's going to have Chris Zappa right there in his back, and then you've got a cluster of cars sitting there with John Perry, Mark Winning, and then throw David Dean in there as well, a little bit further back. In that Ford Mustang, that blue, Greg Smith moving up there from that 10th starting spot all the way up. I believe he's going to move up to about 5th. As now Zappa's going to try to go the long way around Gary Moore in that 21 in that Mercury Cougar, and that's a pretty wide Cougar, so that's a long way to go in turn 5.
And Brian, I think you had it right the first time when you said he was going to try to go the wrong way around there, because it didn't look like it was going to work as he moved all the way over to driver's right. Not only is it a long way around there, but lots of marbles down on the pavement. There's not a lot of grip on the outside of turn 5 in the dry. In the wet, yes, but not here this morning.
Well, David, we saw Gary Moore yesterday having a problem right at the beginning of the race. That car really, really loose. That car was fishtailing and drifting through some of these turns. Looked a little bit better on this first lap right now, as I believe, guys, Chris Zappa's got a problem. He is coming down and pulling over to far driver's right in that 44, headed down the front stretch. You're going to see it here. You see him there over as far right as he can. Some of these cars are going to have to get back in and get these passes, but he has definitely got a problem.
Yeah, it definitely sucks. Was just challenging for the lead there over Gary Moore. Gary Moore, though, he hits that straightaway there in that Mercury Cougar and just runs away a little bit. But definitely got to be careful about laying the power down there in that big, heavy V8. Try not to slip the grip there on the rear end with basically no traction control, nothing on that big, heavy car.
Tell you what, that's going to move Scott Kruger up into the second overall behind Gary Moore, then John Perry, Mark Wanning, David Dean, and then Scott Bresnahan in that 1988 Porsche 911, that red one. As I said, Greg Smith, move him all the way up into 8th right now after the full lap has been completed. So again, Greg Smith putting it up, laying it down on that lap time right there. That car may be dialed in here really early.
And good to see Ken Fitzgerald in the Lotus Esprit, getting that former World Challenge car back out on track today. We suspected he had some brake issues with it yesterday as he ended up in the off in the grass on the outside of turn number 10 yesterday. But there he is working through, and at the moment now as he had to start towards the rear of the pack, working his way through the field.
Tell you what, Scott Kruger here sitting in second already. Had a good run yesterday. Started in the 4th spot, already moved up to second with some problems with other cars though. But got started in racing enduro karting here at Summit Point. Did a lot of Porsche vintage racing and race events up and down, basically in the Mid-Atlantic here, up in the Northeast. Started racing again. Came into vintage racing with his father. We see a lot of that here in the vintage racing. Really good to see the father-son duo. Talked a little bit about it yesterday. It's a really great environment to do that. Have some fun. Good competitive fun with everybody.
Makes for interesting conversations around Thanksgiving time as well, right? Christmas.
Lord, I'd love to give thanks for the Vintage Racer Group and the ability to race, and that's
beat my father.
That's exactly.
Good to see Philip Ackley out here. I always joke with
Young
Phil.
Phil.
Phil, 22 years old, out here running.
Times 4.
Correct.
No. Let's not be starting to do math.
Not 4. Maybe times 3. We've got Zappa coming
Somewhere
back
between.
out right now again. Chris Zappa in that 44. So I'm wondering if it was just a small, and it looks like he may have, and I didn't get to see down on pit road. Did they change a tire on that car?
That's exactly
right front
what
looks a little bit different.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I thought maybe he had a loose plug wire and they plugged it in, but I didn't see the hood go up on the car, and I think that's exactly what happened. Is I think they ended up replacing one of the tires on that machine.
Well, he is coming out right in front of our overall leader, Gary Moore. So he got in front, and it does look like maybe that right front tire, the rim looks different from the other ones, and I thought he had old gold rims on that car all the way around when he came out, on the pace lap day.
Well, real quick, Greg, coming up to turn 3 here, just coming into our shot now. Scott Kruger got passed by John Perry, was a little slow here on the straightaway. They are over top of the hill going down into turn number 4 now. But Kruger was a little bit slow coming out of turn number 2, might have ran off or had a little bit of a hiccup or something, but he brought John Perry back in, and Perry got around him, and Kruger now looks to be okay as he's trying to find a way now to get that second place back.
Yeah, that's the green portion 914 along with the gray 914 right here. So Moose got Kruger back, but I think you're right, David. I think Kruger got a little on the entry, sitting there coming out, or on exit coming out of turn number 2. Got that car a little bit sideways, and that allowed John Perry to get up there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But Kruger, though, just as quickly lost the spot. He will get that second spot back. So move that silver and orange Porsche 914 back to the lead as they come down the front straightaway now. John Perry is going to make another charge here. Got a good run out of 10. Hopped into the draft there of Kruger, and is going to be side by side as they get to the line, heading down to the braking zone, turn number 1, and he will. So Scott Kruger will now move back up into the second spot in that green and white stripe Porsche 914. Another side by side battle here going to the braking zone. That's one of the Ford Mustangs, the 66 of Greg Smith. Got by the number 7 of Mark Waning. So move Greg Smith now up into the 5th spot.
Yeah, John Perry in that green 914. I tell you what, he had a great run coming out of turn number 10. I wonder if he's listening to the stream, because the minute we said Scott Kruger got back by him, he said, "Up, not so fast,
not
my
so fast."
friends." Because he's definitely moving. It does look like Gary Moore is starting to pull away. Again, that's in a TA class there, but in that C production, again, Scott Kruger not really racing in class against John Perry, but a great battle between the 914s.
Well, and as we watch this other battle between is that
Greg Smith, I believe, in the 66.
Yeah, and then Doug Hagopian as well.
I'll tell you what, Doug Hagopian just ran over with his left side tire. The curbing right there, and you saw it jump up in the air just a little bit. So he hit that curbing at the very beginning of that entry into that turn, Greg, and you know as well as I do, there's a little bit of a bump there. And his tire kind of came up higher than I think he really wanted it to. We'll see, but I don't believe Mark Weining's going to be able to hold him off going down into turn one, because he got one heck of a run down there.
Yeah, here we go as they come into turn one. I mean, it's not exactly look at this, as he makes the pass, then trying to return the favor into the braking zone at turn one. I was going to say, it's not exactly the uphill at Lime Rock, but it's...
well, he definitely got up, and that left front popped up, I'm sure, further than he wanted it.
It's all torque, man. That's why.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark Weining may have a problem there, guys, because he has fallen off. He was right here in this battle with Greg Smith and Doug Hagopian. I tell you what, he's fallen back by about 5 or 6 car lengths. You can see it right there. So I'm wondering if he may have a problem as well, maybe a little bit of a brake issue. Doesn't seem to be getting into the turns as hard as he was earlier.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. Our medium bore racers, please head to the grid. You're going to be our final race before lunch. Race group. Actually, no, I take that back. Let's try it again. We're going to go back again.
You don't like those guys.
I do not. I've got a problem with them. Group 3, stay where you are. No, don't come out. Group 7A. Race Group 7A, please head to the grid. You are next. Our Formula Ford racers in Group 7A, please head to the grid. You're next. I'm getting caught up in this race here with our Porsches.
You are. Well, I tell you what, John Perry, Scott Kruger, and David. Now throw Dennis Dean in there.
Yeah.
I think Dennis Dean just got by Scott Kruger going into turn number 1. There you see it right there. So Dennis Dean moved him up to 3rd overall, 2nd in that CP class, in that C production. So I tell you what, he's going to try to run down John Perry.
Yeah.
That'll be for the top spot in that C production.
All right, so Group 7A, you are next. Please head to the grid. Group 7A, please head to the grid.
Greg really doesn't have a problem with you. He just
No, not at all. I just can't read my own handwriting. That's kind of like David can't read my handwriting. So very much the exact same thing. And it's getting awfully tight here. Is there coming up behind the red Mustang? That is John Settle, I think, in the 1993 edition Ford Mustang.
John Perry kind of going to be a little bit of the loser there in that deal. Just unfortunately got held up, couldn't go around the slower Mustang there. So he's going to lose about 2 spots. And already, as we say that, never mind, because he gets a really good run coming off a 10, going to get right to the side of Scott Kruger and get by him going down the front straightaway. So basically, the Porsches here battling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. You call it the Porsche Cup if you want to, but it's a little bit different balance.
That might be trademarked. I'm not sure.
Maybe we should change the initials for the class to PC instead of CP.
No, well,
I tell you what,
we'll have to bill more if we do that. Brian.
Yeah, John Perry has obviously a little bit more power coming out of turn number 10 than both Dennis Dean and Scott Kruger, so that helps him out. Where he loses a little bit on some of these is the drive off kind of on the back side of the racetrack, really from turn 5 all the way till he gets to turn number 9. Loses a little bit. That car may not be handling to John Perry's liking currently, and so that allows Dean and Kruger to move back up in there. Plus, you also add in, there was some traffic coming through, as you talked about, Greg, last time by, getting by Settle, and I believe the other car they were getting by may have been Philip Langberg.
Langberg,
in
yeah.
that 31 as well.
And we got, and I think we're just following, actually, that's the red and black Datsun 240Z Michael Daly that we just tracked coming out of turn one. Here we go with Daly and then Frederick Bioni in the blue 260Z, a 1974 chassis here, which I think was, and I'm sure some of the Datsun files are going to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think was the first year for the 260Z chassis.
Yeah. And again, Chris Zappa just in front of them in that 240Z as well. So again, Zappa came down pit road, make that change, and really has only lost one lap, right?
Right.
So very good, if that's what it was. Again, we didn't see what happened down on pit road. As you said, I didn't see the hood go up, but the rim looks a little bit different. Than what he started.
And regardless, great job by his crew to get him turned around so quickly and get him back out on track. Again, when it, these racers are, again, trying to maximize the amount of track time that they get over the course of the weekend. Of course, these racers will be racing once again this afternoon after we come back from lunch.
Okay, you talked about Ken Fitzgerald there, just now going down in there. I believe a little bit further back, that's Gary Hagopian in the 131 in that Jaguar XKE.
Beautiful E-type
coupe, that red one. He's been reeling Fitzgerald in a little bit. Last time by, Fitzgerald was able to open that back up, was 2 seconds faster than Gary Hagopian in that coupe, in that red coupe. So again, starting to stretch his legs out a little bit as they go around. Again, going past the Mustang there of John Settle and the 31 there of Philip Langberg.
Yeah, and Hagopian, that is a 1963 chassis there, but gorgeous coupe. Long before they started, I think it was the Mark III XKEs in the early late 60s, early 70s, where they essentially forced the 2+2 versions. There's Hagopian getting around the Ford Mustang. He's now under challenge there for Phil Ackley.
Young Phil Ackley. Phil Ackley getting a little aggressive here. You're right. They were going by Settle, and now Settle looks like he's going to pull off through the turn right there.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Hagopian Gary went all the way driver's right to get past the Settle machine as he had a problem coming out of turn number 10. Phil Ackley had already committed to go to the driver's right as well.
And got forced over
and
to...
Hagopian did not realize he would be there that quickly. The young, aggressive moves by Phil Ackley. Yep.
So we see that car that's just going down turn number 5 right now, that lead car, the number 14, Ken Fitzgerald, in that Lotus Esprit. Former Pirelli, Speed World Challenge car, competed in that series for a while. Yesterday, again, we talked about just a little bit ago, had the issues, pulled off at turn number 10 at an early day. So far, 10th overall, 7th in the seat production category. Really good run here from him. In that, again, another just one of these beautiful looking cars out here, the Lotus Esprit, with that white, bit of orange highlights on kind of some of the outlines of the car, I'd say. Really good. Again, another car that stands out when you look at all the cars on this track.
All right, we've got another one of our Datsuns coming down the pit lane. It looks like
that's John Jefferson in a 33.
Is it him or was it George Wright in the 38? One of the two. We'll see if we can get a number on it.
Yeah, I think it's a 33 down there. Getting ready to make the right-hand turn. I'll be able to see it from here. Yep, definitely the 33. So, yep.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, race group 7A. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 7A, our Formula Ford racers, please head to the grid.
We promise you are next.
You are next.
Going over to the turn 3 here, Chris Zappa, that in that black and kind of goldish striped car heading up the hill right now, just got by George Wright for the 16th spot. Zappa trying to just kind of go on a recovery run after his issues early on to put him a lap down. Starting to make just getting as many spots as he can before this race ends. Was side by side there with Wright at turn number 10. Got basically down to turn number 1, and I believe got a good run off it and got ahead and started going away to George Wright. Now we're going to start working on Charles Lovelady in that 14th spot, number 39 Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention the Lovelady machine, that beautiful, and here he comes now out of turn 8. That is a 1969 Camaro, first generation Chevrolet Camaro, absolutely beautiful machine. Got the big wide hips and the small block not Ford motor, but Chevy motor underneath it right there. Lovelady currently running 15th overall.
So Chris Zappa got by a couple cars there from turn 3 to the start finish line, moving up to 12th now, and he's still basically on the lead lap. So next in front of him is Gary Hagopian in that 131. So, Chris Zappa really starting to have a late charge here in the Hagopian machine, that 1963 Jaguar XKE Coupe. So, I mean, really interesting stuff. Chris Zappa, again, coming to life. Really starting to get comfortable with his car. Been running 123. He's a couple seconds down from his overall fast time, but it's still about 5 to 6 seconds faster than the next about 3 cars in front of him.
Yeah, Zappa was up front all day yesterday. I think today just had that, that tire problem. Again, we didn't get to see down on pit road, but I think that was, part of the challenge there, having to come down pit road, make that change, getting back out. He was right up there yesterday with the 9 of Richard Molesky. So both of those drivers. Another car that did not take the green today is that 215 of Steve Wilson in that black Porsche 944 there. When I came in this morning, I saw him sitting underneath the tent. So evidently saving the car, hopefully for later on this afternoon. Again, these guys are going to go back out one more time later this afternoon, roughly around that 4 p.m. time range. Do it. I'll tell you what, our leader, Gary Moore, I looked at the camera right there and saw that. I'll tell you what, if he, do we have a drifting class?
I was just going to say, so he knows that with our cameras, we have a little trouble picking up the numbers on the sides of the car. So the best way to come through turn 7 was to just
sideways?
Completely sideways and just present that toward to us. So as Moore is now on the front straight, when he comes across the start-finish line, our starter, it's going to be pointing at that 1 to go board. So just 10 turns, 2 miles remaining here in the first race of the day for our Big Bore racers.
Tell you what, he's coming up on some lap traffic there as well. So, with the lead that he has, which is pretty big, John Perry just now coming out of turn number 10 to head down the start-finish line. And again, as sideways as we saw him, you may want to,
we'll see if he dials it back now a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming up on the 91 there, Mike Kincaid. Then you got Max Luper, and then Keegan McGregor just in front of him, along with Devin Giedra in that 71. So again, no real reason to push it that much. As you can see, our corner guy letting them know that, hey, he's coming by, and when he comes by, he's probably going to be sideways when he comes by.
Let's take a look.
So, let's go to this shot here, because he is definitely getting the most out of it. Again,
and I'll tell you, Brian. I mean, he is doing all he can to fill up the mirrors of the white Mustang directly ahead of him. He's been just moving from side to side, and he's staying back. He's going to give. I think he's going to give these racers another lap.
Maybe not. He may not give Kincaid one more lap, but I don't know if he'll be able to get to the other one.
Goes. Well, he's going to pick off at least another.
Picked up 2 of them. So
gets by the BMW as well. That's the other BMW. I think that was Keegan McGregor there as they come onto the front straight.
Yeah.
And checkered flag is out for Gary Moore.
Tell you what, David, that was a heck of a run there towards the end. Gary Moore, while not getting, the lap times that he wanted, he definitely had to come up and get through some lap traffic there as we see John Perry come out of turn number 10, dip that left rear kind of right there off the track into the sand.
Yeah, no harm, no foul, though. He'll take the win in the C production category. Really good. That was a really good battle throughout this race. And, I mean, there were so many good battles throughout here, but that C production category was really heating up there in the middle with a couple of those Porsches and the 914s and some of the 911s. Chris Zappa, though, he's about to come across the line. He recovers after his issue on lap number 1. There he is to a 9th place finish overall.
Good run.
Really good run there from Mr. Zappa.
Actually stayed on the lead lap because when he came out, we talked about it, he was ahead of Gary Moore.
Right, and he
ran away
back
from
up.
him. Yeah.
All right, it's Ken Fitzgerald now comes across the line as well. and Fitzgerald and Gary Hagopian in the that beautiful XK or E-Type coupe, and then Phil Ackley in his BMW. David, why don't you give us a quick breakdown here, some of the top finishers in each one of our classes?
Yeah, so let's just start with the TA category. Overall, the overall winner and of the category, Gary Moore at number 21 Mercury Cougar. Gary Hagopian at number 131 Jaguar XKE finishes second, and Charles Lovely finishes in third. Up in the Z production category, John Perry wins the category in that 114 number, Porsche 914. David Dean finishes second. Douglas Hagopian in the number 24 Porsche 911 in the 1974 model finishes third in the category. Fourth, Mark Weining in that number 7 Porsche 911 SC Euro, and Scott Bresnahan in that 09 Porsche 911 finishes fifth in the category. Just a little bit of a highlight. Some next runners: Greg Smith in the BP wins, Philip Ackley in BSH, and Michael Daly in the F production.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for our first Big Bore race of the day. Again, they're going to be back a little bit later this afternoon. But next up, it's Formula Ford's back here at Summit Point and the 2026 Jefferson 500. Stay with us.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people. And I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. Joining us once again in the booth, everybody, welcome Denny Austin. Welcome, Denny.
Well, welcome to you guys. Good to see you.
I got to give him credit. He's been doing a lot of running around. He's been back and forth, cleaning out the car, cleaning out all the rocks, coming back up here, running back and forth. There's the Iron Man already today.
Well, the good news is we easily made minimum weight with the extra 50 pounds of gravel that we took out of the side panels. But other than that to clean up, and we're good. You'll be seeing Leon this afternoon.
All right. So this morning, during our unfortunately shortened Formula 4 Challenge Series race, we only got a couple of laps in. This is half of that group. We'll see the other half after lunch, and again, some changes in the schedule. We're going to have one more race after this before we break for lunch for about 1 hour, and then we'll be bringing you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more races after lunch. But again, coming up next, Formula Fords here at Summit Point.
So Group B, these are kind of the cars that are in the back half on times, but we'll be putting on a good race. Starting on pole, it's going to be number 13, Frank Delvecchio in the Van Diemen. Maybe we were told in an RF81. Steve Beeler in the number 50 will be starting second. Dave Fairchild will be starting third, number 21. Starting fourth, it's one of the Ryans. Emily Ryan is listed on our timing screens. Starting fifth, though, it's Taras Pavlikovich had that written down. Thank you, Denny. Starting in the sixth spot, the number 32, Christopher Vasquez in the Crossley 32F. Starting in seventh, the 128, John Vidovich. Starting in eighth, the number 36, Ron Beard. Starting ninth, the 00, Stephen Gilman. Starting in 10th, the number 52, Leo Odie. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 99 of John Filios. And starting in 12th spot, number 5, Gary Rutherford. Starting 13th, number 19, Jeff Barber. Starting in the 14th, Brian Kulig. In the number 44, David Belfiore. Starting in the 15th spot, in the 101, John Rutherford. Starting 16th, in number 236. Starting 17th, number 37 of Peter Sleeman. Starting in 18th and last on the grid, number 61 of Clifford Townsend.
All right, well, pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter. And as the starter looks over the field, green flag in the air. And yes, unfortunately, it looks like the Jordan Mayer, Frank Delvecchio car not on the grid right now. Dave Fairchild will.
It's out there.
Oh, he is out there. Just towards
they
the very.
started in the very
at
back.
the very back of the field.
You couldn't see it because it's the camouflage. So
right.
But I tell you what,
getting me out again.
If that is Frank in the car, he's already moved up 2 positions by the time he got to turn 1. So if that is Frank in the car,
then it can't be Jordan.
then he's definitely trying to move up there.
All right, well, there you go. So start at the back of the back. But that moved Dave Fairchild up to the front of the field.
One car that has gone around there in turn number 3, right in the front half of this field. And I tell you what, there's a lot of cars moving around there. A couple cars actually in the gravel trap over there. I believe it was and I'm not sure if it was a white car. It may have been Stephen Gilman in the 00 that went around right in front of basically the entire second half of the field, and I do believe we are possibly going to a double yellow.
I would suspect he is still in the gravel trap there. Brian is race control make that decision, but up at the front of the field, Dave Fairchild in his zinc and Steve Beeler make their way underneath the bridge going into turn 10. for the very first time.
Yeah, definitely got him. It looks like it looks like it's an orange car. That may be the Emily Ryan car that is over there,
And
still sitting in
There,
three.
and
Right.
Brian, we're just now getting word from race control that we are going to a full force caution as they're going to deploy our emergency services teams again this morning to retrieve that car. And I believe it is just the single car that is over there in turn 3.
It's not Emily Ryan because she went by the start-finish line. So I apologize to all the Emily fans and the Sam fans out there, but I know one of them is one of the orange car, and I do hear, Greg, I think we are going to go to a black flag all, bring them back down pit lane, kind of set the field. And that may be the Ron Beard in the 36 machine that's sitting over there.
Yeah, indeed. The 76 Crossley, the number 36 car showing, and also I think, and actually Steve Gilman. I think that's Gilman in the 00.
That's Steve Gilman in 00.
Yeah,
He may
the
be a little out of the way.
that we see the nose of in the gravel trap there.
Ron Beard driving a Crossley 30 that he recently acquired from Dan Panowski, another one of the leadership team in the Formula 4 Challenge Series. Unfortunately, sideways in the gravel, and that's a dangerous spot.
Yes.
We want to get those cleared. They could probably snag them out of the way pretty quickly, and we can get this event back underway.
And that is what we're hearing from race control right now that they would like to do, is maybe get the driver, get the car moved away from the gravel trap, get the driver in with our emergency services teams, and that way we can send our racers back out on track as quickly as possible, especially given the circumstances from the earlier races. We now have our drivers coming off track, heading down the pit lane where they'll set them up and hopefully be sending them out back out on track here in just a few moments.
Yeah, it does look like we are going to be able to get them right back out here within a couple of minutes. Again, we're definitely bringing them down. We're going to line them up on pit lane. You can see some of the emergency crew there going to pull both of these cars out. And then once we get those out, again, should not take very long to get these cars. We did have one car, I think, made the turn to go back to the paddock, unless they're going to send him back around because he was towards the end of the field. He was the first car there on there. So it looks like they are going to move Steve Peeler back up into the front, and then maybe the car that went around the paddock there, gentlemen, I think they're going to go all the way to the back and come back out through the grid. We'll see.
I think that was Leo Odie that was sitting at pit out, and if he rejoins, he'd rejoin at the back.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what they're doing. They're going to have him come up through the grid, and then they will
slot him in when they start to send the cars back out.
They'll slot him in, bring him right in there to the pit out, so that once we get this group going around, we'll do it.
Yeah.
You know, Denny, this is where we need some in-car audio. We need to be able to talk to, if that is Frank down there, and find out what's going through his mindset. Because, again, when he was up here before and we had this situation, now we're in the same situation where we're bringing him down here and sitting.
Yeah, well, I can tell you from having been in these situations that you're concerned about the cars that are involved, but as they drove by, would have seen that the cars are clearly in a dangerous space, but the drivers are okay. You know that the rescue vehicles are on their way to clear the track, and they're bringing them in and not sending them to the pits because they know they're going to get this thing reset. The question in their mind is these cars run on what they call total loss electrical systems with no generators.
No generator, no alternator.
So you don't want to have to restart. On the other hand, they don't have fans.
So it gets pretty warm sitting there.
Yeah, so they're probably going to try to shut them down and then restart them on a 1-minute signal when that comes. But in the meantime, you're just sitting there being parched, I think is the way they
exactly right.
Yeah, braised driver soaking in his own juices here.
Yeah.
But hey, once they get moving, the air moves around and they cool off pretty quickly and get focused on the business. The good news here is that there's not oil to be cleaned up. We just got to get the cars out of the way, maybe brush off some gravel, and that should be the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like, and I'm wondering if there was perhaps some damage to that car there, to the 00 machine, as they did lift it up, but it looks as though they lifted it onto the rollback.
Yeah, correct. Yep, they did.
And I realize we can't see the back half of the rollback in our shot right here, but that's how it appeared that it was going to be. So again, the clock continues to run here, as we have just a touch under 13 minutes. And looks as though they may be, well, again, we've got the second car out there.
Well, Ron Beard's out of the car. So
Right.
if that is Ron Beard's, which is the orange and blue, number 36, which I do believe it is, I think he may have some left rear damage. He was there looking at the car as well. They're going to lift that up. He had gotten out of the car.
Sure.
And he's actually helping assist them with getting
to get it hooked up and get it lifted.
Hooked up, get it lifted, which they're lifting it up now. Again, you can't see it. You can see there goes the flatbed there with the Gilman machine out, and then you've got the Beard machine there that is going to be lifted up as well. So,
as I recall from what little I was seeing of it in the corner, I saw Steve Gilman's car going around and going off, and I thought I saw it get bumped by something or somebody, and I'm guessing that would have been Ron.
Yeah.
I can confirm that was Ron. He's standing there. Please hook it on here and don't hook it on there.
Yes.
And I have a feeling that they're getting ready. Yes, they're coming back here through the crossover road, which will allow them to clear the turn 3 area
Very
much
quickly.
more quickly.
And it does look like Gilman's got some left rear, tire damage. Maybe not kind of like one of them link rods that go out there because it seems to be pretty bent.
Yeah, that's kind of what I saw.
Yeah.
All right, and they've got the second car hooked up, and here they come. And so once again, the emergency services teams here at Summit Point Raceway and with the Vintage Racer Group doing a yeoman's job. Very quick cleanup there to get those two cars away, and hopefully now the drivers on the pit lane, they'll be able to fire up. They're going to be able to fire up their engines, and it sounds like we should be underway in a little bit under 3 minutes.
So real quick, you guys here, you guys drivers. So we were talking about, when you're sitting down there, nothing going on, you got about 20 million thoughts that are going through your head. When we get closer to racing, when is it time to basically clear everything out of your mind? Is it basically when you got the 1 minute to go? You get back to the racing mindset. Is it with the 1 minute to go, or is it when, you're on track? Or when is it time to, put a lot of those outside thoughts away and get back into race mode?
When you get back into the pits after the race is over. That's really what happens. I mean, you really kind of, again, I'll say it from my perspective. When something like this happens and you're sitting there, you're kind of recollecting your thoughts, but you're also, for me, I'm going through my mind going, okay, what did the car do here? What did the car do here? How did it react? We know we had that. What am I going to be coming into now?
All right, guys, and real quick, want to jump in because I believe that we're going to be sending cars out on track right about now. This is going to be under full course caution until they come around. They'll get the green flag when they come onto the front straight. Clock now just a touch under 10 minutes remaining. So while they're heading out, let me quickly make a first call to the grid for our next racer. Attention in the paddock, race group number 3, and that is our medium bore racers. Now it's your time if you want to start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, you are going to be next on track. You will also be our last race group before lunch. Race group 3 drivers, please head to the grid.
I have to say our guys are doing a good job of maintaining pace lap speed under full course yellow. Leo Odie has made it. He's at the back of the grid looking good. Thank you for Leo being there. And they'll proceed in this manner, kind of like it's a pace lap, but without the benefit of a pace car.
Correct.
And they won't be side to side until they get the green coming out of, when they get on the straight.
The key word, until they get the green. Then
Until
they will
they get
probably be side by side.
we say that at driver school, until we get the green.
Yep. Yep. Then it's every driver for himself trying to get in front of the other one. Again, this is this group here. This is the second half of that group. It's about the draft. You have to have a buddy in order to get by another car.
Try to confine your passing attempts to the black stuff.
Correct. As they get lined up here, coming out of turn number 7, getting ready to head up into turn number 8. I will tell you, Frank's moved up. Started in the very half back of the field here. Kind of moved up, picked up about 5 or 6 positions already just on that first lap. So,
all right, so when our drivers cross the start-finish line, they'll be starting lap number 4 here, and we should have about 7 3/4 minutes when the green flag flies, as Steve Beeler brings the field through turn 10 onto the front straight, as the starter will look over the field, and a very early green flag. I don't know if all the drivers would even be able to see the green flag from that far back, but there you go, as they make the run down towards turn
clearly
1.
Steve Beeler didn't, and Ryan did, and got one of their rocket ship starts that they've been patenting lately.
Yeah, I tell you what, Emily got a great start. You know, just as you were saying that, Steve Beeler now, he's going to drop all the way back to fourth after leading the first couple laps. Did not get the start that he wanted. Moved Dave Fairchild up into third as well. Again, we talked about it. You want to get out and get out quickly, and that's exactly what Emily Ryan did in that 08 machine.
And then we saw Torres and Fairchild. They basically went 3 wide, splitting cars as soon as the green flag was out before they even got to the start-finish line. So they had a good reaction time there and saw the green flag go and jumped at the right moment.
You were asking David earlier about what you're thinking about as you get ready to go. After an incident, when you're in that, you want to kind of know what happened, and these guys mostly did. And you want to put that out of your mind because you have complete faith in the rescue crews and the flag crews. And then you just want to get in your head, how might this affect me? There was an incident at 3. How might I have to adjust my line? What's the crowd's going to be like? And getting your race face on.
So absolutely, in the field, those starting to get a little spread out, but we're still seeing basically 3 cars all together, and each little groups on their own, which trying to keep up with the draft with each other. Side by side battle here coming into turn number 10, as it's basically about a 5-car train here as they just start coming out of turn number 10 here, led by this red car. That is the number 5 of Gary Rutherford. He leads the group over John Afilios. And number 99, Frank Delvecchio. We had him up here in the booth earlier.
Which guy is that?
Yeah, I don't know who we're talking about. I've never seen this guy before, but brings 57 years of racing experience with him. Probably one of the most experienced drivers in the field, I would imagine. A lot of pro racing history to him.
Frank is he's a great friend, and he is one of the most experienced drivers I've ever met in so many different tracks, so many different cars, and so many different kinds of events.
Absolutely, yeah. Had race experience with Formula Atlantic, GT, GTO, multiple prototypes, endurance series, a little bit of everything. Honda, races in Honda, Porsche, Oldsmobile, Corvettes, Mustangs, Firebirds, Camaros. He's done a little bit of it all. But, his last pro race was the 50th anniversary of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. So, at apparently age 67. But, no, he really was great to hear him up in the booth with everything going on. And it's good to see him having a good run today.
Looks like the Ryan family race car is trying to do a Max King here.
Yes.
A Jake King, trying to do a Jake King there,
with Dave Fairchild and Taras going at it for
the
second
best
and
of the
third.
rest. Yeah.
But we got a couple of other cars that want to get into that game too, including Steve Beeler and the Red Renard behind him.
Yeah, Beeler not getting the start that he wanted. He's trying to work with those guys and try to stay in line and try to move up to kind of run Emily Ryan down. But again, you're right, Denny. I think it's that car, get out in clean air, and that car right now is just gone.
As Beeler took a quick look down the inside there, you can see it as if he had hit a parachute or opened up the parachute, and he ended up losing about 3 car lengths back to Paul Kovich and Fairchild ahead.
He may have missed a shift on that start.
Yeah.
He dropped back so much. And that can happen.
Oh, actually, let me get here and
Tell you what, Frank all the way up into 8th right now, putting a lot of pressure on John Filios in that 99 machine in that citation. So Frank trying to work his way up into that 7th spot, but there is a huge gap between all the way back really from Vidovich and then Vasquez, and then you've got another 4 seconds back to that group there. So where you see the front couple of cars with Fairchild, Taras, and Beeler trying to work together to catch rundown Emily Ryan, now you've got a further back with Vidovich, Vasquez, and then Filios, and then Delvecchio.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, focusing down here at turn number 1, looks like we're going to be going side by side as we get to the braking zone all the way at turn number 1. A little bit squirmy there with that white car. You got to almost go 3-1. Oh, and a bit of contact at turn number 1.
And we've got a local caution, and the local caution out at turn 1 is one of those cars has gone around. Let's take a look and see who comes out.
We've got 2 cars there. One, it looks like we may have had one. We've got a red flag as we got one car, Greg, that is rolled over. I can see the 128 machine of John Vinovich is now moving. Not sure which car it is, but I do have 2 cars out there as well.
All right, so we are going to a red flag condition now here at Summit Point, as opposed to what you see in Formula One. For those of you who watch Formula One, where it's pretty much the equivalent of our black flag, and they send all the drivers back to the pits. In VRG, when there is a red flag, we want all the drivers to come to a safe, controlled stop along the side of the pavement, and that way our emergency services teams can respond as quickly as possible. And we are seeing there where we do have a number of drivers that have done that and have pulled over, and we do have teams responding right now. As soon as we get a little bit more information, we will be happy to feed it to you. This has been a very disjointed day here, Denny, for the Formula Fords.
And that's a shame, but these things happen, and there'll be an inquiry with the drivers' committee as to what occurred in this particular event. It could be anything from somebody did something seriously wrong and will have to be sanctioned, to it was racing incident, and we'll see. But in terms of red flag protocols, you're exactly right. One of the things that we teach, and we even actually do an exercise in the driver's school, is a red flag. And red flags are used in our parlance for total, what they consider to be total track blockage. Where it's unsafe to continue. And then the rule is come to, what we say is, look in your mirrors and then come to a controlled stop.
Right.
Just because it's a red flag emergency, it doesn't mean that emergency is right where you are, and you don't want to make matters worse by slamming on the brakes and possibly getting hit by behind by somebody who didn't see the red flag, because that can happen too.
Indeed. So Denny, for a number of years, you're the chief instructor here for Vintage Racer Group for the driver's school.
Yes.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about the driver's school program that VRG runs?
Oh, sure, happy to do so. It's a very intense 2.5-3 day course where we bring folks in on Tuesday afternoon, get them oriented. We do a safety check on their cars. We require everybody to have a crew. A lot of folks think they can just show up and drive. No, you have to have a crew. And we have an orientation briefing for the crews, because it's the crew's job to make sure the car is where it needs to be so the driver can be with their instructors. On Wednesday morning, we do what we call exercises, and we do 3 sets of exercises and 3 rotations. We only can accept 27 cars, so 3 groups of 9. One of those exercises is on straight ahead of us, just past turn 1. There's a skid pad. Right. And Greg Haas and his merry men from Bill Scott Racing provide Crown Victoria sedans, retired police cruisers. And I got to tell you, if you haven't had a chance to do that, there is nothing like being on a wet skid pad in an old police car.
In a big boat, yeah.
And I'll tell you what, and a lot of people used to poo-poo us doing that, and then they tried it, and they said, this is awesome.
This is awesome, exactly.
Every year we get feedback from drivers that say, the skid pad, I learned more on skid pad than darn near anywhere else. And I even had one driver write back and said that skid pad experience gave him the confidence to do a pass going into turn 4. So I said, we're doing the right thing. We also do threshold braking exercises, serpentine exercises, full track lapping, and we do practice starts and open practice. And it's intense, but we have our staff to student ratio is about 2 to 1. We take 27 students, and it's about 50 people to run that school.
Yeah.
But it's well regarded. We have great instructors. Peter Krause, a well-renowned expert coach. He runs our advanced course, and it's very well received. We always have a waiting list.
All right, so real quick, Denny, and you'll notice now, we take a look around the course, that we are seeing our racers bringing their cars around. The red flag has been withdrawn, and we are now going to a black flag condition. So much like we saw towards the very beginning of this race, we're going to have all of our racers come down the pit lane. And as we're still have emergency services teams down at turn 1, looking at the incident, and hopefully we'll be able to go back racing soon. Now, these racers only have about 3 minutes remaining on the clock, so we haven't heard yet from race control whether the decision has been made yet to checker this race. Clearly, they have not received a large number of laps here today, but of course, this group's scheduled to be back out tomorrow morning as well.
So right now, I was going to say, Danny, right now, I'll tell you, they are waving them back to the paddock. So this race is going to be official and be done. The checker flag is out at the start-finish line. There you go. So again, as you were just mentioning, Greg, this group here, even when they were out with the other group, not a lot of track time here today. So
Indeed. All right, so Brian, let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our next race group, and then Denny, I hate to cut the time short here for the second time this morning. Luckily, we'll have you back, I hope, after lunch here today. But this is going to wrap things up for our Group 7A first half of the Formula Ford Challenge Series here this morning. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Our medium bore drivers, Marlboro Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so we're going to take a break for a few moments, and hopefully we'll be back here with more racing action for you here from Summit Point. It's the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. Stay with us.
My name is Tara Feeney, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. So I first got into cars because I kind of grew up in a car family. My grandpa was a car collector, so I grew up around classic cars. And then I just figured out that that's what I loved, it's what I was passionate about, so I stuck with it. So I wanted to work on classic cars as a career after doing it in high school and realizing that I was super happy at that job and super fulfilled, and I just was passionate about keeping history on the road. I would love to be an engine technician, and my hope one day is to open my own shop. The Piston Foundation has helped me by allowing me to focus on college instead of worrying about my finances, and has been instrumental in my success.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg, he's Brian, he's Dave, and we are back underway with our very last race before we break for lunch. It's our, well, we're calling them small bore because, well, I mean, they got small little engines. They're under 1.3 liters. The Vintage Roach, they can call them medium bore. But David, why don't we run down the starting order for this last group before we break for lunch?
Starting on pole here in group number 3, race number 2 of the weekends, the 894 Lenny Stan and a Porsche 911. Colin McLean starts second, number 90 Mazda Miata. Marcus Jones in number 95 starts third in an MGB, and Jeff Baer in a 277 starts fourth in another MGB. T. Wade Heron starts in fifth in number 61 Mazda Miata. Zachary Lane starts in sixth in a MGB. Thomas Hunt starts seventh in the 06 Mazda Miata. David Bain starts eighth in the 774 Mazda Miata. Justin D'Antonio in the 338 starts ninth, and you guessed it, another Mazda Miata starting at 10th. The number 37 Scott Jansen at Triumph, got it today, GT6, and Michael Kurtz starts at 11th. And the number 51 another Triumph, and this time it's a TR6 model starting 12th. It's the 41 Gary Jebsen and the Volvo P1800 starting 13th. To 18 Russ Rosenberg and a Porsche 911 start 13th, starting 14th. 158 Brian Cotter in a Mazda Miata. Craig Seifert and number 4 starts 15th in a Mazda Miata. Starting in the 16th spot, it is Jay Patarini MacArthur in the number 51 in a Mazda Miata. Steve Constant Jr. in number 5 starts 17th in the MGB. Joe Mills starts 18th in the Mazda Miata. Toby Yurkos starts 19th in the 623 Mazda Miata. Jay DePole in the number 84 starts 20th in the Triumph GT6. Alan Good starts in the 21st spot, number 44 Triumph TR4A. Boyd Wagner starts in the 22nd spot with the Trumpet TR6.
The Trumpet TR6?
Oh, Triumph. Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Now we're getting it. Comes back into my head. Starting 23rd, in the number 8, it's Dan Rosito. And MGB, Chris Longo starts 24th in a MGB GT. John Sider starts in the 25th spot, number 73 in a Mazda Miata. Craig Miller, number 49, starts 26th. Manny Bansal in the number starting 27th in the number 3 Mazda Miata, and Bob Schaefer starts 28th in the 127 MGB. As we'll get through the rest of the lineup here soon, and the field starts to come down the front straightaway.
All right, here we go. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And Boyd Wagner, perhaps he didn't enjoy having his car called a Trumpet there, David. He's got his flashers on.
I was going to say.
So that to let everybody know about how upset he is as the field now heads down into turn 1 with Lenny Stan opening up already about a 5-car length advantage over the rest of the field.
Tell you what, Lenny was the dominant car of the field yesterday in this group here, but you're right. Boyd Wagner is... I'm not sure.
He's blaring his horn, letting the entire world know that he doesn't drive a Trumpet TR6.
Triumph Trumpet, there's a correlation somewhere. It's very far, but there's a correlation somewhere.
Certainly not at Summit Point, though. All right.
Back to the action. T. Wade Heron going side by side here down turn number 4 into turn 5. He's going to take over what looks to be the 4th spot. Took that over from Zachary. No, that is going to be Thomas Hunt, I believe. He picked up. Tom Hunt. He picked up a couple spots starting from 7th originally.
That's right. As he is in T. Wade Heron in that lime green Mazda Miata. I think every other Mazda we have is red here today. As they come through the carousel again, Lenny Stan already opening up a huge advantage. But this is a race we saw yesterday between I guess Jeff Baer and Zach Lane and the 2 MGBs. We'll see how this plays out again today, but great fight yesterday in these little British cars.
Tell you what, we're going to go side by side here on the front straightaway. Almost, that red Miata, Thomas Hunt, almost dipping a tire into the grass there, going 3 wide again there with the T. Wade Heron machine. I mean, they're still going to go 3 wide. Very heavy action early on. Guys really starting to get as many spots as they can before we settle into this race.
Well, I tell you what, Thomas Hunt's going to lose quite a bit of positions regarding that because he's still kind of going 3 wide there with T. Wade Heron. Now throw in, I believe, That is the 774 machine of David Bain. I tell you what, Thomas Hunt down all the way to the right side of the racetrack, down into turn 1.
Had to throw away all his momentum, Brian.
You have zero drive off when you get that far to the right. And again, he was battling up for that third position overall. Now drop him all the way back down to 7th.
Say this red Miata, we got a little bit mixed up in the red Miatas. Colin McLean is that first red Miata we see. It's making a move around that blue one there, 774, David Bain. So McLeod, though, as you said, though, just replaced what we've been saying about Thomas Hunt, hit McLean there. But using all the track that he can, I mean, just basically on the white line, just so close to dipping a tire off. As they're all going to come back together now. This is going to be a good battle. Looks like...
again, it's the MGBs. It's Jeff Bear and Zach Lane. Bear in the red MGB. There you go, the first of the two cars. And then Zach Lane in the cream-colored machine with the red stripes there on the hood.
Tell you what, this is going to be a little interesting there. We see Zachary Lane pops out from behind Bear. Going to maybe look going side by side. T. Wade Herron going to go side by side with David Bain as they head down turn number 1 to the braking zone. Looks like we're going to start single file out here between the two MGs, but still going to go side by side between Herron on the inside, Bain on the outside. Herron will get the spot basically at the turn-in point.
It's the Mazdas against the MGs, right?
Yeah, indeed. You know, and the big challenge there for T. Wade Herron, I mean, he was sitting back behind these two MGs door to door, and really there was nowhere for him to go, allowing Bain, McLean, and Hunt to start to close things up. You know, when we finished that first lap, they were back by about 4 car lengths, and now they're right on the back bumper of the green number 61.
T-Wade had a good run yesterday. Kind of fell off a little bit towards the end of that, that 30-minute race that we had yesterday afternoon. They were kind of towards the end of the day going out. They were actually the second to last group to go out. And again, tires seemed to fall off. That car seemed to fall off a little bit, but again, trying to get by both of those MGs.
So we're going to go 3 wide going up the hill. I mean, we got about less than 10 minutes left, but I mean, we're trying to get every position we can. As Tom McLean there really goes into the grass. This time we'll dip a wheel and will get the spot. Really just using all the track he can, trying to get as much room as we've seen. Guys try to go 2-3 wide in turn 10. Doesn't work out sometimes. They've worked it out pretty well. And T. Wade Herron, though, he's going to open up that gap a little bit, and he's going to try to get by the Jeff Bear MGB.
Tell you what, all of those Miatas are pretty evenly matched right now as they go down into turn number 1. It's the MGs that are kind of, Zachary Lane saying, I need to get out of here and let's get moving. It's poor Jeff Bear in that 277 machine that's kind of caught up with them. Really has nowhere to go, David. If they're coming off turn 10, going 3 wide down the front stretch, you're kind of locked in because you're going to get a pretty good draft coming off there. You really have nowhere to go.
All right, I wanted to jump back a little bit further to the next set of red Miatas. The battle for 12th with Craig Seifert, Justin D'Antonio, as well as Joe Mills. Here as they come down through the chute, and same thing, they were 2 wide with 1 trailing going into turn 1 just a moment ago, and I'll tell you, it's given a lot. It's given some angina there to Joseph Paternity MacArthur in the gray 1990 Miata right behind them here. I mean, this is something that we see, in modern club racing, in the Spec Miata class. Again, very close. Tight racing between these race cars that sometimes you don't see that in typical vintage racing, Brian.
Greg, we got a standing yellow there coming up out of turn number 9 back there where I think we had a car that went way off the course there.
Okay.
Coming off. We'll see. We'll get that number here.
Slow. We do have a slower car, though, and that's the 774 of David Bain. We saw him up at the front there. Was basically in that lead pack of Miatas, so he has an issue. But looks to be, though, gets back up to speed. So don't know if just went all, again, another case of going off and just trying to get everything cleaned off the tires and just losing a bit of time there. But he's back up to full bore now on the front straightaway.
Yeah, definitely went off coming out of turn number 8 up into, starting to make that right up into turn number 9. Probably got some tires there on the exit in that dirt, and it just kind of sent him around there. And now he's got to regroup to work himself back up, but now he's going to have to work himself back up to get into that other Miata battle with that Seifert Mills and D'Antonio as well.
Yeah, indeed. He came back around turn 1 behind Toby Yurko and Steve Conson. Conson in the red MGB, and has now managed to work his way around that MGB
right there,
right here. Yeah, hasn't worked around
yet.
As Conson comes around the outside, going into turn number 5. A much lighter car, able to outbrake the Miata. Going down into that threshold braking area of turn 5, just ahead of them, then is that is Don Rasciuto there in the number 8 machine, who I think who managed to get by as well.
Yeah, I think Rasciuto got by both of those because they were battling. I think it was right after he came out. He had gotten by Conson in that number 5 machine, in that MG, and now again, as you talked about, Greg, Bain's going to be able to make that move. He's going to pull out here coming out of turn number 10. He should have the power to get by.
This is where he's got the advantage.
Yeah.
It's what they call straight line handling, Brian.
Yeah. But then he's going to have to work his way back up if he wants to get by Toby Yurko. Now, actually, Yurko's up in front of him.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, we'll go.
I'll get a number here.
Yeah, we'll get the number. That might.
I don't think the paint. I don't think the thing. I think that is. And it's kind of hard to tell from here. That is the Miata in front of him.
Yeah, I would say I think that might actually be Paternity MacArthur, possibly, but yeah, we'll continue to track that here. Let's move back up a little bit if we can. Actually, I want to move back just a little bit, and we'll catch them coming down the back straight here. Nice little fight right now between Kathy Leidick and I believe it's Dwayne Nosworthy, as they were side by side coming across the start-finish line. Leidick coming down the inside, cannot manage to get past the orange number 75 machine there as they come through turn 2. Also want to mention a nice shout-out the director of marketing for the Sports Car Club of America, Kristen Poole, once again here this weekend racing. I'm going to try to jump ahead to where she is. She is in the gray Porsche 914-6. I know we picked her up last year at this event, Brian, and I'm trying to see where she is on track. I think she may... Well, that certainly is not her. There we go. I think it's the third car in the line here. The gray with orange 914. Yep. There she goes. Coming underneath. I think Jay DePole in the Silver Triumph now as they come up the hill.
Yep. Had a good run last year at Watkins Glen. I believe she ran Watkins Glen as well in the VRG. Had a good run there. Actually did do quite well here. I think one of the days she had a little stumble in that machine, but able to continue on through the weekend. So again, another good run for Kristen. She's currently moved up now into 21st position. So we've had a few cars, that she's passed. At one point, she was back in the 25th position. Mm-hmm. So again, Kristen making her way up through the field. Just ran her personal best that lap of a 1:35.161 in this session right here. So good to see Kristen with that car.
All right, I think that's Lenny Stan actually started to make his way through the back of the field.
Yeah.
Brian, in the white Porsche 911 there with the blue stripes on the hood, the 894 car.
Again, Lenny pretty dominant here. We saw it last year. We've seen it in other organizations as well, but we definitely saw it yesterday, David, where Lenny kind of really ran away from the class and really spent a bulk of the second half of the race in traffic.
Yes.
Right. So with just about 2.5 minutes left to go here in this race, pretty quick race. Lenny is starting to make his move, as you were just saying, Greg, up through the back half. So spending the second half of this race in a lot of traffic.
So Greg, let's go. While we're on deep production, let's go to the top of the hill, basically before turn number 4. Let's catch the second place runner in that class, Scott Jansen, as he just makes it down turn number 5 now. There is his first black car. Finished second yesterday in the D production, sit back again in second D production, 7th overall right now. And again, one of those Triumph GT6s.
Yep. The GT6, of course, being the essentially the closed-top version of the Triumph Spitfire, and a little bit different rear suspension, I think, across the board. But great run for him so far today.
Yeah, really consistent run throughout the weekend. Real estate developer from Pennsylvania. Been racing here, racing overall and racing events for 20 years. Was a spectator for the Old Blue Gray Challenge. Basically got a lunchtime ride in a Porsche, and then a 3-day chance to do a Skip Barber Formula Dodge racing school. So got basically, kind of do a ride along, get hooked into it, as many do, and has basically done a lot of vintage racing here. Started racing in California in the SCCA back in the 70s. And then he migrated over here to the east and has just been doing a bunch of club racing. But again, nice, solid, good run here for Jansen in that Triumph GT6.
All right, getting word now. Next time Lenny Stan comes by the start-finish line, he's going to have one lap remaining here at for our medium bore or small bore up to 1,300cc race here at Summit Point. And again, this is going to be our last race before we take a break for lunch. We're going to have about an hour as we're down for lunch, and then we will be back with our real small bore cars. The drivers, I believe, up to 1,000cc, and also our Formula Vs.
So it looks
Lenny
like
Stan now just crossing the start-finish line, so getting that one to go. He's definitely going to end up, as we talked about, under some of the heavy back traffic here, David, that he's going to have to work. So what he can get, these guys are going to end up working on their last lap as well.
Yeah, and you have to be careful about moving through here because all these drivers in this group, they're still in their own race. They're not just going to easily move over for you just to get by. They're going to not make you work for it, but they're not going to let you go easily. They're going to have to still run the race. As we see here, we got cars going side by side in front of our leaders, so you have to be really careful. Just kind of let up a little bit. He's got about a 9-second lead to the second place car, Zachary Lane, so you don't need to force the issue or anything. You don't need to try to get through as quick as you can. You want to, as he does here now. But again, just kind of be a little consistent, try to be smooth with it, not, again, just force the issue and just make it to the end.
And there you go, Brian. I was getting myself all confused for the second day in a row as we had both of our white with blue 911s there right in front of us. I think that was, oh my gosh, who was the second one?
So the second one, I think, would be Scott Barkland in the sixth machine.
Yep, you're right.
In that other 911 that he just went, that's him right there.
Right. Lenny Stan, of course, the first one here, coming underneath the bridge right now.
Yep. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to get a couple cars that are going to get an extra lap right here, and that's going to be the 3 and then the 84. So Manny Benzel and Jay DePaul, they're going to get another lap. But as I say that, Lenny ends up splitting them and goes by them down into turn 1. So
I'm wondering if he didn't see the checkered flag.
Well, that I'm not sure. I would assume so, because everybody else behind him has seen it.
Sure, but at least these two cars that just went into turn 1 that were right behind Lenny, technically they're still racing, Brian.
Technically, but I have a feeling, Greg, they're going to pit
right
one
along
lap
with
a little early because he's done gone from them. So when they see him pit, they may pit, but technically, yes, they have another official lap to go. So the last two cars really should be the 3 and the 84 there.
Now let's pick up. There they are.
So real quick, Greg, while some of the cars are coming in, I'll just go over real quick the winners and we'll get to our podium here in a moment. So Lenny Stan takes the win in D production, and E production of Zachary Lane in the 115 MGB. Brian Cotter in the F production 158 in the Mazda Miata. And then Scott Berkeley in that guest category, he will finish in the 24th spot and only car in that category. But as we're trying to find our battles here and see what's going on, it looks like they're just starting to get up over top of the hill now.
All right, so Jay DePaul, I think, and possibly Manny Bansal were the two drivers that and there you go, Brian. Indeed, they're going to technically hitting in a lap early.
As soon as he got by the start-finish line, he was actually still behind them.
Right.
And then as soon as they got on the other side, really to where our cutouts are, he kind of moved right and then moved left. And got it in between them.
Well, because he was doing an extra 30 miles an hour compared to the cars up ahead.
By the way, our theory of our race winner, Lenny Stan, not seeing checker flag, I don't think he did, as he came back for a second checker flag down the front straightaway.
There you go. So he gets an extra lap, and the drivers that beat him to the line get one fewer lap. So there you go. All right. So there you go. We got the rundown for our last group before lunch. We are scheduled to be back at 1:30 p.m. This afternoon for our Group 4 race. That's the Lola Cup Small Bore and Formula V racers. They're going to have 2 races after lunch here today. But I want to thank you so much for joining us this morning for all of our racing action. Make sure to stick with us at 1:30 this afternoon. We'll see you then.
The Piston Foundation is an independent public charity working for the future of the car community. Our mission is to help young people acquire the education and on-the-job training needed to build a career in the collector car industry.
I've had several hands-on jobs in the past before, even though I have a finance background. And I always enjoyed those jobs a lot more than anything else, and I knew that if I was going to get in the cars, I didn't want to just be doing oil changes. I wanted something specialized and something, not just skill and craftsmanship, but like a little bit of art to it.
The foundation provides trade school scholarships, supports shops and aspiring technicians with apprenticeships, and advocates for skilled trade careers in automotive restoration.
In high school, I was frustrated as a hands-on learner with the classes that weren't stimulating to me. I wanted shop classes, and I actually was given an opportunity to work at a technical college course while in high school. And from there, talking about preferring vintage cars and stuff like that, I was actually able to get in contact with a shop who worked on vintage cars and start pushing brooms and learning about these cars and meeting people who knew the world. I met somebody who was an alumni of the college who really pushed me to pursue the same tracks because he saw something in me that I was going to really do well.
When you give to the Piston Foundation, 100% of your donation goes to a designated student scholar.
This is really the only actual true scholarship that I have received. And coming from a blue-collar background, the huge debt, there's a price tag and thinking about spending $150,000 right out of high school that you don't have, it's terrifying.
As a Piston Foundation donor, you can ensure the future of collector cars.
Everyone's interested in cars, whether it's paint, the body lines, the mechanics of it. There's something for everybody, and there's a lot of people particularly that have the interest, they don't know how to get there, or without having that pathway, they could even get an education in this field and abandon it.
You can pass on the skills of today's craftspeople.
A lot of the technicians right now are either retiring or dying out, and there's a lot of knowledge that's not being passed down that really needs to be passed down. And the younger generation is really the gap that needs to be filled to really keep the industry alive and keep cars on the road.
You can create tomorrow's restoration careers.
Thinking back to myself at 16, I didn't know there was a career path, much less that it was something that could take me all over the world or make large amounts of money while I get to just play with old cars, meet lots of great people in a fairly relaxed environment. It's sort of a dream job, and yet nobody really even knows it's a thing.
Give to the future of the collector car community.
I'm Jake Cohen.
My name is Zoe Carmichael.
My name is Sean Whetstone.
Sponsor a Piston Scholar and help create the next generation.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Hi, this is Sean Whetstone recording from McPherson, Kansas, ready for my senior year at McPherson College studying automotive restoration, made possible by the generous support of the Piston Foundation.
Hi, my name is Zach Warnish. I am from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. I go to the Pennsylvania College of Technology. Just want to say thank you for the scholarship. I really appreciate it. It'll help me with my future goals, opening up my own shop.
Hi, I'm Adam Hughes from McPherson College. I just wanted to say thank you so much for supporting me in my interest in classic cars.
Hi, my name's Alex Riddle. I'm attending Pennsylvania College of Technology, studying auto restoration. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you and express my gratitude for all the support that you're providing to me and my fellow recipients.
Hey, my name's Ethan Heck. I'm in the motorsports program at Lanier Technical College. I'm incredibly thankful to have been awarded the Piston Foundation Scholarship. It's really going to help me finish my last year of school here, so thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Samuel White from McPherson College. I just wanted to give a big thanks to the Piston Foundation and all of its donors for giving me this incredible scholarship opportunity.
Hi, my name is Connor Hesse from Pennsylvania College of Technology. My pride and my gratitude, I'm just so thankful for all the aid that I'm receiving, every ounce of it.
I'm Carlos Landry from McPherson College Automotive Restoration Program. And all I can say is thank you to every single person that has made this decision possible.
Hello, my name is Joe Estevez. I will be attending Palm Beach State College this coming year in Florida. I just wanted to say thank you for your selfless contribution to my education through the Piston Foundation Scholarship.
Hello. My name is Riley Soyka. I am a junior at McPherson College in their automotive restoration program. I just wanted to say thank you for the donation of the scholarship that I'm being provided this year.
I'm Philip Shefflin, and I'm attending McPherson College. And I do thank you for this scholarship, which will enable me to focus more on my classes, more on the skills necessary to take me into antique automobile restoration.
Hello, Piston Foundation. My name is Lucas Beasley. I'm back out in my mobile recording studio. I'd like to say thank you again for your support and for this scholarship. This is a very generous scholarship, and it's opened up so many doors for me. So I'd like to say thank you again for everything you've done.
waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun.
It's the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And we're back, and we got a lot of racing coming up for you this afternoon. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. In our first race after lunch, it is our small bore and Formula V racers, and as they get ready to take their pace lap of this 2-mile, 10-turn Summit Point Raceway circuit. David, why don't you start running down the starting order?
29 cars to get through here for group number 4. Starting on pole, it's number 88 of David Gusick in a 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Starting in second, number 79, Andrew Moore in an Austin Healey Sprite. Starting in third, it's the 178 of Robert Anderson and the Vitesse Sports Racer and whatever Vitesse number 178. Starting in fourth, 26, Larry Smith, MG Midget. And the fourth spot, starting in fifth spot, number 1, Thomas Brown in a Triumph Spitfire. Starting at 6, it is number 25, Peter Uzdevenis and MG Midget. Larry Lippincott in the number 94 will start 7th in a 1967 MG Midget. Starting 8th, and one of our Formula V cards, the 722, Christopher Johnson in a Cadwell D13. Starting in 9th spot, number 72, Elliot Golden and an MG Midget. Michael Zappa at number 57 will start 10th in a TVR Vixen. Starting in the 11th spot, number 777, Ryan Adkins in a Beach Racing Cars Mark IV. Starting in 12th spot in the G Production 161, Stephen Hirschtritt in a Austin Healey Sprite. Starting in the 13th spot, number 39, Doug Zink and a Zink Z5 Formula V. Starting at 14th, Mac McCormick in the 109 Morris Mini Cooper. He's going to start 14th. And the starting 15th, the number 2, Robert O'Connor in a Zink Z5 Formula V. Starting at 16th spot, the 909, Neil McCabe and a MG Midget. Alec Schaefer starts 17th and number 18, 1964 Mini Cooper S. William Jones starts 18th in the Alfa Romeo GTV. Heather Richards in number 50 will start 19th in an MG Midget. Michael White will start 20th and number 85, Austin Healey Bug-Eye. Starting in the 21st spot, Scott Chrysler and an MG Midget. Connor Burns will start 22nd in the 283 MGTD. And starting 23rd, number 61 of Claude Gagne, in a Triumph Spitfire. Starting in the 24th spot, 230, Russell Jones and Alfa Romeo GTA. Starting 25th, Gary Wagner and 1967 Morris Cooper S. David Gibson will start 26th in number 3 Lotus Sports Racer. And starting 27th, it's the 177 of Scott Boryak in a Turner 950. William Bosley will start 28th in an Austin Healey Sprite, and Lucas Dunnick will start 29th in an Austin Healey Sprite.
All right, there you go. There is the starting order. We got a lot of racing on tap for you here this afternoon. We're going to have this group out one more time. They're actually going to round out the day's coverage for you. But coming up, we've got more Formula Ford racing for you. We've got our sports racers out again. And lots more racing on tap as these racers all having their second races of the day. And of course, we do it all again tomorrow. We're going to be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, bringing you the final morning's coverage of the Jefferson 500. As now the pace car bringing the field underneath the bridge here. And the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to Marcus Jones, beautiful red zinc, and David Smith in the red Austin Healey Sprite over to the right. Did I say the zinc on the? I'm sorry, that's not right. David Gussack and David Smith there on the front row. Sorry about that. As the starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Summit Point for the Jefferson 500 as our small bore field makes the run down towards turn 1, getting a great jump. Robert Anderson in the number 178 Vitesse Sports Racer, probably the lightest car in the field. He's going to pull right alongside Andrew Moore as they go into the first corner, as it is 2-by-2, with the exception of David Gussack, who jumps out to an early lead there, coming through turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, David Gussack got a great little start there, but don't count out Andrew Moore in that number 78 machine. We have seen Andrew Moore in this machine here, Greg, the last 3 years. And I tell you what, he always seems to impress as the race goes on. Again, being that these are going to be close to 20-minute races, basically from start to finish. it's going to be a little bit difficult if he wants to catch David Gussack.
I'll tell you, David, I was just watching Chris Johnson in the white Cadwell, the first of our Formula Vs. He's tucked up right behind one of our midgets. And, one of the midget and the Bug-Eye Sprite, two of the smallest sports cars here in the field. And that Cadwell, you can't even see it behind that machine. Actually, I think that's right behind the 64 Spitfire of Thomas Brown.
Well, I think that's going to be Christopher Johnson there that you're talking about. And I tell you what, he is going to be, really working as hard as he can to keep that position, to get by them, because the next car coming down there, David, I do believe that is going to be, that's Doug Zink in that 39 that looked like it was starting to catch him.
And we've got two drivers heading to the pit lane now, Brian, and I think one of them was I believe the TVR of Michael Zappa now heading to the pit lane, as well as Stephen Herstrit as well in his Austin Healey Sprite.
And also some contact potentially coming through over the radio and headset. I'm not sure what the two numbers were, and it could be because, David, one of those cars that is on pit lane there may have had some contact coming through turns 7 and 8.
Yeah, definitely. As they're sitting down there getting looked at, we'll see. We'll check in with that a little bit later, see if they make it back out on course. But overall, right now, we talked about David Gussack. Yesterday, pretty much, won overall, and just barely. Andrew Moore was finished 2/10 behind him. So really close race we saw yesterday between the top two. Hopefully, see it again though. Already though, only one lap in. David, though, in that number 88 Triumph Spitfire, had a really good start. Already a 1.8 second gap to second place.
Your fan club is saying, darn, there's no trumpets in this group. But yes, there is. There is two.
There are two, indeed. Well, one of them, I think, actually already head to the pit lane. But indeed they are. We will continue. We will track those trumpets for David. We will toot their own horns.
They will toot their.
They will toot their horns. Yeah, exactly.
I found a correlation from earlier.
He's turning red up here in the booth, by the way.
I got Greg talked about correlation. We might have found it. If it, you have the horn on the Triumph Spitfires or Triumphs, does it make a trumpet sound?
Good point.
Quite possibly.
I'll have to find out. Down the front straightaway, though, a couple cars going side by side here. It is the two MG midgets, Neil McCabe and Heather Richards here. They're just coming into their shot, just getting out to that first braking marker. Not this front three, but these next two. They were side by side. They're going to file back in line. Still early on in this race, 14 minutes. A little bit of a brake lockup now, too. That was a car that Brian really loved to talk about yesterday, that 1951 MGTD of Connor Burns. And, a car that's 70 years old, still out here running. Incredible to see.
Actually, that was Neil McCabe in the 909. MG midget that I think had the rear end step out on the TD. David, much more, we'll say old looking, non-vintage looking, with a very square bonnet and bicycle type fenders, much different than the car that we just saw come through there, which will be coming. Let's see. Actually, just left that shot. Will be the second car right in line, the third car in line. Right there we go. And pardon me, it was actually David Smith in the red 1959 Austin Healey that we saw just run a little bit wide there, running with the Alfa Romeo GTV of Russ Jones.
We're talking about David Gussack in that number 88 machine. Again, he's a two-time SVRA national championship at COTA in that same vehicle. So he's won there twice in SVRA. So again, that car's got some heritage around as well. For him, it took him 10 years. So Kent Bain has actually got David Gussack into racing way back when. And it took him 10 years to beat him. And it kind of goes back to, David, what you were talking about. It brings up great conversations at Thanksgiving and Christmas time when the season's over, when you can go back and watch the videos and watch the films and say, this is where I got you. And I'm sure that probably was one of those conversations that took place 10 years later.
All right, but here, David, let's pick out Connor Burns in that beautiful 1951 MGTD. Here he comes into turn number 3 now. Open top car. Again, the big bicycle fenders and wood frame on those cars. And just before MG went to the much more rounded, traditional, what you think of British sports cars like the MGA.
So you're getting a call of another pit caller here.
Yeah, 177, Scott Burek. In that 1958 Turner 950. I believe that's who that is coming down. We'll see about the number. I thought I heard 177, but yeah, and it is. It is the 177.
So he'll call it an early race here, just a couple minutes in. Still 12 minutes to go, just slightly over. And we pretty much got a little bit spread out, as we said, with this group. It's kind of, again, one of those classes where you got to pick the battles out. It gets a little spread out, but there's good 2-car battles that go, that progress in their own little columns, as we see here again, going side by side down the front straightaway with one of the little Formula Vs. That Formula V getting a really good draft off some of these bigger cars.
Yeah, and nobody would normally be calling an MG midget a bigger car. Niall McCabe and Heather Richards in the 2 green MG midgets directly behind him. That is Marcus Jones in his Zinc C4. Absolutely getting the draft of a lifetime now. As we look just a little bit further back, is Tom Brown in his Triumph Spitfire goes to outbrake Connor Burns into turn number 1. Bit of a brake lock up there from him.
No harm, no foul. Keeps it moving along. As Greg, we go back to turn 1, we're going to have a battle for position here. Coming down the front straightaway, the 178 Robert Anderson right now. A little bit of having to defend a charge from Andrew Moore, number 79 Austin Healy. Anderson, though, they're basically going to stay single file, but they were side by side when it got to the line. So Moore now starting to make a move on Anderson.
Well, I was going to say, I tell you what, Andrew Moore and Robert Anderson there, again, they're within, a tenth of each other, trying to go through some of that traffic. Trying to get through. Again, you've got those cars that are a little bit wider. They've got a little bit better handling for that car, especially for that Robert Anderson machine. He can pretty much go anywhere to make that pass through there. It's the Andrew Moore and that Austin Healy. That's going to get a little bit tougher. And we do have standing yellow here, Greg, down into turn number 5. We'll wait to hear the number on that when we get that. But going to be where, obviously there is no passing there, and it's going to slow them up a little bit.
So we have one of the
188.
That is William Basley in that Austin Healy Sprite. So in the 18th spot, the number 188 had a little bit of a spin there at turn number 5. So I believe he kept it going now. Still early on, leading in some of the classes. David Gusak right now leads the G production category. Andrew Moore leads the F production and leading 3rd overall right now in the number 79. Robert Anderson leads the CSR category. Christopher Johnson leads the Formula V by about 11 seconds over Doug Zink. Mac McCormick leads CS category, and Lucas Dunnick in the H production. Number 87, Austin Healy Sprite, leads that category. He sits 25th overall at the moment.
All right, we just got word that the driver of the 188 machine coming off of that spin down at turn 5, William Basley, he has now brought his car down the pit lane. We'll see if he returns to the action here or if that's where he will remain.
Tell you what, car going really, really wide there. And again, that's Andrew Moore, the end of that, trying to get through this group. You see him right there. He's going to go on driver's left to try to get in there, kind of follow that other car through out of turn number 4 and down in. We'll see how long that's going to hold him up. But
he's just trapped there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
and I think that's Claude Gagne and William Jones in that group that he was trying to slice through.
Yep, I was going to say the exact same thing. He's really came up on him coming out of turn number 3, got really good entry in there. Now it looks like he's going to get past them through turn 5 into turn 6, but he's really going to start over. But he's lost a lot of time to Robert Anderson, almost 3 seconds back as opposed to the last lap where it was only within a tenth of each other.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's production through 1960, our Donohue Cup drivers. Race group number 5, please start heading to the grid for your second race of the day, your first feature race this weekend.
Guys, we've got a pass for the overall lead as well now. Move Robert Anderson up in front of David Gussack. And I'll tell you what, last time they went down into turn number 1, they're coming up out of turn number 2 into turn number 3. Right there. There's Robert Anderson. David Gussack right behind. Gussack had to get hard on the brakes, had lock up there as they were putting a lap on somebody. And basically that car went in the exact same position as David Gussack did. Now, he's moving in on Robert Anderson, but we'll see how, just because you can move up to him doesn't mean it's going to be easy to pass him.
Exactly.
We've seen that happen so many times this weekend where you can get, many drivers can get right to the back of somebody and they try to make, many attempts, but just can't get the job done, just can't get by. And you have to almost figure it out. I mean, you still got 7 minutes to figure out and just kind of keep on the back end of him in the vicinity, basically. Maybe try to size him up, see where that car might be weaker, might be stronger. As Gussack, though, goes really wide there, almost kind of sliding as he comes out of the corner. And another car goes sliding a little bit, trying to use all that track. And
so he was trying to find a good way to get around that MGTD, and Anderson had a very good line, was able to get by, but it left the MG sitting all the way to the outside there. He had to turn in very late, all the way out in the marbles to begin with, and just did not get a good drive off the corner here. And we'll track as they come down into turn 1. He's been able to, David, go and recover most of what he lost on that run up the hill towards the bridge.
Yeah, as lost a little bit of time there when it was at the line. Gussack, though, is about 3/10 behind Anderson that lap, and it looks like Anderson, though, extends that gap a little bit more, so Gussack might have had a little bit of an issue coming off at turn number 1.
Brian, Anderson's looked very strong all race going through turn 1, and he's able to carry a lot more speed through some of these more sweeping corners, does not seem to be getting on the binders as much as the MG does. And that MG, again, you're talking, it's not much, but there's more weight with that MG, and it's a very small displacement motor, and he just doesn't have a lot of grunt coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, Robert's getting a lot. He's getting to get through the lap traffic in better spots than David Gussack is. Gussack's trying to get him in the middle of the corner. That's where they come in, and if they make a move right or left, and David's in that position, well, now he has to get completely off the gas, in order to try to move back up. That's what happened really coming through the carousel and up through turn 7 and 8. And you can see here where the gap is going to be as they cross the start-finish line now. That is going to be Robert Anderson. That gap now is about 2 seconds as opposed to where it was, a couple laps ago, guys. It was within tenths of a second, and it could be very tense for David Gussack as well, but he's like catching that lap traffic at the wrong moment.
Indeed.
Say the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see what kind of a charge he puts. Sorry about that.
Well, I was going to say, and Robert Anderson may know that too, David, right? So he knows where to use another car as a pick to get through that corner because he's got probably a little bit better handling than David Gussack does right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of use that to your advantage as much as you can to kind of build that gap as we see it. He's going to have that pick right here. Gussack is going to have to get around that lap car that Anderson got around before going to turn number 5, and usually through there. Sometimes, depending, that driver might just let you go. They might pull to the outside lane, but sometimes if you get caught behind a lap car, it probably won't be to the exit of turn 6 here, but it looks like Gussack, though, got by the slower car quickly and moves along without ease, and almost looks like he's closing up that gap a little bit more now.
Really got that car singing coming out of turn number 9, gentlemen. Really up on the rumble strips there, almost to the dirt part there. It does look like he's going to close it a little bit. I'll tell you what, they're going to come up on some lap traffic here, and 2 cars that I've been really watching in that. It's going to be the 109, which is the Mini Cooper of Mac McCormick, and then you throw in that Formula V of Robert O'Connor, and then Thomas Brown. Alex Schaefer in the 18 was catching McCormick, but then you had O'Connor and Brown get in between them. That's them right there. Now you've got our overall leaders as well, getting ready to put them a lap down. That's really going to be in the 11th and 10th position.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 5. That is our Prod through 1960 group. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So again, you see them here coming down in turn 5. Both of them, everybody going really, really wide. Mac McCormick in that Mini Cooper in that 109 all the way over as far driver's left, coming out of turn 4 as you can, knowing that those leaders are going down through there, giving as much room to Robert Anderson and David Gussack.
All right, the 722 car, that was Christopher Johnson. He was your leader in the Formula V vintage class. He takes his Cadwell down the pit lane.
Yeah.
Looks like his race may now be run.
Well, his race may be done, not run.
And, well,
he was running it.
A little bit of
both. He was running it until it didn't.
Until it didn't, exactly.
That's going to move Doug Zink up into the top spot, and then it looks like it's going to be Robert O'Connor after that as Christopher Johnson takes that right-hand turn back into the paddock. So his morning race is done, even though we are in the afternoon.
Right, he'll have one more opportunity.
Correct. I was going to say, he'll be right back probably around 5:30 this evening for his second race of the day.
So yeah, just go back, kind of take a little bit, diagnose what the issue was. I mean, you're probably going to have about 4.5 hours before you're basically back to the grid. So you got a little bit of time. Hopefully we'll see him back out. He's pretty much been the front runner all weekend in that Formula V category. As we talked about our leaders, Robert Anderson and David Gussack. Right now, the gap, 1.4 seconds again. It's just all really depending on where they catch traffic and how. We can see that right now, though, but it's a really open track for both of them. Just for a little bit, though, Gussack has an opportunity now to maybe save a little, catch up a little bit to Anderson before they maybe hit the next round.
Well, I'll tell you what, the next time they come by here, they're going to have one lap to go as Gussack really takes that car through the carousel, guys, almost drifting that car to try to get as much speed as he can out of there. But the next time Robert Anderson, David Gussack, and everybody else come in, including Andrew Moore, in that 79, when they cross the start-finish line, they will have one more lap to go as they're starting to come down into turn number 10 right now. So, again, they're going to come up on some lap traffic as well, gentlemen, so we'll see if David's going to be able to get by.
You know, and it takes David Gussack, who just now resets the fast lap, it takes him an entire lap to get back up to Anderson. Everything that Anderson gains going into turn 1, Gussack fights to get, but now Anderson coming right underneath Anderson and one of our slower Formula Vs going into turn 1, and that's the best thing that he could have done. If he can hold off the Anderson car heading up to turn number 3, again, where Gussack is stronger, but Anderson, he's going to try to come right underneath the MGB, and he cannot do it as they come up now on one of our Alphas towards the back of the field, and as they make the run down the hill, David Gussack is your leader.
Yeah, definitely. Robert Anderson's basically went 3 wide in the middle there, getting around the slower car, was trying to force his way, get a better run into the corner. Just did not pay off, though. Gussack, though, gets a really good run there. I mean, we saw that just Formula V car down turn number 1, try to take a little bit of a maneuver, a little bit of a action there to get out of the way of the two cars coming in side by side. Gussack, though, just using all the track that he can at 9. That line's been working for him, I think.
Been using that to really put that pressure on that left rear and really get off the corner, get up off the corner and up the hill. And here he comes out of turn number 10 right now. And David Gussack, as he crosses the start-finish line now, got to hand a little bit in the air there, Greg. He knew he made a great pass back there and set up Robert Anderson as a pick. And when he did, he set it up through with Alex Schaefer in that other Mini Cooper in that number 18, who is going to finish 10th, by the way.
All right, great run and a great move. And again, Brian, you know, that was where he had to make the pass. That is where Anderson was strongest, and he got Anderson caught back behind that Formula V and sealed the deal on our final lap of the race on lap number 13. All right, so David, as the rest of our racers come to the line, why don't we run down that finishing order?
Yep, so finishing first overall in a G production, David Gussack. Gussack in the Triumph Spitfire, number 88. Neil McCobb in the 909 will finish second in the category. Michael White will finish third in his number 85 Austin Healey Bug-Eye. F production, it was Andrew Moore, number 79, Austin Haley Sprite, Larry Smith in the number 26 MG Midget, and Elliot Golden in the number 72 MG Midget. Robert Anderson will take over second in the overall and will win the CSR category. Doug Zink and Robert O'Connor first and second in Formula V, and Mac McCormick will take the win in the CS category. In H production, it's Lucas Donohue in the Austin Haley Sprite number 87.
All right, well, there you go. That is going to wrap up our first of two small-bore and Formula V races here today. They're going to round out the afternoon's coverage a little bit later as well. But first, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back to you, it's going to be our production and specials through 1960, race group number 5, here at the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. Stay with us.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major Concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people. And I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the Jefferson 500 here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. Next up is the Prod and Specials through 1960 as they head out for their final race of the day. David, let's run down the starting order.
20 cars set in times throughout the weekend, and here's how they'll line up. Starting on pole, it's number 4, Tom Upshur, and his 1962 Lotus 7. Starting alongside him, the number 11, Hervey Park, in a Jetta G4. Starting third, Michael Orrit, and a number 82 Jetta G4. Paul Stenson in the number 7 will start fourth in a Lotus Super 7. Starting in fifth, the number 27, Kenny Williamson, in an Elva Courier. Starting sixth, the number 59, Mark Goebel, in a 1959 Elva Courier. Starting seventh, of Adolphe Bodiferrano in a Lotus 7. Starting in eighth, Hank Giffen in the number 43 Elva Courier. Starting at ninth, the number 29, Henry Fry, in a Triumph TR3. Starting in 10th, the number 67, Thomas Donatelli, and his Jetta G4. Starting 11th, Rory Crowninshield, and the number 41 Jetta G4. Vic Schuster will line up 12th, the number 57 Triumph Ambro. Starting in the 13th spot, number 47, William Demarest, and Falcon Shells competition. Starting in the 14th spot, number 60, Drew Cullen in Elva Courier. Cliff Murray will start 15th in a Devon Model D Porsche. Starting in the 16th spot, number 76, John Johnson in an MGA Coupe. Starting in 17th, Rob Brownlee Tomaso in an MGA, number 257. Starting 18th to 61, Eric Russell in a 1961 MGA. Starting 19th to 331, Ralph Solomon in an Elva Courier. And starting 20th, it's 378, or Mark Rosenberg in a 1959 Peerless GT1.
All right, there is your starting order as our field makes their way down through the carousel. This is the first of our feature races today, and we've got 7 feature races left on tap for you here today at Summit Point. As our pace car now, as they come past our camera, will extinguish its lights. We'll be going to green flag race, and hopefully this next time by.
Tell you what, this is the race that we opened up this morning with, and we saw Tom Upshur basically walk away from this field with Hervey Park in second. And then this is where we had the great battle with Michael Orrit, Paul Stinson, and Kenny Williamson, where Kenny Williamson, nobody could get by him for that last podium spot here. And I tell you what, that was such a fantastic drive to watch Kenny, because he just kind of stayed smooth and consistent the entire race.
All right, pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Tom Upshur's Lotus 7 and Hervey Park's Jetta G4 as they come onto the front straight. And our starter will look over the field, and if he likes what he sees, we will go racing. And he does. We're racing here at Summit Point as our racers make their way down to turn 1. Upshur getting a great jump on Hervey Park's Jetta with Kenny Williamson and Paul Stinson very close behind in the Courier, and another one of our Lotus 7s. And now, as they come into turn 1, hard under braking, trying to come down the inside. It's the white Jetta of the white Elva of Kenny Williamson trying to slot right underneath Hervey Park. Was he able to get it done? We'll see here in just a moment, as we just caught a quick, brief look at our spec Renaults led by Leon Silva with Dave McFarland and William Silva very close behind. We'll check in on them a little bit later.
I'll tell you what, Paul Stinson's still not able to get past Kenny Williamson in that number 27 machine, and now you get to throw Michael Orrit back a little bit further, and then Mark Gobble, in the first race we had this morning, gentlemen, he started to catch that battle for that last podium spot between Kenny Williamson, Paul Stinson, and Michael Orrit as the race progressed, because those three were going 2 wide, sometimes 3 wide, down into turn 1 and even down into turn number 5, where they were trying to outbrake every one of those cars, and that allowed Mark Gobble to reel them back in as the race went on.
Tell you what, trying to go 3 wide turn number 5 is really sketchy and really a brave thing to do, as it gets really tight through there. As the field though comes out, turn number 10, Tom Upshur pretty much been where he has been all weekend, up at the front leading. Just a little bit behind this time, Hervey Park though, and that Jetta G4 sitting just a little bit, a couple car lengths off. Upshur though, when he got out front this morning, and when he basically ran away in the entire race, had really no pressure from behind for position, as Hervey Park would catch him a little bit, get into the braking zone. Side-by-side battle here for the 4th spot.
I tell you what, gentlemen, one of the things I noticed as they came by the start-finish line this time, and I did not notice this early this morning, but you've got a mixture of right-hand drive cars and left-hand drive cars in this group right here, Greg, and in this battle, it's right, left, as far as drives on the car. So you got to know when you're going by somebody and you're looking there, they're either going to be right next to you or they're going to be on the other side of you.
Well, Brian, most of these cars are barely wider than my shoulders. I don't think it really matters if you're on the left side or the right side.
Correct.
Yeah.
Tell you what, we saw the temperature there, basically almost 80 degrees, Brian. A lot drivers, they pretty much been out on track in kind of cooler conditions, about 50s, 60s yesterday. A little bit warmer, a little bit warmer this morning than it was yesterday, but then probably really the warmest temperatures we've seen all weekend. What's that going to do to the car, and maybe your mindset of what you going on when you're trying to think about something like maybe setting up the car or just where to run?
Well, again, these are sprint races, right? So it's just a matter of just going all out, right? I mean, it's 27 minutes from the time I leave the grid till the end of the checkered flag. It's you get everything you can and everywhere as you can. Your mindset is I want to beat the guy in front of me, but understanding I am racing in a class as well, and it's just a matter of going out and doing the best that I can for this. When you talk about the temperatures, yeah, it's a lot harder. The car's going to handle a little bit different in the characteristics of what they did earlier this morning, and in a lot of that, it's going to be the horsepower. As it gets hotter, it becomes a little bit harder to gain that horsepower because the cars are getting hotter.
Yeah, but the track here, Brian, at least at 80 degrees ambient air temperature, and we're starting to see some cloud cover come in. The track isn't going to get very greasy at this point. And so, the drivers probably aren't going to find the track handling at least all that much differently than what they saw this morning. So they're probably not much in the way of setup changes or, drastic setup changes from when they ran the race this morning. And the extra 5 to 8 minutes in this race versus what they ran this morning also not going to create drastic changes. What they're going to have to obviously figure out, though, is as far as fueling, they may have a bit more fuel in the car early on, and the car may handle a little bit differently because there's more weight sitting at the back end.
Yeah, no, definitely not going to change what they do from a setup perspective at all. As our overall leaders now come out of turn 10, start to head down. This is the battle here still. Kenny Williamson holding on, Michael Orritt and Paul Stinson still not able to get around either one of those two cars. But I tell you what, I was watching Tom Upshur and Hervey Park. I tell you what, Hervey Park just went the fastest lap of the session right now at a 1:27.442. Basically was 0.2 of a second quick over Tom Upshur. So Hervey Park trying to reel in Tom Upshur, who we saw pretty much dominate this race this morning.
Yeah, won by 13 seconds over Hervey Park this morning. A little bit closer to race, though, it was yesterday, as it was basically about a second between Tom Upshur and Hervey Park. So looking to hopefully be a little bit closer racing today. I believe, Hervey Park really looking to take the overall wins. Again, out-of-class battle, Tom Upshur in an E production car, Hervey Park in an F production car, but I always like to say, it might be out-of-class cars when you're in the overall, but it's still, bragging rights at the end of the day.
All right, and I told everybody we wanted to check in with the Spec Renaults. Hard to miss them. Here they are in the brightest yellow that you ever could see. Dave McFarland, currently your leader. He's got about 4.5 seconds on William Silva, with Felipe Benvenu running in third, another 5 seconds back. Leon Silva, and then Paul Ma. Good to see Paul getting the number 62 machine out. He had some mechanical issues during this morning's race and only made it about halfway through the shorter morning race, and the folks from the old shop have gotten that car turned around and gotten it back out on course.
Yeah, I think during yesterday's race, I believe it may have been William Silva that may have spun down there in turn one.
Yeah.
Kind of mid race down there as well, was able to do that spin and then continue. But yeah, definitely glad to see Paul Ma back out of here.
Tell you what, we got a good battle for position here. Kenny Williamson just ahead of this, but Michael Orritt, Paul Stinson now really, they were side by side going down the front straightaway. This is basically the battle. It's still out of class battles, actually. You know, Michael Orrit in the E-Prod car, Paul Stenson in the F production car, the Jannetta G4 and Lotus Super 7. But it looks like Stenson out is going to get a little bit closer to the back end of Orrit as they come down turn number 5. See what it looks like here when they come out of turn number 6.
Yeah, and Adolf Botafarano, Brian,
Yep.
starting to close things up just a little bit on Paul Stinson. Botafarano in a slightly newer Lotus 7 chassis, in a 1968 chassis, but to the best of my knowledge, not that much of a difference between those two cars as we see them roll out of turn 8 and up the hill.
Yeah, I tell you what, don't count out Mark Gobble. I talked about him earlier, and as this group started to battle along with about 16 minutes left to go, this is where Mark's car really starts coming. As you can see, he's starting to pull away a little bit from Hank Giffen. Those two went at it a little bit this morning, nose to tail, for quite a while. And then you got to throw in Henry Fry in that 29 machine in that Triumph TR3, just a little bit further back. He was up on the back bumper of Hank Giffen a couple laps ago, but now you can see that that started to open up. And as a matter of fact, the minute I say that, here comes Henry Fry. He came through the pit lane and then kept going. I'm not sure if he had a problem coming up out of turn number 9 up the hill, but he was not too far back from Hank Giffen in that 43 machine, and then came down, just did pass through. Maybe got a pass-through penalty for whatever reason, because he came right through the pit lane and then right back out onto the racetrack.
So as you said, could have had maybe a little bit of a false alarm, decided to come in to get that checked out and just fixed itself. We got a standing yellow here at turn number 5 that was just brought out, so we'll wait to see what the call is and what the incident now
is. Now we've got a waving yellow, so we've got a couple cars that came around there after the standing yellow was there, so we'll see kind of what's going on. Now we're back to just the standing. So evidently we must have somebody spun and then another car spinning as well down in there early on, but we're back to a standing yellow.
Yeah, and here at some point, kind of house rules, and we have one of our sports Renaults. They're a little bit off the pace for a moment, just now coming through turn 7.
That was 62. That's Paul Moss. See, we start talking about him.
Yeah, sorry,
and
Paul.
He went off. So
well, now we'll give him a little bit of airtime too. And as kind of the house rules here with the flaggers, if you see a waving yellow, that means that the car that spun or what have you, it is still on the track surface. Whereas if there is a standing yellow flag, it typically means that that car is no longer on the track surface as Paul Ma brings the number 62 down the pit lane.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he was doing a little bit better there as he did. I mean, he was setting some pretty good times for himself there. When I look, he's pretty much consistent. Had dropped 4 seconds really from lap 2 to lap 3 and then lap 4 before that spin. So as we've kind of got most of our racers here, they've kind of got spread out here a little bit, David. You've got some cars that are completely out of class, and then our overall leaders are trying to put cars a lap down. But again, everybody pretty much spread out other than the 3 that we have that we were following earlier on this morning.
Yeah, it looks like there's still going to be some couple good battles here that should be coming up the hill here in just a moment, as it's pretty much still Tom Upshur. Got about a 1.7 second gap now to Hervey Park still. Kenny Williamson sits in 3rd. He's about a couple seconds behind Hervey Park, though. He's the overall leader in D production, about 25 seconds back from Hervey Park. As then Paul Stenson in the number 7, he's 4th overall in the F production number Lowe's Super 7. He is about a second back for Kenny Williamson. Mark Gobble in at number 59. Elva Courier, he's about 28 seconds back from our leader, 1.3 seconds from behind Paul Stenson.
Well, I tell you what, gentlemen, big shakeup here in that battle that was up front there for that last podium spot with Kenny Williamson. He's now opened up a 1.5 seconds over Paul Stenson. And then Michael Orrit has now dropped all the way down into 8th. So obviously something happening back on the back of the back half of this racetrack.
So some of our leaders still moving through some of the slower traffic. The sports Renaults there, that bright yellow car, can't miss them. And one, it looks like another slow car. couldn't tell what that was, but it looks like though, Tom Upshur, Herbie Park, it's pretty much been a standstill. They're pretty much, it's been about an even gap now for the past couple laps, so we still got 12 minutes remaining in this race. The gap's actually going down to 6/10 of a second now. Herbie Park starting to close in just a little bit, starting to take a little bit of time out of each lap. As the difference now, Herbie Park runs about a second faster last time around. The Tom Upshur, 127 for the Jannetta G4. Upshur in that Lotus ran a 128.4. So we'll see, a little bit of back and forth starting to go on now.
Yeah. Again, with that shakeup, everybody, that was the closest battle on the racetrack, and now that's even dissipated again. So now we have quite a bit of a gap in between everybody that's for position. As it looks like we've got some of our leaders here getting ready down. Harvey Park getting ready to come down into some of this lap traffic. He's going to have to work his way through the carousel to get past that entire group that was right there in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, just from looking at this now, the gap has now gone just to about a car length or two from our two leaders. Herbie Park's cut a significant amount of time now, but it looks like Upshur, the really good exit speed there that the Lotus the Lotus 7 produces there, open that gap on the straightaways, but maybe breaking out. Looks like Herbie Park is able to close in just a little bit. He's going to get that draft, though, with a good run off of 10 and could possibly make the move here. They're going to be on driver's left. Herbie Park looks like he's going to stay to the outside. I believe Upshur maybe move to the middle a little bit as they make the run down turn number 1, as we talked about the long straightaway, and he does. So Upshur moves to the middle, trying to cover as much ground as he can, make that car as wide as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and Greg, you and I have seen this here many, many times. When you get somebody coming up behind you that gets a run out of turn number 10, your first instinct is to drive straight down the middle of the seam in the racetrack going down there, because then that driver can't go left or right, and it kind of going to have to slow the car down to do it. So, yeah, it definitely is a way that we're starting to see drivers drive this racetrack when it comes down to battling either A, for position, or B, really for the overall lead.
All right, watching a neat little fight go on here. It's been going on for a couple of laps. Eric Russell in the FP class MGA, 1961 chassis MGA. That is the red car right there. And Felipe Benvenu in the number 26 Spec Renault. Again, two obviously very different classes and make speeds in very different ways, but they have been they've been locked in a nice little battle here for 9 laps so far.
Tell you what, I talked a little bit yesterday about Felipe Benvenu, originally from Brazil. Grew up watching Ayrton Senna in person. One of his really big fan. Brother was a rally co-driver in Brazil, and in amateur competition. He had the opportunity to participate in some events as a driver and co-driver. So really interesting start for Rallycross. But he wanted to race on the racetrack, so he figured this is a great place. And first time in a car this weekend. Really good to see. He did a little bit of recreational karting, some off-road rally experience, as I just said. And the day job, Aerospace and Defense Business Development Director. So definitely a unique job there for Mr. Benvenu.
Again, as our cars start to get a little spread out here, again, we're going to keep an eye on that Tom Upshur battle going on, and then we're also going to keep it Harvey Park. As we were just talking about, David, when you go to make that pass, guys are just sitting here and putting it in the center of the racetrack. As they come up out of turn number 9 now, starting to head up into turn number 10, it ends up being where Upshur is really kind of hold off. They come out of turn number 10, starting to head down through the start-finish line right now. Again, they're going to have one of those lap traffics. Again, neither one of those drivers really want to give an inch. And again, David, that's not even really for a battle of class, right? So it's a matter of overall. And again, you talk about it, you put that helmet on, you want to get the best you can.
Oh, absolutely. No driver kind of wants to go out there and not win. So it's the big battle for overall bragging rights, and be able to just say, hey, I beat you today. I had a better race than you and everything. Have some fun later at the towards dinner and everything.
Well, I tell you what, real quick while we're sitting here and we're watching some of this. We were talking about the spec Renaults, and Greg, one of the drivers that raced here last year in this race, in there to, in this, and I believe he had just gone through the school, right? And you don't really get to see this gentleman at all unless you get to see the photos of what he has. And he came up here just now. Bill Stoller, great to see you again. It's always great. But I tell you what, talk about a little bit as we, start to get to this race. Talk about that experience last year.
Well, it's good to see you guys, and
good to see you.
And I can't believe that I'm here talking to you guys about this. But I looked over at your screen, just as you said. Tell us a little bit about it. And you were showing, the screen showed that that look down the chute into 4, and right there is the moment. Right there, that shot right there. That is the takeaway.
Makes your hair stand up on the back of your neck when you come up over top of that
I never
hill.
dreamed that I would ever experience that. And you just don't see that angle as a spectator. Usually you're hanging around down the carousel.
At the bottom, you're looking up.
Yeah. And I'm looking at that thing right now, and it's on the screen, and the hair's standing up on my arms right now.
The track's dropping away. You're doing 115 miles an hour down there, and you know that you got to scrub off about 85 of it in about 700 more feet.
Right. And then I heard him talk this morning about a little bit of an oil down or whatever. Oh my God, I can't imagine if you entered that and all of a sudden somebody said, hey, it's a little slippery. Good Lord. It's all I can do to get through here when the damn thing's dry,
Well, Bill, you probably know also that when we look at that shot, and I'm going to show it again there, going down through the chute at turn 4, you see that big tire wall staring at the face. It used to be about 40 feet closer to the edge of the track.
I can't imagine.
Years ago. It was a lot more ominous about 30 years ago.
Well, and I think I heard, there's a podcast or something where they talked to Jack Baldwin. He was in that Skoal, the Trans Am car, and he launched into the trees there years ago, and I guess the trees kind of opened up, swallowed the car, and they didn't even know he left the track.
Hey, real quick, let me, Bill, if you don't mind, for 1 second, I'm going to make a call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll continue with the conversation here. Attention in the paddock, race group number 6, our sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, sports racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, so Bill, talk a little bit about it. I mean, what made you want to get into, again, as I said, people have only seen what you've shot from the front. They've never seen you from behind, from the great photos that you produce and that you bring up. Talk about what it was like, the overall experience that you had last year, because I believe that was the first time you'd been in a car.
It was. I mean, I came here in 1981 as a kid, 19 years old. I had been hanging out mainly at dirt tracks like Williams Grove and Hagerstown, Port Royal. And I was doing some photography back then with a Pentax ME Super with film, obviously.
I used to own one.
And and so here's the deal. I was getting the photographs developed in Hagerstown at Long Meadow Photo or something. And a guy working there says, you need to go to Summit Point. And so I said, where the heck is Summit Point?
We all said that, by the way.
And so I came down here, and I fell in love with the place. I'll never forget, I was at 10 in the grandstands. And one of the things as I look down there right now, I can remember a Mini Cooper. I didn't know what a Mini Cooper was. And it was doing that tripod thing where it was on 3 wheels. And I was hooked in. But I don't know if it was my first visit or whether it was a subsequent visit. But the big thing that one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done with Vintage Motorsport magazine is I connected with Ken Slagle. It raced a TR8.
Yeah,
absolutely. He was the arch nemesis for Paul Newman back in the day. And back in 1981 or 2, whatever it was, I think it was the August, it was the Nationals. And I came here to see Paul Newman like everybody else, but Ken Slagle was kicking everybody's butt in that TR8. And so I was in the grandstands at 7 or 8, and I watched Ken Slagle launch into the trees there at 9, and when his strut broke. And So that's what I remember about my first visit to Summit Point. And then years later, I always was trying to chase down Ken Slagle to do an interview with him for Vintage Motorsport. They never published the article. Vintage Motorsport went out of business, but I still have the story and I'd like to get that published. The gist of the story really is that, Ken Slagle beat Bob Sharp Racing about 70 or 80% of the time.
Wow.
And, he was a guy with just his family and friends as a crew versus Bob Sharp with
he still had a little British Leyland and Triumph money behind him as well, though. It wasn't all just
right.
family.
Maybe it was this. Maybe he had the British Leyland, but he didn't have the matching uniforms like the Bob.
The other ones are like the Group 44 guys, and exactly.
So that was really cool. And the other thing is, I got to say, the guy that told me about Summit Point, he worked for Doug Mills, and Doug Mills was a racer in American Sedan. And finally, 40 years later, I got to meet Doug Mills, and this is a story for another day. But Doug and I connected, and we both learned that we had an appreciation for the 1955 Fairchild sports car races at Hagerstown. And so last year, we got together and celebrated the 70th anniversary of the 1955 Fairchild sports car races at the Hagerstown Aviation Museum. So if you're up at Hagerstown, you need to go up there and see our display. And we also have we have a sprint car powered by a Fairchild Ranger or a PT-19 airplane engine. So you need to see that. But anyway, Doug Mills, Summit Point, Ken Slagle. Now Bill Stoller in the Spec Renault.
All right, real quick here. Starting final lap, Tom Upshur in his Lotus 7 with Hervey Park very close behind. And as we've got Bill up here, first off, I want to tell you, of course, go to billstoller.com. That's BILLSTOLER.com. You're going to see his absolutely amazing online galleries of all the photographs that he takes, not only for VRG, but the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and numerous tracks up and down the East Coast. Absolutely spectacular. And he also has some stickers that are available now that were designed by Roger Warwick. If you've ever been to the Seneca Lodge outside of Watkins Glen, when you walk in the door, there is an amazing poster, and actually one behind the bar as well, of all of the famous racers over the years that have
hey,
spent
Greg,
time
real
at
quick,
Seneca Lodge.
real quick. We're going to a red flag all.
Okay.
Looks like we may have a problem. I'm not sure if it's down into turn number 5 or if it is over. Yeah, it is down at turn number 5. You can see just over to the left right there. So we are going to a red flag all, which is pretty much going to end this race. So we're going to move on from that. So it does look like that driver is moving around. So.
Yeah. And again, a red flag here is essentially we want the drivers to come to a complete stop, and that's usually because there is some type of track blockage, and we saw some of the parts of the tire wall there on the track surface. So they want to have the cars come to a stop that opens up the lanes as much as possible for our emergency services teams to respond, and they're heading it down there now. But while they head out, Bill, let's talk a little bit more about this design, and we should talk about your fine photography business here as well.
Well, make sure you hit me up for a sticker if you see me. And the thing is, that sticker, I've been wanting to do that for years. I saw Joe Teplitz had the artwork done for his car, and this guy does kind of like these cartoons. If you're familiar with the old stickers we had when we were kids, the cars were kind of
David wouldn't know that, but yes.
Yeah, so right. Right. So anyway, I got to tell you, the reason I finally decided to spend some money on getting this design, and he'll do it for you. You can go to his website. It's rogerwarwick.com or something, or just Google him. But I decided with all this AI stuff, I wanted to throw some money this guy's way, and I wanted him to design my logo instead of using AI.
Yeah.
So, so I'm hoping to kind of get the guys to, get stickers made for their cars. And they're really cool.
I mean, this is wonderful, Brian, and I'll pass it over to you in just a second. We've got Bill in his photography vest, and looks like a media vest, with a big hat that says media, and he's got a couple of his SLRs in hand, one for VRG, one for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, with a number of vintage race cars following through there, and
And specifically, if you look in the lower right-hand corner, and this is a continuation of that Fairchild story, the way I found out about the Fairchild races in 1955 was that Lotus 9 that's in the corner of that picture. I was doing a pick of the leader article for Vintage Motorsport magazine, and lo and behold, that car raced at Hagerstown. I'm like, where did that car race at in Hagerstown?
Yeah.
Here it was back during the air base days. After 1952, racing ended on the streets of Watkins Glen because the little boy got killed.
Right.
And they kicked him off, and they didn't have, the big track wasn't built yet. So Curtis LeMay, the head of the Strategic Air Command, he just happened to be a car guy. Well, he convinced the Air Force into allowing them to use Air Force bases to promote the Air Force and to try to attract recruits. Well, just like today, about a year and a half into it, middle of 1953 and 54, they raced on the Air Force bases. And in 1954, they raced at Andrews Air Force Base, and it was the first race for the President's Cup. That's still that big deal in SCCA racing today.
Right.
Well, even before that race ran, they were having hearings on Capitol Hill. No more racing on the Air Force bases. No spending taxpayer money on racing. And so, and I'm not sure, I can't connect all these dots, but the president of Fairchild was friends with Eisenhower.
Right.
They needed to keep the President's Cup in the Washington, D.C. region, so they brought the traveling show to Hagerstown for the first time, which is only like 2 miles away from my house. I couldn't believe that the elites of the SCCA, like Briggs Cunningham, Phil Hill, Jim Kimberly, came to Hagerstown right by my. Of course, I wasn't born then. I wasn't born until '62, and they raced there. 12,000 people came to Hagerstown. 214 cars, and I was able to visit the Smithsonian. And that car is front and center. They have a collection. All the Fairchild stuff got donated to the Air and Space Museum. So they allowed me in there to look at these photos. And because it was a Fairchild, they had three paid photographers, 3 corporate photographers. So these photos are still there today, and so we're hoping to display those up at the museum. So, but that's the story of. But that's where the Lotus in the sticker. Yeah, back to the sticker.
Yeah.
So make sure you hit me up for a sticker, and
We will.
And if you get a chance and you like it, you need to get Roger Wyrick to create something for you and help him out a little bit.
Indeed.
Right.
And of course, if you see the thumbnails that we use for all the VRG YouTube events, those were all shot by Bill Stoller. Also that coming soon screen as well. And Bill's been very gracious providing us with that media, and we are very, very thankful for that. Again, we're under red flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway. I had a bit of an incident down over at Turn 5. And we are now going to be switching from a red flag over to a black flag. We're going to be sending our racers now into the pit lane. And we'll see. I suspect this will probably be the end for this race as well.
Yeah.
But we'll try and get a little bit more information here as we're going to start to see our racers, at least the racers that are past turn 5. I would assume start to move. Again, we are now under black flag conditions, and we will have some of our racers now, I think, start to head back to the pits here. Why don't we take a look? As I think we only had we were working the last lap.
So
yeah. So I mean, regardless, we're going to see the checkered flag with Tom Upshur likely taking the win over Hervey Park. Upshur in the E-Prod class with Hervey Park in the F-Prod class. The D-Prod class, Kenny Williamson in that very wide Elva Courier coming in third. Paul Stinson will finish 4th in his Lotus Super 7. Mark Gobble will finish 5th in his Elva Courier, with Adolf Botafarano, who on the prior lap had set his best lap of the race, 6th Hank Giffen 7th, Henry Fry 8th, Dave McFarland in 9th, and Vic Schuster in 10th. And if we take a look here, because they were a little bit further back in the field, Dave McFarland taking the win in the Spec Renaults with William Silva 2nd, Philippe Benvenu 3rd, Leon Silva 4th. Paul Mogg had the pit in after, I believe, just 4 laps.
I think right after his spin, he kind of pulled in.
And we haven't seen any of the racers head back to the pits yet. Thought we heard the command to switch to a black flag.
Yeah,
but,
they did, but I think they kind of want to hold them there for a minute until they got some more of the emergency crew. It looks like we're going to have some tire wall repair that's going to happen down there a little bit. So now we are officially going to that black flag all. So we will see our drivers here, Greg, start to move through, get safely through that incident, and then come back down onto pit road. So.
All right, well, there you go, as the black flag is in the air. And so we've got some repairs going underway now over at turn 5. You can see quite a bit of tire repair there. What we're going to do is we are going to take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be our sports racers on track here for their feature race at Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And we want to thank Bill Stoller for stopping in. We'll be right back.
My name is Tara Feeney, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. So I first got into cars because I kind of grew up in a car family. My grandpa was a car collector, so I grew up around classic cars. And then I just figured out that that's what I loved, it's what I was passionate about, so I stuck with it. So I wanted to work on classic cars as a career after doing it in high school and realizing that I was super happy at that job and super fulfilled, and I just was passionate about keeping history on the road. I would love to be an engine technician, and my hope one day is to open my own shop. The Piston Foundation has helped me by allowing me to focus on college instead of worrying about my finances, and has been instrumental in my success.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATO sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It's the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group here at beautiful Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. We're going to have a special guest, another special guest joining us here in just a few moments. But David, as our sports racers head onto the track now for their pace lap, why don't you give us the players?
Starting on pole, it's the number 290, Joe Blacker, in his 1972 Lola 290. Starting in second, it's number 51, Ben Sennett, in his Lola T90/91. Starting in third, number 4, Greg Miller, in a Swift DB2. Starting in fourth, number 15, Mark Clark, in a Swift DB5. Starting in fifth, the number 10, Steve Constant Sr., in a Swift DB2. Starting in sixth, Gavin Clark, in a number 85 Swift DB2. Starting in seventh, it's the 131, Garrett Wilson, in a 1984 Lola T598. Starting in eighth, in the on pole for the FRCCA categories, number 29, Oscar Pacheco, and a Van Diemen Formula Ford. Starting in ninth, the number 24, Scott Gerber, and a Van Diemen RF91. Starting in 10th, Christopher Vital in the number 13 Van Diemen chassis. Starting 11th, Theodore Klaus in number 78, 1978 Wheeler FSV. Starting 12th, the number 25, Steve Lefferts, and a Taiga SC84. Starting 13th, number 79, Jeff Tapolsey in a Lotus 23B. Starting in 14th, the number 61, Joe Blacker, and a Brabham VT8, Daryl Kepler. And starting 15th, the number 77, Swift DB1. Starting 16th, Joey Bojalad, and the number 44, Elva at Mark 5, I believe. Starting in 17th, the number 5, Mike Kennedy, in a Lotus 23R, Mike Conklin. And in the starting 18th, the number 76, 1984 Citation. Starting in the 19th spot, it is the 118, Darren Mann, in the Lotus 23B. And starting 20th on the field, number 21, DeVilo McCann, in a Brabham BT 21C.
All right, well, there is your starting field with the lights out on the pace car. Also want to welcome into the booth, joining us here today, it is Peter Krause of Krause & Associates, noted driver coach. He's got his, as he told us before during the break, his best student ever out at a race car. I'm not going to divulge who that is, and if you're smart, you won't either. But Peter, welcome to the booth.
At least not till he's done.
Right.
Well, thank you, guys. This is absolutely one of the most exciting race groups of the weekend because these are the fastest cars of the weekend as they come up to approach the green.
All right, and as the starter looks over the field, green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Summit Point, and jumping out to that early lead, our pole sitter now as they make the run down towards turn one.
Well, I tell you what, we saw this earlier this morning. This was the second group out on track this morning, and he started mid to the end of the pack, and that was Joe Blacker. And I tell you what, gentlemen, Joe Blacker did not have to wait to get through traffic this time. He looked like he was shot out of a cannon. But I tell you what, Ben Sennett in that 51, not going to go away, going to sit there right behind Joe Blacker in that 290.
Yeah, absolutely. That really good battle this morning. Joe Blacker got around Ben Sennett very late in the race to take the win. Sennett was the class of the field yesterday afternoon where he just practically dominated the race. Greg Miller, though, is sitting in third right now in the VS2 category. Still single filing out. We're going to have our FRCCA battle with Oscar Pacheco, Scott Gerber starting basically nose to tail with each other. Good race yesterday, was a little bit separated today with Pacheco taking a win. Scott Gerber might have had a bit of an issue as he was a little bit lower in the running order.
I'll tell you what, Ben Sennett, Joe Blacker, it's not going to take long to get those tires up to temperature as they went out for their pace lap, because I tell you what, those two are sticking it right there into the asphalt as they come up out of turn 9. You can see they almost barely even had to lift at all.
All right, so Peter, of course we've got a good number of this field, or a number of the Lolas that were part of the S2000 class, part of the heyday of sports car racing or sports racer racing in the Sports Car Club of America. And as you mentioned, this is without a doubt the fastest group of cars. What makes these cars so special?
Well, it's interesting because these are all purpose-built racing cars. They are not tube-frame cars. They're actually quite sophisticated, made of fully aluminum monocoques, basically sheet aluminum glued and riveted together like an airplane fuselage. And so they're very strong, very torsionally rigid, and very light. The battle from 3rd through 7th is just a classic Sports 2000 battle led right now by university professor Greg Miller, one of the finest Morgan drivers in the country. He has a beautiful 1600cc Ford-powered Morgan, followed by Mark Clark, who's a former Fortune 500 CEO. followed by Steve Conson from Atlanta, Georgia, Garrett Wilson from New England, New York area, and Gavin Clark, who is Mark Clark's son, in a separate Swift DB2. Now, the Swift cars, which are quite prevalent in this group, are the only American-built sports racers here, and these cars are quite competent and quite good and very, very even. Here we see Mark Clark lining up Greg Miller for a pass going down into turn 1. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, but you never know.
Let's take a look here as they make the run down into turn number 1, Brian, and there he goes. He pops out. It's like Peter knew it was coming.
Yeah. Premonition of he knew when Mark was going to pop. It's like he's been talking to him going, listen, I guarantee you if I give you a little bit of a coaching here, if you pop out right there and go through there, he's going to let you go by. No, I'm kidding. Mark got heavily on the brakes down into turn number 1. And he really got the drive off coming out of turn number 2 as well. So that helped get him by Greg Miller. You can see now he's starting to open up. Mark was pretty quick this morning. Again, he got bottlenecked up a little bit as well. You talked about Gavin Clark. Good to see that car back on the racetrack, because this morning when we went to the end of that race, he was stuck over in the trap there at turn number 10.
Yeah, let's not ignore some of the Formula cars also, because we've got a great battle going into the carousel right now, or having been gone through onto the S's. And we have just such a wonderful group of battles through the field. But the history of the sports racing class is on full display here, because Joe Blacker in his Lola T290 is a car that would have been seen in the late 70s in the 2-liter class at the Le Mans 24-hour races. And those cars became so expensive and so difficult to run that is what spawned the Sports 2000 class, which was basically an engine-limited spec class that had all of the technology and handling of the Group 6 FIA cars like the Lola T290, but at a much reduced cost and a much reduced running cost. These cars also were the bedrock of the training ground for professional sports car racing, having been both in the U.S. and in Europe. One of the top three classes in SCCA between 1980 and 1990, along with Formula V and Formula Ford.
That's fantastic information, as you just said, to be able to see the transition from where they are now, and being able to see them back out on a racetrack running pretty much everywhere across the country.
Well, it's just incredible, the parity that we're seeing at the front of the field. I mean, here we have Joe Blacker in this Lola T290, which is older than the Sports 2000s, but looks like Ben Sinnott is just sucking right up to the tail end of Joe Blacker. Joe's really going to have to be efficient on the brakes to keep from getting taken by Ben, but with twice the horsepower, it's going to be a tough uphill climb for Ben, but Ben swallows up 20 car lengths going into the brake zone into turn 1. It's insane.
Yeah, it's almost where Ben's able to get on the brakes kind of, a little bit, as you just talked about, Peter, deeper going in there, almost at the 400-foot mark as to where, Joe's having to get it on before he even gets to the 500 marker. You can see the lights are starting to come on there.
Well, that's the interesting thing is with power comes great responsibility. And the thing is that with Blacker, he knows that he's got a wild animal underneath him, and he's really got to be careful with that thing, because the terminal velocity of that car is greater than any car here this weekend, far more than the Sports 2000s. But the Sports 2000s are nimble, quick, and really, really good under braking. Very stable platform. Another beautiful car at the very end of the field is the Brabham BT21. Again, no less important are the cars further back in the field, because they exhibit all of the history, both in sports racing and in Formula cars. The Lotus 23, the white Lotus 23 of Darren Mann, the blue Brabham BT8. This is a mid-60s car. These cars are a full generation or two before the leading cars, and you can see again the evolution of performance throughout the sports racing and Formula car classes clearly on display in this group.
All right, looks like we've got our first retirement, the 61 machine, Brian, heading down the pit lane.
Well, that's listed as Joe Blacker, so unless there's two Joe Blackers in here, in the 61 coming off there.
No, well.
Well, I've got 61 of Joe Blacker, and then I got the 290 of Joe Blacker.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share some pre-race intel.
All right. Thank you.
We had a situation this morning where one of the reasons why the T290 started at the back of the pack was because one of the finest drivers in the paddock, Eric Langbine, who runs a noted preparation shop in Annapolis, Maryland, and takes care of Joe's cars, started in the 290 this afternoon. Wow.
That was close.
Something, boy.
Wow, they were trying to pass a car. I'll let you get back there. They were trying to pass that slower car, and I don't think that Joe knew that Ben was right there making that move on there. So
that's exactly right. So basically, Eric is in the Brabham this afternoon. Joe is back in his 290 and making a fine case, but he's just enough quicker in the straights that Ben can't really get into a rhythm and get by early enough in the lap to be able to get ahead.
Yeah, coming out of turn 9 there, they were putting that car a lap down, and that car really, really slowed coming through the carousel, and with great such speed as, you know, catching up to them. I don't think that car knew that they were behind him. And so when he pulled out and he got right back online because the power evidently re-engaged in that car, they ended up were right on top of him and tried to go to the right, and Ben just happened to be right there next to each other. There's really not much any one of them can do.
Well, I mean, the best part about it is we're talking about two of the finest drivers in the field. They know where the corners of the car are, within millimeters. Thankfully, there was no contact. But everybody, I can assure you, their heart rate went way up.
Right up to the roof, yeah.
So, you know, Peter, you and I were talking as we got one car coming back off of pit road right there, and I think that is the 61 there. So that is that Brabham BT8. When you and I were talking about data, right? And so a lot of it is really big into the racing industry nowadays, and a lot of people are looking. How many of these racers are really going in and looking at all of the data the minute they're done and kind of doing it, or are they waiting to the end of the weekend to be able to determine kind of maybe what happened?
So I think that the interesting thing is there are two ways to do this, and I would say a majority. I actually just finished a data debrief. What do we got?
I say coming right down on our second place car, just had one of the Formula cars, I think, cut down towards the apex. Didn't necessarily know that there was a much faster car coming, and you've got the numbers there, the cars there. Unfortunately, I don't have the timing and scoring in front of me, but
that is really close.
It was Ben Bennett. It was the second car that was kind of coming through there, and I believe that may have been the orange. Was that the orange citation there?
Orange
Mike
citation.
Conklin?
Sure was.
Yeah, the 76. So go ahead, Peter.
But in any case, you know, a majority of these drivers, especially towards the front of the field, are using data. They are looking at least their instrumented video immediately after their session to make sure that they are validating what they think they did in the car versus what they actually did in the car, and picking one or two things to work on the very next race to enhance their performance. Further back in the field, more casual users will look at it at the end of the weekend. But the people, in order to get benefit out of this, they have a streamlined review that takes no more than generally 5 to 10 minutes after the session.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we had a lengthy conversation about data. It was like, you know, a lot of people now are really starting to do that, Craig. So why don't we go ahead, since we've got about 8 minutes left to go, why don't we make that first call to the grid for the next group?
Absolutely. All right. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7B. Formula Fords, please head to the grid. Formula Fords, Formula Ford Challenge Series, race group 7B. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So real quick before we get back at it, it's got about 8 minutes left to go in this race. Get a little bit of an update of what's going on throughout the standings. Leading overall, as we know, it's Joe Blacker in at number 290, Lola T90 or 290. Ben Sennett in number 51 is second overall and leads the S2 category over Mark S. Clark. And we got a little bit of side-by-side battle here. Getting a little feisty again for that battle for the lead between Blacker and Sennett, as it looks like Blacker though can be able to pull that gap a little bit out, but as it gets to the braking zone, as we said, Ben Sennett's so much better in the braking zones, but on the straight, Blacker though in that Lola 290 is just so much better. But real quick while we're at HS2, Garrett Wilson leads over Steve Lefferts right now. And the FRCCA, Christopher Vital leads about 1.3 seconds over Scott Gerber, number 24, and Oscar Pacheco. Jeff Taplesey and the number 79 leads the FM category and the SR not the SR. They were seen in the last group. They are not in this group.
That's right. And I think gave Darren Mann and his Lotus 23 a little bit of a moment there as they were coming through turn 8, much like we saw from the citation a little bit earlier on, Peter. Here as time is and laps are starting to run down now with about 6.5 minutes remaining here in this feature race for our sports racers. And so, Peter, as you were saying, as they go through and decide how much data they're going to be using, do these drivers for the most part have more modern data acquisition systems in these cars, and so they're definitely keeping up with modern day technology as far as looking for ways to improve their racing then.
Absolutely. Racing is so expensive that you need to make every lap count. Nobody ever gets as much track time as they want.
Right.
So they need to make it work. Everybody can relate to video. So they all have cameras in their car, not only to improve, but to protect themselves from other errant competitors.
Right.
But they also, I got to tell you, Mark Clark is doing an extraordinary job. He's going a good second and a half quicker than he's gone all weekend. Greg Miller's into the 19s, which is fantastic. Steve Lefferts, this is his first race weekend in the Taiga, and he is chopping 2 seconds a lap every session since Friday or
amazing.
Thursday afternoon. So they're all using data to do this. And they don't make it complicated. They just try to figure it out. We got 3 abreast going past start finish between Darren Mann and 2 Formula Fords.
Yeah, I believe that's Scott Gerber and Christopher Tell going side by side as you're talking about, and they're headed down in turn 1. One's still side by side coming through there as well. So
Gerber's going to almost slam the door there in front of Attell, as that's the battle for the lead in the category. So they're still going to be side by side here as they pop out from behind. Side by side going down turn number 3, though. It looks like Scott Gerber is going to get the lead position there, and Vitale is going to have to file in behind. Was thinking about trying to maybe make a move to the inside, but thought against it and just filed back in line, waiting to set something up here for later.
one of the things we've seen here, especially in this racetrack over the last couple of years, is when you come out of turn number 2 and you get ready to come up to turn number 3, you can make a pass on the outside. Now, obviously, with an open wheel car, that's not a highly, percentage pass right there, but we have seen cars that will try to make that pass to make that driver that's going to hit the normal line get harder on the brakes getting into turn number 3.
Well, that's exactly right. We've had track walks for the last 2 evenings that quite a few people have come along for. And what we do is we look at this information and we see, another great battle crossing the start-finish line right now. These guys are absolutely battling like it's the Grand Prix going down into turn 1. But the idea of being able to really analyze where you can take advantage of passing other competitors is vital. And it is a cooperative thing. Passing successfully without contact depends on a pact between the 2 drivers, and those drivers need to have their head on a swivel, making sure that everything is in good order.
Yeah.
Attention in the paddock, second call for race group 7. Race group 7B, Formula Fords, please head to the grid. Race group 7B, Formula Fords, this is your second call to the grid.
So everybody easing back off a little bit. We're seeing the lap times drop off as the inevitability sinks in. We've got about 3 minutes left before the checkered flag, and everybody is getting hot and tired.
I was just going to say, Peter, as they were ramping up the aggression, they probably thought, I actually need to come out tomorrow morning and race again.
We're not done the weekend yet,
exactly.
boys.
Exactly.
Super important. But this is such a spectacular racetrack. It is made for great racing.
Yes,
it is.
And this is a track where a really good driver in a good car can outdo a good driver in a really good car.
Yep.
And this is one of the great things that you have David and Goliath battles here all the time. We're seeing a lot of similar fast lap times for the leads of many of the groups, from small bore through medium bore to tin top. So,
right.
I mean, we're talking about a blanket covering the thing, and that's the reason why everybody looked. Now, Ben hung back a little bit from Joe Blacker in his black Lola T9190, but then I think Joe went to sleep a little bit, and Ben is right smack dab on him into turn one.
So you talked about, getting to the end of this race, you're a little tired mentally and everything, physically. With doing 2 races in a day now, I get you have a pretty good break, but with the temperature warming up and just, warmer temperatures and everything, with the open wheel cars though, how much does that affect you with basically your strength, everything in the race? We're getting weaker, does it affect you mentally a lot in this race, and how much does it, just overall effects?
Absolutely. I mean, the physiological effects are significant enough so that in data logging, we're actually tracking the heart rate of a lot of these drivers. And it is not uncommon to see heart rates of 160 to 180 beats per minute while they are out there. It is definitely a cardiac workout. Again, this form of the Ford battle, crossing the start-finish line immediately behind Garrett.
Oh, and Greg, we've got one car that has gone off out of there just outside our camera. You can see it right there at the top. In turn number 10, I believe that is going to be the 35 machine. 25 machine. That's actually Steve Leffert. See that?
There we go.
You put the announcer's curse on him there, Peter. When setting the fastest lap time. He's always setting the fastest lap time until he's not.
And that's why we're not telling who his favorite student is.
That is correct.
His favorite student is.
Whoa! And we have a pass for the lead.
There we go. Right onto the front straight here now, and as they come across the line, there you go. New leader here in S2, and Ben Sinnott jumps to the lead.
Yeah, I think that, again, you had Joe Blacker kind of really slowed down a little bit once he got past that incident right there of the Steve Lefferts machine. Once they got past that, Ben Sinnott got right back into it. I don't believe Blacker did, and kind of held off and moved drivers right. So we'll see. But next time they come by, they're going to receive the checker flag. So it looks like we are going to be able to get this finished in this race, even though that car is there. We'll have that standing yellow there, guys, in turn 10. So if Blacker's going to get back by Ben Sinnott, he's going to have to do it before they come up the hill and up underneath that bridge.
So, and I would say that he is not going to be able to do that because Ben Sinnott's last lap was a good 1.5 seconds quicker than the rest of the field, including previous leader Joe Blacker. I mean, he just put fire to that Lola, and he is gone.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a big gap now. So I'm wondering if Joe Blacker may have had an issue right there coming down from the lap before.
Well, I think what happened was Ben was uncorked from the bottle of Joe Blacker, and he took good effect. And now we can say who my most famous coaching client is.
There you go.
Ben Sinnott, the winner overall here in this Group 6, in this Gibson Cup. And there you have it. Peter Krause's student is Ben Sinnott. So the word is out.
That's right. Now the world can know. All right, so Peter, as we wrap up, first off, David is final racers are coming across the line. Why don't you give us a quick breakdown here of our top finishers?
Yeah, so Ben Sinnott will take the win in this race. Really good really good battle between him and Joe Blacker throughout this entire race, and he'll take the S2 category over Mark Clark. Joe Blacker will take the ASR category. In VS2, it's Greg Miller over Steve Constant Sr. HS2, Garrett Wilson over Steve Lefferts. FRCCA, it's Scott Gerber will take the win over Christopher Vital and Oscar Pacheco. Down at FM, it's Jeff Taplesey.
Yep.
And the number 79, Lotus 23B, and the Joe Blacker in the DM category, he will win that, and the only car entered in that group.
All right, well, there you go. That wraps things up for our sports racers. Peter, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you to talk a little bit about your business, Peter Krause and Associates, and what you offer. And of course, we already know that. Well, as you said, you have more students than you know what to do with, but here's your opportunity. Give us a little rundown.
Well, thank you so much. I ran a historic race preparation business for 25 years, sold my portion in that business in 2007, and began a full-time career coaching, data coaching, club level, and historic drivers. Based out of VIR, I have a commercial facility at VIR, still do, and they're generally 6 to 8 days a month. And one of the greatest things is having a second pair of eyes on a driver's performance can often illuminate opportunities that were not otherwise known to that driver. And I've been fortunate enough to begin at the very basic high performance drivers education level, go to the Porsche Club of America Club Racing, BMW America Club Racing, and then all of a sudden the methodology was proven to be good enough to have pro teams hire me, and I've been able to work with Rolex 24-hour winners, Sebring 12-hour double class winners, and the challenges that face drivers are universal at any level. And if I walk around with a big key ring on my belt and I pick a key until one fits into a driver's head and that light bulb comes on and they're able to do more than they think is possible to do. And that is my job, and I use objective measures to do this rather than my opinion. I think that is a difference between a professional coach.
It's a methodology.
It is. And the best part about it is sharing that methodology with them so that they can coach themselves. I don't want lifetime coaching clients. What I want is I want to help them fledge the nest and use all of these skills. And that's why I'm particularly proud of everyone who I've ever worked with, from Ben Sinnott to Mark Clark to Garrett Wilson to Steve Lefferts to a number of people throughout the field, all in the last 18 years. It is an absolutely wonderful job, and it is a blessing that my avocation has turned into my vocation.
All right, well, there you go. That is Peter Kraus, driver coach extraordinaire. If you want to find out more, you can find out at peterkraus.net, correct?
And gofasternow.com.
Even better. That one I can definitely remember. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for the Sports Racers. We want to thank Peter Kraus for joining us here today. Hopefully, Peter, if you stick around tomorrow, you'll be able to join us tomorrow as well for our final Sports Racer race of the weekend here at the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We'll be right back.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people, and I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
in any other city and any other place in the world. Right here in the heart of the Iron City. You need to be here.
It is the 2026 Jefferson 500% by the Vintage Racer Group. And next up for the final Formula Ford Racing Series race of the day. Now they head out on track. It's our Group 7B. We're going to have our two esteemed guests with us, Denny Austin and Frank Del Vecchio once again. But first, let's run down the starting order. David, over to you.
Starting on pole, it's number 3, Jake King in his Royale RP24. Starting second, number 23, Joseph Griffin in the Crossley 16F. Starting in third, number 29, Patrick Flynn. Starting fourth, it's number 59, Dave Handy. Starting in fifth, the number 10, Brandon Weber. Starting in sixth, the 144, Joey Selmance. Starting in seventh, the 22, Robert Dusek III. Starting in eighth, Wayne Nicolette in the number 2. Starting ninth, Doug Meese in the number 27. Starting 10th, the number 76, Eric Langben. Starting in 11th, the 451 Leon Hodges Austin. Starting at 12th, the 08 of Samuel M. Ryan. He was supposed to start 13th, but he is over to my left. It's Frank Del Vecchio in the number 13th. Starting 14th, number 97, Stefan Vappa. Starting 15th, the 56, George Houts. Starting 16th, the 120, Scott Fairchild. Starting 17th, number 116 of Matthew Barber. Starting 18th, the number 555 of Ira Nesbitt. Starting 19th, the number 8, Dave Gott. Starting in 20th, the number 28, Mark Ongaro. Starting 21st, number 15, Mark S. Clark, and starting 22nd and shotgun on the field, the 155 of Timothy Nicholas.
All right, I want to welcome back to the booth Denny Austin and Frank Del Vecchio, and they'll be joining us here in just a moment as the field comes up the hill and underneath the bridge. The pace car lights are, well, the lights are not out, but nobody told the pace car driver that. He's going to head to the pit lane. Hopefully they don't all follow him in, and turns the field over now to Jake King. And the starter will watch them coming onto the front straight. We've got some very early starts here to the point where during the first race, I was wondering, Denny, whether or not anybody beyond maybe the first row actually saw the green flag come out. And here we go. We are racing once again at Summit Point.
Dave Handy took a big jump to the front.
Yeah, I was going to say, he definitely took a jump right in the middle of both Joseph Griffin and Jacob King. So it does look like Dave Handy is going to get this early lead coming down into turn number 1, getting through there. Everybody gets through turn number 1. But I tell you what, this is where we saw this earlier on. Dave Handy jumps out into the front. Jake King's going to move into second place. Now actually throw the 23, Joseph Griffin, into second place with Jacob King in third.
You know, there's some side-by-side racing going up at turn 3, which you really can't do. Brandon Weber was alongside Joey Selmans.
Not quickly.
Wow. Got close.
Fun to watch, but doesn't always work.
Yeah, I mean, this entire group has had some really hard times so far today with getting on track time and everything else. And so right now we're getting through, as it does look like that is going to be Dave Handy there. That car a little bit sideways coming up out of that carousel. Through there. And just to let everybody know, yet Frank is not in the car. He's not talking from the car. He is up here in the booth.
We tried that earlier.
In the number 13 out there on the racetrack. So again, as we come down into turn number 10, gentlemen, it is Jacob King's going to pick up that early lead with Dave Handy, then Joseph Griffin, Patrick Flynn, Brandon Weber, Joey Cement, and then Robert Dusek. That's your top 7 with Wayne Nicolette sitting there in 8th. And guys, you saw that as soon as they came off of turn number 10, everybody tried to get single file. Doesn't look like they're going to stay that way for very long.
Dave Handy made a superb move on Jake King, passing him at the end of the straightaway again, because King had gotten by him somewhere in the back. Brandon Weber's moved up into 4th place. He's right up Pat Flynn's tail, and he is determined to beat Pat.
Joseph Griffin's going to fall back there, gentlemen, all the way back down into, I believe that's going to be 5th place right now. So where he was sitting in 3rd as you talked about, with Dave Handy making that impressive move down into turn 1, coming out of turn number 2, as we start to head down into turn number 5. And as we come through, we did have one driver that went really wide to kind of open up that corner. I believe that was the 23 there, Joseph Griffin. So again, taking that unorthodox line down into turn 5 and opening that up.
It looks like Jake King has got past into the lead now.
It's always a problem when King gets 4 car lengths on the rest of the field. He's got clean air.
Well, and we saw that yesterday, what happened as soon as he was able to get around and get that clean air, and he was able to open up 4 car lengths and then expand it from there. Obviously, not that opportunity earlier today is, I think, we had 2 laps under green, I think. Here is a great move now going down into turn 1. Brandon Webber getting around Patrick Flynn, and a little bit further back now, is that George Houts getting around Sam Ryan as well under braking into the first corner.
Yeah, Flynn took the position back coming on crossover on turn 2 from Brandon Webber.
So I'm getting word down into turn number 5, and Denny, this is not something you're going to want to be able to hear, but I think Leon is down there in turn 5 somewhere, or they potentially had some type of side-to-side contact between him and I thought I heard the 0, but there is no 0.
There was no 0.
I'm not sure what number they're talking about, but Leon has only completed 1 lap along with Doug Meese. And, we saw Doug earlier this morning kind of oil down the racetrack a little bit, and you had talked about that when we were up here before, that the oil filter had backed off a little bit and was spraying out onto the exhaust pipe.
It doesn't look like that would have been what happened again, but it looks like Dave Handy is putting a move back onto Jacob King. So a race continuing at that part. We'll find out what's going on with Leon at some point.
Yep.
Brandon Webber took a place from Patrick Flynn. That was for 3rd place. Let's see if Flynn takes him again. He does that often on the crossover on turn 2, and sure enough, he's done that again.
Looking to see where virtual Frank Del Vecchio is out there.
Well, he's sitting right now in 12th.
Okay.
So again, he's got taken up quite a bit of room up in here as well as on the racetrack, sitting there in 12th.
Hey, apparently I'm fighting with Sam Ryan out there. Actually, Jordan Mayer. Jordan Mayer is a guy I've been mentoring now for the last 6 years. This is year 7. He's very fast. This is a chug-a-lug motor we have in the car. This is something that came out of a storage locker in Sarasota, Florida.
Oh, my.
So we're really down on some horsepower. It makes him pedal harder.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you pedaled pretty quickly this morning then when you got in there for your race, because you kind of moved up through there. And, as you started at the very back of the field, kind of moved up really, really quickly with the number of laps that you guys were able to get. But here comes our overall leaders now coming out of turn number 10, headed down the front stretch. Dave Handy still leading Jacob King in that number 3 machine. And, guys, they've opened up as they come down in turn 1. It now looks like King's going to try to make a move and go too wide down into turn number 1 over Handy. Handy's going to try to open up the corner. They've opened up a gap by about, I'd say, 6 or 7 car lengths in total over our 3rd place car, Brandon Webber, and then the very wide Patrick Flynn that all weekend long. That has been the largest, Club Ford machine I've seen all weekend long.
Jordan looking good going into turn 3, chasing one of the Ryan cars, as near as I can tell.
Yeah, I believe that may be Sam Ryan in that in the 08 this time. I think Emily ran earlier, and if I'm not mistaken, may have picked up that win in that 7A race this morning.
Yeah, nice birthday present for her.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, we've got Alan in the chat again wants to say hi to both of you, to both Frank and Denny, and we also had turn 5 Cheryl checking in from North Carolina. Wanted to give shout outs to Wayne Nicolette and Jake King.
Well, we'll let Wayne and Jake know, and hey to the Buttrick family.
That's right. Joining us for the 2nd day in a row, and like Alan there, and if you like what you see today, of course, go ahead and give us a big thumbs up and subscribe to the VRG YouTube channel as well.
We got a good 4-car race going here on the midfield. It looks like Jordan giving chase to one of the Ryans. Am I seeing a car spin down there? Is that
no, I think we just went 2 wheels off there
Okay.
into that dirt. That dirt's, kind of moved back up towards the racetrack now. So if you get too far, driver's left, kind of right before you get to the exit of 2, it'll kick up some dirt. So I think that was kind of in our Brandon Weber, Patrick Flynn, and our Joseph Griffin battle that may have kicked off a little left-hand dirt right there. But yeah, most definitely we had a nice 4-car battle there going down. I think with Matthew Barber, Ira Nesbitt, throw Dave Gott, and I believe that may have been Mark Clark as well. That's really actually 13th through 16th.
Yeah, nice to see how well Dave Gott is doing. He was a Triumph driver for years, and now is driving Gary Rutherford's old 81 Van Diemen. So Dave Handy leading Jake King down the straightaway. Jake's going to make another move to the inside, try and do that at the end. And I don't think he's got enough room. I think he's going to. There he goes.
He always gets down to that 300-foot mark before he starts to pop out to try to really outbreak Dave Handy to go through there.
And that was a last-second decision there.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of hesitation, and for a moment, Frank, he actually almost pulled back in behind Dave Handy, and then really just at the very last moment popped back out to the inside at about the 200-foot mark.
Trey Dusick doing a good move on Joe Griffin and giving Wayne Nicollet a chance to get into that little game for a while too. That was going into turn 1, and they're still playing going into turn 3.
And Wayne is usually up front. He's a little farther up front usually. He had a flat tire earlier today. He's got a new radiator set up on the side of the car, which, quite frankly, looks ridiculous. But but he's one of the fastest guys I've ever seen go through turn 10 onto the straightaway.
Tell you what, gotten some smoke there coming off of one of our cars back there, a little bit further back. That may be the 10 of Brandon Weber coming out of turn number 10 right now. You can see it there. It's only happening on making left-hand turns on that car. We'll see what we see down in turn number 1 as they get down in there. I tell you what, every time he makes that left-hand turn, that car tends to smoke a little bit.
Yeah, he may have a vent problem. He's been chasing that all weekend. You can't quite figure out where the oil's coming from. It's really not, lowering the amount of oil in the tank, but there is a little bit of oil coming out somewhere.
Just that sloshes over for a moment from one side to the other. The problem is, of course, that the majority of the turns here
are left-hand. Yeah, that's
are right-hand turns. Yeah.
Joe Griffin put a good move on Trey Dusick going into turn 1, and I think our friend Wayne is just kind of sitting back waiting to see which of those guys is going to make the bigger mistake.
Yeah, it looks like he's almost stalking his prey back there.
Yes,
as he's just going and taking a nice traditional center line down into turn 5, and obviously though, really nowhere for him to go. Also, as he follows them at least to that part of the track. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the next lap or so we see him as they come out of turn 10 onto the front straight, use that draft a little bit, and then pop to the inside, maybe be able to pick off both drivers.
Are we seeing the breakaway of Jake King now pulling him out?
I was going to say, definitely out into clean air right now. That's about a 4 or 5 car length. But I tell you what, as they go down the front stretch, go past the start-finish line, Handy's able to reel him in a little bit. Jake King gets through turn 1 so much better right now than Dave Handy in that number 59 machine that he is. That's where he's able to pull away. Coming out of the back half of this racetrack in turn 10, that's where Handy's able to close the gap a little bit on basically every lap that he's been behind Jake King.
Looks like Joe pulled a little bit away from that 3-car race. Wayne is right on Trey Dusick's tail going through turn 3. So a good midfield race continues as they head towards the carousel.
And of course, Jake King is driving that RP24 that's had extensive development. Originally, that car came out in, let's see, when did I buy mine? 1977. And that's got a couple of different car owners, development, and now they've really tricked that car out.
Isn't that an ex-Massey car, if I remember correctly?
Nick Kozloff originally bought the car from Doug Shearson.
Okay.
And Bob Berman.
Bob
Berman had it and went to did some great things with that car in the early Club Ford days. And now Jake's doing it right.
You know, that was a very fast car when it came out, but it was very delicate. The chassis actually used to break under load. So until we strengthened the chassis on that car, it was pretty awful.
We used to call them flexible flyers.
You know, we see that battle there. If we go a little bit further back, right here, this is the actual 22 of Robert Dusek III and Joseph Griffin 23. They actually went through turn 3 side by side there. Still going to go side by side down into turn number 4. Wayne Nicolette sitting there just watching both of them thinking.
He's moving from left side to right side, trying to determine which one's actually going to get an advantage and try and follow through, and neither one does.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's been trying them on the straight, too, getting 3 wide briefly, but all of them respecting one another and the fact that we don't need more incidents.
Yeah. Tell you what, with about 5.5 minutes left to go in this race here, gentlemen, Greg, why don't we make the first call to the grid for our next group?
Tension in the paddock. First call for race group number 1, B-Sedan Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1, B-Sedan Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Jay King moving to the middle of the road to put a little bit of a preventive move on Dave Handy, who got a really good shot out of turn 10. They're still disputing the outcome here in turn 2, but it looks like Jake's got the advantage.
Boy, Handy's right up on his gearbox.
He really is.
Jake opens up a little bit through turn 3.
You know, I tell you what, Jen, we were talking about that a couple minutes ago when we were up here with Peter and Ben Sinnott and all that. What we've seen on this racetrack over the last couple of years is when you are battling for that leader tends to drive the crown of the racetrack past the start-finish line down into turn 1, which makes the second place car or a car that's trying to pass, depending on the position, really have to go either driver's right, which is very unorthodox line, or far driver's left to get around. And now you're trying to open up the corner. That leader's got a pretty good line going through there, and we've seen it in every facet, which to me kind of would slow the car down, but they seem to hold the lead. For position.
You don't want to be on the inside going down. You get the wrong angle going into turn 1. So he makes the block on that. And trying to go around the outside like Handy's about to try and do again. That's a tough thing to pull off.
Yep. And again, Jay King stays in the center of the racetrack down the front stretch, just past the start-finish line, and holds that line all the way through the turn, which again makes Dave Handy have to go really far driver's left to get around him, and you just can't do it. And so we've not only seen that a number of times for the lead of the races, we also see drivers, especially back here where I was talking about the Robert Dusek and the Joseph Griffin, the Wayne Nicolette battle, they're doing the exact same thing.
I was going to say, Brian, because I think also one of the things there is they go and run down into turn 1. Given it has now been about 10 years since the last time this track was paved, that center of the track, it doesn't see nearly as much usage. There's a lot more grip there than that traditional braking zone all the way driver's left. And I think you could probably, even in the dry, go maybe a good 25 feet deeper with these, maybe not 25, but at least 10 feet deeper going into that threshold braking zone.
Yeah. Well, the big difference is that the guy who's going down the middle, the way Jake was doing, it forces the other car to the outside, and even though the car to the outside has a nominally better line, they can't make use of it
because stay out there.
Yeah, it may not be faster, but it's more defensive.
Yeah. Right.
Handy's he lost some.
That's what I said. Yeah,
he lost a lot in turn 1.
Yeah, losing a lot of quarter entry on turn number 1 is where he's losing the gap, and then really having to fight back the rest of the racetrack to catch up and run down Jake King.
So King in a RP24 Royale, Handy's in a Crosley 35, I believe, and the next 3 cars are Van Diemen 81 Van Diemen RF 81s.
Attention in the paddock. Second call for race group number 1, B-Sedan Racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 1, B-Sedan Racers. Also, we've had a report of a lost cell phone, or actually, well, we found a cell phone that somebody lost, and it is now over in the race center, in the classroom, in the Motorsports Center. Again, if you've lost your cell phone, there's a good chance that we may have found it. Head over to the classroom where registration was, the Motorsports Center, and they'll be able to help you.
Could be a $50 fee to pick that thing back up.
Hey, I may take it and use it as another camera here this weekend.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, King not letting Handy to the inside. He's crowding the inside going down into turn 1.
Yeah, again, with just about a minute and a half, I would assume the next time by, they could be getting that one to go board. So, again, Jake King trying to hold off Dan Handy, and then you got Patrick Flynn. Again, I say this again, that's the biggest car of the weekend in that Van Diemen, as Brandon Weber's really trying to get by him. We saw it earlier on, not only early this morning, but definitely yesterday as well. Brandon Weber just cannot get by Patrick Flynn.
I was going to say, it looks like Flynn has about 3 inches more rear track than any of the other cars out here.
Another good midfield race starting to shape up right now is virtual Frank Del Vecchio is catching up with Scott Fairchild. They should be going at it pretty hot and heavy pretty soon.
Yeah, he was stuck behind Sam Ryan and George Hose. Once he got by them, he's opening up a good gap.
Yeah, he's gotten by Scott Fairchild.
He's gotten by him.
He got by them, so
Yeah,
most
yeah.
definitely. So starting to open that up.
And they are...
Let's see. Yeah, we get the one to go.
That's it. All right. Now, as our leaders come down the across the start-finish line, 1 lap remains for Jake King and Dave Handy now as they make the run down into turn 1.
So the question is, where is Dave Handy going to do something that he hasn't tried before that'll work this time?
Or not work.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to, and I say this, but he's going to have to.
He actually did it.
But he did it down.
He did it. Coming down into
turn 2.
Now he's got to block the heck out of Jake. And Jake's awfully good down in the slow part of the course.
Yeah, through the carousel, Jake is one of the best in this races. Now he's going to try to go really wide down through here. This is where he could try to outbreak.
Yeah, they're going to go down the chute.
As he goes around the outside of Dave Handy going into turn number 5. And as they come through the carousel, we'll see if Jake King, he sneaks underneath, and that's
not going to do it.
Yeah, can't get it done.
Handy a little sideways there, out of 7 into 8 there a little bit. We're going to see this could be where Jake King really tries to make the move coming out of turn number 10. Not able to get it done up into 9.
Nose to tail coming through turn 10.
Yeah, Jake's going to pop out and try and draft by him. He's not going to do it.
Nope.
No,
Good job.
He's not up close enough as Handy moved over driver's right to block. And as they come to the line, taking the win in our final Formula Ford race of the day, Dave Handy will take the win in his Crossley 32. The Royale, Jake King, comes in second. Patrick Flynn holds off Brandon Weber for third. And then Joey Solomons and Robert Dusek, I think we saw actually Dusek get around. Joey Solomons coming in 5th. Dusek got around Griffin going into turn 1 to start the final lap. He's going to finish in 6th position. Joseph Griffin will finish 7th. Wayne Nicolette will come home in 8th. And then we got Jordan Mayer coming home in 9th. Scott Fairchild will finish in 10th. Well, gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us. And please don't be strangers. We've got one more race tomorrow morning. Hopefully you can join us for that if you're here.
Unless you're in it.
I think I'm going to pedal the car tomorrow morning.
He's going to pedal.
Right.
I'll be announcing then.
Big Frank in the big wheel. All right, well, there you go. That's going to wrap up our final Formula Ford race of the day. Next up, it's going to be the B-Sedan Racing Series here at Summit Point Raceway in the 2026 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We'll be right back.
My name is Tara Feeney, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. So I first got into cars because I kind of grew up in a car family. My grandpa was a car collector, so I grew up around classic cars. And then I just figured out that that's what I loved, it's what I was passionate about, so I stuck with it. So I wanted to work on classic cars as a career after doing it in high school and realizing that I was super happy at that job and super fulfilled, and I just was passionate about keeping history on the road. I would love to be an engine technician, and my hope one day is to open my own shop. The Piston Foundation has helped me by allowing me to focus on college instead of worrying about my finances and has been instrumental in my success.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And next up, it's the B-Sedan Racing Series here at Summit Point. And David, why don't you run down the starting order?
B-Sedan category. Starting in first, it's Jeremy Hoover in that Volkswagen Scirocco. Starting in second, number 3, Steve Byrne in a Datsun 510. Michael Buck will start third, number 16, Ford Capri. Starting in fourth, Perry Genova in the BMW 2002. Starting in fifth, number 14 of AJ Ferragonio in the BMW 2002 TII. Starting in sixth, it's Weichin Sarabon in the Mazda RX-3. Starting at 7th, the 161, Gary Reed in a Datsun 510. Starting 8th, number 93, Brian Walsh in a Ford Pinto. Dennis Shaw will start 9th, the number 66, AMC Spirit IMSA RS. Peter Bauer in the 511 will start 10th in his Datsun 510. Starting 11th, the 74, Don Wanagot and the Alfa Romeo GTV. Joe Lyles will start in 12th in that 206 BMW 2002. Dave Nicholas will start alongside him in the number 13, starting at 13th in the number 6 BMW 2002. Dennis Lane in the 05 will be starting 14th in a Volkswagen GTI. Mark Grimsley will be in the number 23, starting 15th. That is a Datsun 510. Lucien Genova in the number 201 will be starting 16th in the BMW 2002. Jeff Downing starting 17th in that number 466 BMW 2002. Kevin DeAllard in the number 42 will be starting 18th in a BMW 2000 TIIs. Patrick Buva and number 19 will be starting 19th and number 92 in an Alfa Romeo GTV. Starting at 20th and number 36, John Wood, BMW 2002 TII. Lee Poseidon starting at 21st in the 113. Starting in 22nd, the 188, Margot Oti, and the BMW 2002, Raymond Jenkins. And the number 76 will be starting 23rd, the Raymond Jenkins in the 2002. Starting 24th, it is the number 56, Brad Carroll, and the BMW 1600. Todd Angel and another BMW 1600. He's in number 12, will be starting 25th. Robert A. Ball will be starting 26th in the BMW 2002. Starting 27th, number 99. Jim Karamanis and the Ford Pinto, starting 28th. Tim Cashman, the 02, starting 29th. Paul Marconis, number 83, Ford Pinto.
Tell you what, guys, let's see if Paul can get past turn number 1 this time, as our drivers are now coming up underneath that bridge, coming up into turn number 10 and getting ready to come out of turn number 10, waiting for that green flag to fly. As our line up there sits there, it is on the pole, Jeremy Hoover, by the way, who is having a birthday today. So happy birthday to Jeremy Hoover, as we are now green. And Jeremy Hoover is going to start to come down and get in front of Steve Byrne in that number 3. Again, Jeremy didn't finish the race earlier this morning there, David. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to do it. But the birthday boy right now definitely out in front.
Yeah, and the birthday boy deciding to start from the outside lane today and sweeps around. It sweeps around then Steve Byrne as they go into turn number 1, and as they break out of turn 2 and head down to turn 3, the Volkswagen Scirocco now taking the lead as Steve Byrne goes to hold off that beautiful 73 Ford Capri of Michael Buck, and they run down the hill. A couple drivers running off into the dirt. The white Volkswagen Rabbit, I believe that was Dennis Lane in the 05 car, may have taken a bunch of gravel, but as we know, you can just straighten those wheels up, and the track comes right back to you there as they come through turn 5. Got joining us here now today, Joe Teplitz from VRG, another one of our B-Sedan racers. Unfortunately, couldn't get car ready for this race today. But Joe, great to have you up in the booth with us.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here.
So Joe has a lot that he does with VRG as well as the Vintage Grand Prix, but Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, which we'll talk about here in just a few moments. But Joe, hopefully you could give us a little bit of color. We had Jim Karamanis up with us yesterday afternoon, and as a racer in the B-Sedan Championship Series, why don't you tell us, maybe give us first off a little information about the class itself.
So this is it's a group that's always been very popular, but recently we've got a new B-Sedan Racing Series that we formed. This is the first race of it. There will be 5 events this year and it's a point series for B-Sedans. These are B-Sedans from the era through 1983. They are also IMSA RS cars, so we've always combined those two groups together. They were very popular groups in the old days. They're mostly four-cylinder cars with a few rotaries in there. You can tell by the sound.
Like the RX. The RX-3. You can hear it coming from about 6 miles away.
When you're, and that's the same for when you're on the track. So Datsun 510s are a lot of BMW 2002s out there. A little bit of everything. Again, these were very popular series back in their day.
Indeed. All right, so here as we get underway, it is, and now as we're completing our second lap, we've got Jeremy Hoover, who was our pole sitter in his Volkswagen Scirocco. He's now opened up about 10 car lengths on Perry Genova, on Steve Byrne. Steve Byrne just reset the fast lap, by the way, running in second in the white Datsun 510, another 1970 vintage BMW 2002 Perry Genova running third with Michael Buck in the Capri, falling back into fourth place. AJ Farragonia, Weechat Sarabon in that Mazda RX-3 that we were talking about now, running in third. So tell us a little bit, Joe, when we first, before we went on air, we were asking, we want you to give a little color for the race, and you're telling us all the other things that you do that help these racers with the Vintage Racer Group. Why don't you fill us in a little bit about what makes Joe tick here in VRG?
Okay, so it's a lot of stuff. Mainly it's the inability to say no. That's
why we're here, by the way.
I'm an instructor in the school. VRG has the best racing school out there. We do a lot about car control. So the students all come out with a good experience in threshold braking and going through slaloms and in trail braking. They get a lot of lap time. I also instructed SCCA. These are great schools. The VRG school is the best. So I do instruction at the school. I'm a track race photographer. I photograph the historic Trans Am series. I got my start in racing as a mechanic in the Trans Am series in 1971 at this racetrack. It was brand new. There were still trees on the ground at Pit Inn, and there was water everywhere. We ran a SCCA national race here in a car that we borrowed from John Greenwood.
Oh my God!
The other
is it a Corvette?
No, it was a Camaro. He had a red, white, and blue Camaro that is
my.
now running in historic Trans Am.
Oh, amazing!
So I also do the race photography. I instruct on the drivers committee for when we have incidents. So I have a lot of hats in VRG. I also am competition director for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and for the Put-in-Bay races, the historic races at Put-in-Bay. So, again, the inability to say no has gotten me a lot of work.
Write down on a piece of paper that says no.
Yeah, I know.
Somehow that ends up in the trash, but if you write it down on a piece of paper, I'm going to say no this year.
I'm going to hang it around my neck.
Yeah.
Right? So this series is a great series. These cars, again, very popular cars, and this series this year and the inaugural year at VRG is going to be this race, the New Jersey Motorsports Park race in July.
Yes.
Lime Rock Historics on Labor Day. Watkins Glen, VRG at Watkins Glen is a great event. And then the Turkey Bowl, which is back here in November, which is always the end of everybody's year. It's a low-key event and just a great time.
All right, just got word that the 511 machine.
Peter Bauer.
Peter Bauer brought that beautiful blue Datsun 510 down the pit lane. We'll see if he can get that car back out. There's also another slow-moving vehicle that we have on track And it sounds like they've just gotten that car back up to speed, and I believe that may be one of our Pintos.
That's, I believe, that's Brian Walsh.
Brian Walsh, Racer Walsh in the red Ford Pinto, the number 93 machine.
And I tell you what, if we had the breaking news symbol that would come across the ticker there across the bottom, we do have breaking news. Paul Marcone's, he's completed 4 laps, so he did make it past turn 1 in this race. So again, having problems this morning and yesterday. So good to see Paul out here finally getting to run that car. Currently sitting in 16th place.
Well, Joe, you may have seen him out there this morning as you were taking photos, because apparently Paul Marcone has exacted repairs on his Ford Pinto over on the skid pad this morning.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I understand.
I know that you said that Jeremy Hoover dropped out of the race early. He did that to save his brakes. His brakes were starting to wear, and he didn't have a replacement set of pads, so he dropped out of the race early. He's in good shape, and he is very, very fast. This is his second time at this track.
Joey should have asked for that for his birthday present.
I know.
Somebody could have brought him an extra pair of brake pads.
Perfect.
So he would have had it. Hey, listen, real quick, let's catch up to a little bit here, and then we'll get back to Joe. But there's a really good battle going on here. Really, it's 9th through about 15th, maybe 16th place right now. It starts with the 206 there, Joe Lyles, and then you've got Dennis Lane, Don Wanigat, Lee Poseidon, Kevin Dillard, Mark Grimsley. Now throw in Paul Marcone's in there in that number 83 in that Pinto. Lucian Genova just a little bit further back. But I tell you what, this whole group right here, they've been going at it the entire time. Almost 12 minutes exactly. Those guys haven't been more than a car width apart from each other, and they've swapped positions anywhere from 9th all the way back to 15th.
I was saying we just saw Lee Poseidon trying to go around the outside of Don Wanigat. They're going into turn 5. It was able to hold him off, but we can see here as we've got one of our 510s. And I believe that was Mark Grimsley dropping a wheel, driver's right, coming through turn 8. Lost a little bit of speed because of it, and believe now.
Is that him coming down pit road now too because of that?
No, that's. I don't think that was.
That's Mark Grimsley.
Okay.
Coming down into pit road there, the 23. Definitely came off of turn 8 and made that hard right to get down to pit road as quickly as he could. I'm wondering if maybe he's having a brake problem as well, because that car really got wide coming out of turn number 8, and it is.
That's a BMW 2002.
Yeah, so that's definitely not Mark Grimsley.
I think. We'll get the number. I think that was.
Is that Jeff Downey?
Either that or Tim Cashman in the 02 machine, possibly.
Thought it may be Jeff Downey in the white.
Although I think Cashman's maybe a little bit further back from that group of cars. So while we try to track that down, Joe, tell us about the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Of course, it's going to be held July 18th and 19th this year at Shenley Park, and seeing that you got roped into being the race director there, and why don't you tell us a little bit about what goes into putting on an event like that?
It's a one-of-a-kind event. It's in its 44th year, and I've been to all of them in one fashion or another, either as a spectator, as a car show demonstrator, as a racer, and now in official roles. It's again one of a kind. It's a race through a city park with curbs and light poles and fire hydrants and hay bales. We run it. We try to get the drivers to run it at 7 or 8 tenths instead of 10 tenths.
After running down the list of all the things that may block your path, I can't imagine why.
But it's a fabulous event. It is so much fun to race in the park. The cars, the people there, the camaraderie is very much like this group at BRG, and we have a good relationship with BRG. one of the things you mentioned earlier was that pack in the middle of the race, and that's typically where I run unless it rains. The only time I win is in the rain. The nice thing about VRG is that there's no podium, so the cars run up front, and that's great. But the key here is you find somebody who's good to race with, evenly matched, and then you go out and just have a blast. Lee Poseidon and Don Wanigat are good friends. They work on each other's cars, but they're out there racing hard, and then afterwards they'll go have a beer together. So it's fabulous. Same kind of spirit at the Vintage Grand Prix. We have people who've been racing there for a long time. We have a good mix of cars up through 1983, and we have up to 3.3 liters is where we cut it off.
Okay.
Our mark of the year is Jaguar
this year?
Yep.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. The most odd racing that I could ever imagine a Jaguar undertaking. My father used to own a 53 Jaguar XK120 when we lived in Brooklyn, and he used to drag race the car up in Jersey, and it never seemed to be that, as much as I love the sound of straight sixes, as much torque as they put down, never saw that as a drag race car, and might explain why I had to replace 3 transmissions in that car.
Could be. One of the things about Summit Point, you can see it happening, is that it's a relatively short track.
Right.
And so by lap 4, you're either lapping somebody or getting lapped, or maybe both. So if you look at the leaders, they're already halfway through the
field
pack.
already here. And we were watching there. That's actually Sarabon that I think we just picked up in the RX3. Who is currently sitting, I think, a little bit further back in the field right now. But we'll pick up. Seeing so many orange cars, I'm trying to pick up our leader going through traffic, and of course, the one time I want to, I can't find him.
Well, I tell you what, you guys were sitting there talking. I was kind of listening on the radio. Mark Grimsley's definitely taken the widest part of this racetrack everywhere in turn. Just went 4 off again. In turn number 3. Okay. Again, that battle, as you were just talking about, Joe, maybe battling towards the, during the racing, and then all of a sudden go out and have dinner, or, a few cocktails, a few drinks, and then talk about that race. But that's still a really good battle, really, from 9th all the way back to 15th. Even Mark Grimsley still in 16th, as looks like we got one car that came out of turn number 2 and went very, very slow. That is actually Kevin Dillard in that number 42 in that BMW 2002 as well. So Kevin having some problems with that as they go up into turn 3.
I don't have the data, but I know that Perry Genova, who's one of the front runners in this group all the time, is one of the founders of Skidmark Racing, and he has built probably a number of these BMW 2002s that are out there racing today.
And so, and I think, don't we have a mix of the carbureted cars as well as the TIIs out here today, the injected cars? Is there are all of these cars running what their original B-Sedan classings were, or do they get updated for, I guess, to balance the performance here in the B-Sedan Racing Series?
Yeah, the series is purposely not long on rules. So there are some rules about safety equipment, of course. They have to be full race prep with fuel cells and roll cages and things like that. They have wheel size or tire width restrictions. They have to be no wider than 225 millimeters for the tires. Otherwise, they're and they have to be on treaded tires. They can't be on slicks.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Our big bore racers for the Cunningham Cup please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, Cunningham Cup, Big Bore Racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
As you guys were talking, and I mentioned Kevin Dillard, he has pulled off at turn number 7. So again, tried to get that car limping all the way around, not able to do so. Just on the other side here.
Yeah, I think just past our camera.
Yeah, well, it's on the other side there, kind of where, kind of turn 6 and 7, 6A comes into turn number 7.
Got it.
Just on that side of it. So
There are a few places on this course where you can pull off and not stop the race for your buddies, and most of the people are pretty good about finding those areas.
some of them pull off and don't want to pull off there, and they pull off. That's where they end up going off, and so
we make them stay in their cars unless they're on fire.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
I was calling a race at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and we had a driver who pulled his car off. Of course, at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, when you come out of turn 7 onto the back straight, there's a big cutout in the wall there. The driver went right past it, pulled trackside driver's right, which was only about 5 feet off of the edge of the pavement, and then proceeded to get out of the car, which immediately brought out a full course caution for all the racers as race control heard that was an issue. But again, here, wonderful. These we always tell the racers, of course, Joe, and I'm sure you do during the driver's school, that the safest place for them is with the cage around them, not to get out of the cars.
That's interesting at Road Atlanta, because if you take an early apex at turn 7 and you lose it, if you catch it, you end up on the driver's right.
Right, exactly, in that wall.
So exactly. He's in a bad place. PVGP, we have a lot of drivers that have been there for a long time. We don't like it to be somebody's first wheel-to-wheel race, so we are pretty particular about who runs there. We get 100,000 spectators. There's a golf course. The track goes right through the middle of a golf course, and there are sponsorship tents up there that people are entertaining and watching the race as the cars come through the golf course. We're moving our start-finish line so more of the spectators can actually see the finish of the race.
Great, wonderful.
I tell you what, Jeremy Hoover's really wanting to get back to the paddock, start blowing out the candles on that birthday cake, because he has lapped everybody up to right now, I believe, up into the 9th position already. And now Steve Burns having to go through that exact same group. That's the group that's been battling the whole entire race. Really from, we'll say now, Dave Nichols all the way, or actually Lee Poseidon in that 113, all the way back down into that 15th spot. So again, our leader in that Volkswagen Scirocco, Jeremy Hoover, the birthday boy, he is actually putting on a show right now.
I'll tell you what, too, someone in that group of 5 there that we saw, Paul Marconis, as we've highlighted and pointed out, basically the farthest he made it in the 2 races yesterday and this morning was turn 1. And sitting in 11th right now, really good run for him after everything that he's basically gone through over the past 24 hours. So good to see that Ford Pinto back up into the 11th position, just outside the top 10, and he could get it because he's been really close to Joe Lyles there in a 206 BMW 2002.
Started shotgun on the field here, so again, really coming from back there. Got that Pinto wound up this afternoon.
Another factor in vintage racing like this that I absolutely love, and I race with these guys and I know them all, is that if somebody's going to lap you, like Steve Burns laps us all. He's amazing, and Jeremy is too. If they're coming up behind you, people are very good about giving them space to get through.
And we've also seen as it's come down to the end of races as well. Obviously this takes a lot of discretion, and when you're all ramped up and you've got the adrenaline flowing, as you're coming out of the last couple of corners onto the front straight, and you've got some slower cars, so maybe just back off just a little bit, give them an extra lap, let them have their race. And we've seen that all weekend long here, where there is, it's a little bit different than, I would say, modern day club racing, where there's always that sense of urgency here. And I think that is, that is so good to see. And again, it's that camaraderie that extends, not only in the paddock, but when you're on the racetrack as well.
And, when we go through the training, we're talking about people who want to be VRG. We get to do a VRG license, not just a racing license, and all of that's included.
All right, coming across the line now with 1 lap remaining, Jeremy Hoover. Brian, you said it. He's looking to plug the birthday candles. Our birthday boy, Jeremy Hoover, in his 1981 Volkswagen Scirocco. He is heading down now into turn 1, working his final lap. Joe, do you know if the Hoover car, is that a 1.7 or a 1.6?
It's a 1.6. I went over and talked to him this morning, and great guy, and it's a very well prepared car.
Yeah,
it's a 1.6.
Yeah, definitely. I know races a bunch of BMWs and some other club racing series, so a very experienced driver here is Jeremy Hoover. Got 11 seconds to Steve Byrne. So, I mean, a huge gap in this race after the problems they had this morning with the brakes, trying to keep conserve those. I think he conserved those in the car well so far today.
He had a lot to say about making the transition from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive.
Yeah. Don't lift, which for some people isn't a problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it looks like Jeremy Hoover, they're going to come up the hill for the final time, come under the bridge now and make his way in turn number 10. Nobody behind him. Steve Byrne still about 10 plus seconds back. Going to have a car in front of him. It doesn't matter though. No effect. Comes out the turn number 10 on the front straightaway towards the start finish line to take the checker flag and race number 3 of the weekend for this B-Sedan group. Give it to Jeremy Hoover, 2 for 3 on the weekend.
Well, there you go. Congratulations to him in our B-Sedan Racing Series feature race. And now coming across the line there is Steve Byrne. He's going to finish second in his 1970 Datsun 510. And let's pick up. We got there we go. Is Paul Marconis comes across the line. And then we had Perry Genova and Michael Buck as well. But great runs here today, Joe.
Great race.
Yeah, absolutely. And good. And after all the challenges that we saw with our Formula Fords throughout the day, glad to see these B-Sedans have been running clean and green all weekend long. And, of course, we'll see them once again tomorrow. They should be out, let's see, about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, thereabouts, I think.
Sounds right.
Excellent. Very good. As the remainder of our drivers come across the line, David, why don't you give us a quick rundown of how they finished?
Absolutely. So we're going to go over top 10. Jeremy Hoover will win another race of the weekend at Volkswagen Scirocco. Steve Byrne will finish second. Perry Genova will finish third in the 202 BMW 2002. Michael Buck finishes fourth in number 16. AJ Ferragonio in number 14 will finish fourth. Finishing fifth is Weechin Sarabon. Gary Reed will finish seventh in the 161. Dave Nicholas in eighth. Paul Marconis, really good run after the struggles that he's had this weekend with that car. Finishing ninth, and Lee Poseidon will round out the top 10. Number 113, Datsun 510.
All right, well, Joe Teplitz, I want to thank you so much for joining us here today. It's either you or Jim Karamanis. I personally would rather have you here with us tomorrow. Don't tell Jim.
Oh, I will.
Only if you bring pretzels. I'm looking out over here. Turn 3 is gathering again with the pretzels.
Oh, pretzels. All right.
Pretzel.
That's right.
All right, I'll bribe you.
All right, and just a reminder, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix in Shenley Park, July 18th and 19th. Is there a website or something? If people wanted to come and spectate, do they have to buy tickets or do they just show on up?
There's a 10-day series of events that include car shows and festivals and black tie events, and there's a lot. So go to pvgp.org to find out the entire schedule.
All right, well, very good. That is Joe Teplitz. This has been the B-Sedan Racing Series. And next up, it's going to be the Cunningham Cup, our big bore racers here at Summit Point Raceway, the 2026 Jefferson 500. We'll be right back.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people. And I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts.
As the field rolls away for its first of two pace laps in the Cunningham Cup feature race, we ask for your attention as we honor the memory of a racer, a mentor, a competitor, and lifelong member of our motorsports family. That would be Rick Mandelson. Today, the pole position remains open for him on the first of our two pace laps. That vacant space left by our pole sitter is a symbol of remembrance, a tribute to a man whose life was deeply intertwined with the spirit of racing for more than 60 years, 6 decades. Rick Mandelson's racing journey began in the early 1960s, and it didn't take long for his talent and his character to leave a lasting impression throughout the Sports Car Club of America's community. An 8-time SCCA national champion, Rick competed and won across nearly every form of motorsports imaginable. Formula cars, sports cars, stock cars, motorcycles, and even drag racing. If it had wheels and there was competition, Rick embraced it. During an extraordinary run in Formula V competition from 1969 through 1971, Rick won 26 of the 28 races he entered, establishing himself as one of the most successful regional racers of his era. He competed in Trans Am, he set track records, and he earned the admiration of competitors, not only for his speed, but for his sportsmanship, his humility, and the love of the racing community. Perhaps Rick's greatest contribution came away from victory lane. For nearly 20 years, he served as an instructor and mentor, helping guide and inspire countless drivers who followed in his tire tracks. Even in later years, Rick remained a familiar face in the paddock, at vintage racing events, always eager to share stories, advice, and his enduring enthusiasm for the sport he loves so deeply. And now, as the opening lap will be coming to a close here in just a few moments, the field prepares to reform. The empty position on the front row will soon be filled once more, but Rick Mandelson's place in the racing community, it never will be. Please join us in one final salute to Rick Mandelson, racer, champion, mentor, and friend. He may no longer take the green flag with us, but he will forever ride with us in spirit. And may Rick's memory always be a blessing as our racers now continue their way around on this pace lap. You'll notice all of our flaggers, our volunteers, a number of spectators trackside honoring the life of Rick Mandelson as they wave these flags in tribute. And as this lap of honor, this missing formation lap for Rick Mandelson concludes, our pole sitter will take his position on the pace lap. David Lance, tell us who that pole sitter is and run down our starting order.
Yeah, as the field is behind Jathan's 1978 Lincoln Continental sedan, beautiful car that he has. But starting on pole, though, is Chris Zappa and the number 44 Datsun 240Z. Starting alongside him, number 9 Richard Maliski and that 1968 Ford GT. He did not make the grid today, and he is not on property anymore. Starting third, it's the 21 Gary Moore and his 1968 Mercury Cougar. Starting fourth, it's the 22 Scott Kruger in the 1972 Porsche 914-6. Starting fifth, the 114 John Perry and his Porsche 914-6 as well. David Dean starts sixth in the 153 Porsche 911. Starting at seventh, the number 7 Mark Weining and that Porsche 911 SC Euro. Starting at eighth, Ken Fitzgerald, number 14. 1991 Lotus Esprit X180R. Starting ninth, it's the number 24 Douglas Hagopian and that Porsche 911. Greg Smith starts 10th in the number 66 Ford Mustang. Starting at 11th, the 09 Scott Bresnahan and that Porsche 911. Starting at 12th, the number 99 Patrick Ross and that Datsun 240Z. Starting 13th, the 215 Steve Wilson and a Porsche 944 Turbo. Starting 14th, the number 82 Max Lupfer Datsun 240Z. Starting 15th, Charles Lovelady and the number 39 Chevy Camaro. Starting 16th, the 131 Gary Hagopian and the 1963 Jaguar XKE Coupe. Starting 17th, the number 41 Philip Ackley and a 1977 BMW 323. Starting 18th, the 91 Mike Kincaid and a Ford Mustang. Starting 19th, the 71 Devin Ghidra and a Datsun 240Z. Starting 20th, the number 17 Jordan Beal and a Porsche 914-6. Starting 21st, the number 38 George Wright and a Datsun 240Z. Keegan McGregor will start 22nd, the 540 BMW 325i. Alan Mitchell will be starting 23rd in the Alfa Romeo Milano 75 and number 83. Michael Daly in the 707 will start 24th in the Datsun 240Z. Frederick Buwani in the number 260 start 25th in the Datsun 260Z. Starting in the 26th spot in the number 6, it's Derek Swieger in a Porsche 911T. Jordan Fate starts 27th in the 444. John Jeffrey starts 23rd, and starting 29th, it's Melanie Mitchell in number 8. John Settle starts 30th, and 31st, Philip Langberg.
All right, well, there you go with the pace car on the pit lane. Racers rev up their engine, and green flag is in the air. And I'm not the only one who thought that pace car was going to scrape its door handles going on.
I was going to say, I thought the left rear was going to scrape on the front when traffic came off.
All right, heading down into turn 1, Chris Zappa in the Datsun 240Z on the outside, and then our pole sitter, Gary Moore. Zappa was our pole sitter, Gary Moore in the Mercury Cougar, though, jumping out to an early lead here as they come out of turn 2, heading into turn 3. Headlights already on for the Datsun. As gentlemen, as we went to break, it started to get very, very dark around here. I would not be surprised if we didn't have some rain before this race was complete, as the winds have also started to pick up here at Summit Point.
Yeah, I think when it gets to the mountains, though, we may end up seeing a little bit break up here, but I do believe we are going to get some weather that's going to come in. We may be able to get through this race, but we'll have to see for our next couple of groups whether or not it starts to get wet as Zappa goes off out of turn number 6 into turn number 7, Greg, trying to go too wide with Gary Moore in that 21. Again, Gary Moore making that Mercury Cougar as wide as possible. Held that line. Zappa had nowhere to go, had to go through the dirt there to get by. Now Gary Moore is going to let him go ahead and take that spot back.
It doesn't mean that much to him.
Yeah, it really doesn't. So, you talked about Zappa when he had his headlights on. When he first went down into turn 1, he didn't have them on. When he got down in the middle of turn 1 and 2 is when he turned them on going, I don't think I can see out here.
It's either that or it's all about intimidation. Actually, if it was about intimidation, he would have just turned the lights off when he moved it back to the lead.
Yeah.
But there you go, is our first race lap now completed here at Summit Point. We also had one of our drivers pull off going into and go onto the pit lane as we completed the pace lap, Brian. And
that may have been the 09 there of Scott Bresnahan in that red Porsche 911.
Yeah.
Because you're right. As soon as the pace car went off, Bresnahan followed him right in behind there. So a lot of cars not making the call here in this race this afternoon that we saw this morning. John Perry in that 114. Again, we talked about Scott Bresnahan. Steve Wilson, again, did not see him out here this morning through there. And then we had Jordan Fate, John Settle, and Philip Langberg as well. Did not take the green for this afternoon run.
Yeah, Chris Zappa, we talked about a good start that he had here. Not the race they wanted this morning. Unfortunately, had an issue. We believe it might have been a tire problem that he had on the opening lap. Had to come down pit lane and fix it. Basically went from all the way in the back. Was able to get out of the pit lane before the leaders did. So he was on the lead lap. He went all the way back up to recovery drive. Basically into the top 10, I think he was, or just outside the top 10, Chris Zappa was. So, I mean, he showed a lot of speed this morning and already showing a lot of speed again today or this afternoon.
Guys, and I want to watch this as he comes down into turn 1, the second red Porsche, not the one going into turn 1 right now, but the one right behind the Fitzgerald Esprit. Seeing here, and actually didn't see it here on the right-hand turn, but when he makes the little left-handed kink coming through turn 7 down at the carousel, that's Doug Hagopian in his 1974 911 in the Coca-Cola livery machine, minus all the Coca-Cola text because it must be a trademark violation. A lot of tire smoke coming off of that car, and I'm wondering if it's either a tire rub or, as we've got the local caution down at turn 5, and I believe that's for the 914.6. That is sitting right behind our ticker.
Well,
over there.
Yeah, I think that's the 707. I think that is that. Well, no, that's not the red and black. We did have Michael Daly go off down in the carousel, but it looks like he continued. But
I believe is. I think that's Philip Langberg actually in the 31 machine that's over there. That he never completed a lap. Yeah. That was on the very first lap. I'll try and track it the next time he comes through. Again, a lot of tire smoke as he makes the transition from left to right. in the carousel and over at turn 7.
Yeah, probably some body work, maybe dragging on there a little bit, kind of underneath there to do that. I will tell you one of the things we will keep an eye on here too, gentlemen, is the fact that, if it does start to rain here, it's really going to start at the back half of the racetrack through that carousel and down through turn number 5. We'll be able to see that when that happens on our cameras again. So these guys trying to get through this race as quickly as possible. One other thing to note, Philip Ackley started the race actually in the back of the field,
right?
And then ended up, and so far he has moved up, I believe, into that 16th position, but Phil Ackley was the last car there. We just still have that standing yellow down there in turn number 5. And again, I think it's, Greg, as you talked about, it's that maybe that Langberg car that's still sitting down there that just can't move and go anywhere. So they're going to hold that yellow out for a little while.
All right, let's take a look as Hagopian has gotten around Ken Fitzgerald coming into our view right now. And right about here, there you go. As he makes that right-hand turn, but we're not seeing it any other time from him. And so, again, it might just be the amount of slip that he's putting into the rear of the car there, but it's a pretty big cloud as he comes into that corner, but I don't see it anywhere else.
Yeah, Doug Hagopian, though, been racing for 21 years, vintage racing for 15 years, started a little bit at motocross. Basically, this 911 is a car he built entirely by himself. Picked up the body shell for this, was basically rust-free in Florida, so decided to get it. Basically built the engine, led to the transmission building on his own, and just finally said, I'll build the car, entirely. Everything except painted shell, component, and some wires that he acquired has everything up, but that have been him making it. So really cool car to see out here in that Coca-Cola paint scheme.
Brian, it looks like we've got we've got
friend. We've got another spectator that's crossed in our first wildlife of the weekend. That is a turkey that decided to wander out at the entrance or the exit, I should say, of turn number 2. Thought better of it and decided that he's going to go back over into the woods there. And if I open the door, I could probably just sit there and go and see if he can come up here.
Come out. I was going to say, Brian, this might be a great time to take a look at the schedule because he's a couple months early. If he shows up November 13th through 15th.
Well, we would have dinner at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
We would have some dinner there for that. So no doubt. So yeah, made a walk, came all the way out, ended up with that, with the yellow flag there for a brief moment, but that turkey has decided to go back into the woods there. Thought better of it with the loud noise. So.
I mean, we talk about the volunteers having the best seat in the house. That turkey had the best seat in the house. Basically, he was more than front row there.
Well, they always say, why'd the chicken cross the road? Well, that turkey was smart, but he did not.
Well, I'll tell you, the first time when you pointed it out and I saw it over there, I thought maybe it was a vulture, but the Formula Fords had already finished up the day. So, all right, as we check in now, looking a little bit further back in the field, that beautiful E-Type Jag. The Jag Coupe now making its run down towards turn 1 and making a move right behind it. That's Gary Hagopian. And then George Wright making a nice pass there in his Datsun 240Z, the red, white, and blue machine. And I think with the old 80s Canon livery colors there as he makes that pass now going through turn 3. And we talked about Phil Ackley in his BMW right behind him. That is right now the battle for 11th overall.
Yeah, 23-year-old Philip Ackley now get back. Charles
he gained a year since this morning.
Of course. Wait till tomorrow. Philip Ackley, he gained a position. Charles Lovelady, as you said, right on the back bumper there of George Wright in that number 38. Again, good run for Philip to start from the back of the pack here and work his way up already up into that 13th place with basically 12 minutes into this race. So Philip Ackley getting it done here.
And once again, a lot of traffic there as they make their way through the bottom portion of the course. And a great run again as we take a look at that beautiful Chevy Camaro as well. The 1969 edition driven by Charles Lovelady. and it just thunders through. When you think about big bore cars, that's what I think about here at Summit Point.
Good battle a little bit further back here, and that is with that 39. Open that up a little bit, but then you've got going down into turn number 1 here. Right there, that's that blue car going in. That is actually the 71 there of Devin Giedra in that Datsun 240Z. Then Alan Mitchell along with Mike Kincaid and Keegan McGregor in that 540 machine. So again, these guys really trying to get as much as they can early on. And I got to tell you, gentlemen, as you cross over this hill to get ready to go down into 4, your first reaction is to look, and the first thing you see is the clouds. Now, they do look like they're lightening up over there.
They do.
And it does look like that, again, in this area, when, if a rain cloud hits the mountains, it kind of breaks up and goes all different kinds of ways. We may get lucky here, and it may just skip by us.
Well, we can always hope there. And you mentioned there Melanie Mitchell in her Alfa Romeo GTV6 following this group through. There we go in the silver Alfa, the third car from the back. That's an Alfa 75 Milano. And that car, I think the last rear-wheel drive Alfa sedan sold here in the United States, at least back in the 80s until we had the Giulia come back in. It was replaced in the United States by the 164, which was a front-wheel drive car. We've got one of our drivers heading down onto the pit lane. I think that was that Gary Agopian?
Yeah, I think so, in the 131.
Yeah.
So we talked about the Chevy Camaro here, this green one, the Charles Lovelady machine. A little bit of a fun story for him, as basically wanted to transition to road racing from autocross. So again, one of the drivers, many drivers that get started in autocross, wanted to transition. Met Paul Byler in Alabama, who mentored him in SCCA racing. But that was interrupted, though, as he had to go through general surgery residency training. Congratulations to him for that. And then basically came back into it with Glenn Dodd, part of the Carolina Rod Shop in Greenville, South Carolina, and did road course driving for many of his entries in the One Lap of America. So definitely a unique event to be a part of, that One Lap of America, where it's basically traveling across kind of almost the Midwest to many different stops.
Always put on by Car and Driver magazine for many, many years now, for Tire Rack, and I think it just concluded this past week, the 2026 edition.
Won by someone that you might be familiar with.
Mr. Tom O'Gorman.
Congrats to Tom on that. Basically, if you followed him on his social medias, really great job promoting that event. But that's really cool, though. Something unique to be a part of.
Some reports, gentlemen, of some light rain down in the carousel. I don't believe it's going to be something that's going to be very hard, although, again, as I said, sometimes when it gets over here, it kind of breaks up a little bit, but that's usually where the rain will start, kind of over there in the carousel. First, as we've got the 38 machine going around George Wright, right in front of Philip Ackley. I tell you what, he got so deep into that corner, Greg, and I'm wondering if it is starting to rain down.
As a matter of fact,
it is.
It is, because we just had one of the BMWs go down there with the windshield wipers on.
Yeah.
And Phil Ackley comes out. We're still waiting for the Datsun to reappear from back behind the trees. And, yeah, we can already see now multiple cars with the windshield wipers on. And I do, as opposed to the B-Sedan racers, when we talked to Joe Teplitz just a moment ago, where all of the drivers did have treaded tires. And by the way, that the Datsun has now continued. Yeah. You can see these drivers getting off the pace, and I believe there are a number of cars here in this group that are on a true slick, not on treaded tires.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I just looked at the window here in the booth, and yes, out to my right, heading down towards turn 1, it is raining. So we are starting to see those sprinkles come through, and you can see here one of our cars, Charles Lovelady here, really, really slowed down completely.
Well, he's probably got more torque than most of the field combined.
Yeah.
And the last thing he wants to do is goose that throttle, but he may be calling it an afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm getting more reports now, more rain down in the carousel and up through there. So look for Charles Lovelady, more than likely to pull that car into the pit road, and there it is. You can see it on the turn 10 camera as well. That we are starting to see rain there. So the rain is here. The rain is coming.
We had Charles Lovely, though, a little, live experience about racing, retired general surgeons we talked about. But yeah, especially in these kind of conditions where it's starting to get a little slick. Now, I know that these cars don't really run on slick tires. They kind of run on a vintage tire, which is almost like a little bit grooved, but I don't think it's built for the rain. But it definitely in one of those kind of older, V8 muscle cars, I feel like that's going to be a little bit scary here at Summit Point in these conditions where it's starting to change.
All right, real quick, gentlemen, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call for race group number 3, Marlboro Cup. The medium bore racers, please head to the grid. Marlboro Cup, medium bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starts next.
Yeah, I tell you what, Zappa's gotten about a 3-second lead on Gary Moore, and he really slowed down. I'm not sure why Gary Moore, he's been drifting sideways all day long. So,
yeah, this would be normal for him.
So this should be a really good grip. I tell you what, we talked about Philip Ackley. Philip does like to race in the rain as well, across the board. So look for him to do quite well here towards the end. Again, I know he's got the tires moved all the way up to 10th. His next competitor that he's coming up to is really going to be 9th place, 66 of Greg Smith. Then Max Luper in that 82 is just in front of him, and he's gained by about 5 or 6 car lengths as I look out, and the wind starting to pick up and blow quite heavily here.
All right, we're going to apologize here. With the change in weather, a couple of our cameras have decided to, at least call it a session here. Specifically, our finish line cameras and our turn 1 cameras. So they'll try and fill in the gaps here as the rain is definitely starting to pick up here. But as we've seen, gentlemen, these racers, they are definitely still on it here. As we've got the local caution down turn 1, and there you go, Phil Ackley. What a move on the Mustang. They're going down into turn 5, and that's
pretty darn close to get that pass done before you even got there.
Absolutely, and that was Greg Smith, the number 66 Mustang, that he put that move on. As Smith, I think, much like the Camaro driver, is starting to get challenged a little bit, putting the torque down here.
Again, Phil loves to race in the rain. And has done quite well as a rain racer, and he's starting to open that up now. He comes out of turn number 10, and he's opened up that group quite a bit.
So, but back at the top, though, still Chris Zappa leading overall in that number 44 Datsun. Gary Moore over in second leads the TA category. David Dean is second in the C production category, third overall. Douglas Hagopian in fourth right now, third in the C prod. Mark Waning now in at number 7, Porsche 911. He sits in fourth and fifth overall. Sixth, Ken Fitzgerald at Lotus Esprit X180R still sits in sixth.
All right, getting word now. The next time our leader, Chris Zappa, comes across the start-finish line, not that we'll be able to see it, he is going to take the white flag one more lap to go.
We'll let you know. Like I said, the rain coming in, it's kind of taken our cameras and in some of them. And that one, and I believe down in turn 1, has said, you know what, we're going to take cover here just in case.
All right, we've got that number 66, or probably not the 66, but the red, white, and blue Datsun pulling over drivers right, letting some people by. Again, that's John Jeffrey in the number 33 car. And there is our leader, second in line.
See there, Greg Moore, just about a couple seconds out from behind him as they come up the hill now. Going to be coming to the 1-to-go board this time around. And, Chris Zappa, though, has been pretty dominant. Like we said, did struggle a little bit this morning, had that issue, came all the way back. We knew what kind of speed he had. And it was be interesting to see what he was going to do this afternoon, as here he comes down the front straightaway to get the 1-to-go board.
Trust me when I tell you, the wind is picking up.
Absolutely.
We'll be glad to show you how hard the wind is blowing. There you go.
Now you can see how fast the clouds are moving.
The Turn 5 camera has decided to be tipped over for the rest of this event because the wind has blown it on its side, basically. So we can tell you the clouds are dark over there as the rain continues to fall. in here. And it does look like we're going to get this set just in the nick of time for this race here, but that wind is really starting to pick up here. So I will let you guys know if you've got some canopies out there and you've got anything hooked up, you may want to bring those down or bring them in before this thing, because that wind is really starting
to pick up.
We
Exactly.
are proof of that. Again, Zappa's working his last lap along with Gary Moore. David Dean has moved up into third, as David was telling you. Mark Winning in that number 7, sitting in fourth. Douglas Agopian in the 5th position in that 24. So, again, looking for Chris Zappa right there coming out of turn number 9, getting up the hill underneath the bridge. Looks like he is going to get as much out of that as he can, and Chris Zappa should be getting ready to take the checkered flag right there, just in front of the 71 of Devin Guidra. So Devin Guidra going to pick that in 9th position up. Philip Ackley just in front of that, so he's going to be able to make that pass.
All right, David, as our cars are coming across the line, why don't you give us a quick rundown? And I've got some very important announcements to make.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to do top 3. Chris Zappa will win C production in that Datsun 240Z. David Dean will finish second in the category and his number 153 Porsche 911. Mark Winning in that Porsche 911 SC Euro will be finishing third at number 7. In the TA category was Gary Moore finished second overall, wins TA in the Mercury Cougar. Mike Kincaid at number 91 will finish second, and Charles Lovelady, who pulled off a little bit early, was in the number 39, will be on the podium. Jordan Bealey will be taking the D production win, and Greg Smith in the B production.
All right, well, there you go. That will wrap up our big bore race. Next up, it is Group 3 medium bore drivers. The 5-minute warning has already been given on the grid. Medium bore drivers, if you haven't done so already, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more damp racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. It is 2026 Jefferson 500.
My name is Tara Feeney, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. So I first got into cars because I kind of grew up in a car family. My grandpa was a car collector, so I grew up around classic cars. And then I just figured out that that's what I loved, it's what I was passionate about, so I stuck with it. So I wanted to work on classic cars as a career after doing it in high school and realizing that I was super happy at that job and super fulfilled, and I just was passionate about keeping history on the road. I would love to be an engine technician, and my hope one day is to open my own shop. The Piston Foundation has helped me by allowing me to focus on college instead of worrying about my finances, and has been instrumental in my success.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway as things start to wind down for the second day of action from the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance, and we are getting underway with our medium bore race here. It's the Marlboro Cup feature race. And Brian, we think that the rain has mainly subsided now, but I guarantee you there's more than 10-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Not
right
so fast. It's raining. We're looking out the window here. It's even raining even more down into turn one.
Well,
so.
I wish we could show you that, but we can't right now.
David, I tell you what, why don't you give us a lineup here, at least through the top 20 as we get going here. But, yeah, the rain continues to come down, and we're starting to see a little bit more here on the front stretch. Yeah. So that's really going to hamper, I think, this group a little bit.
All right, David. Yeah, why don't you give us that rundown for our second to last race of the day?
Starting on pole, it's going to be number 894, Lenny Stan, the Porsche 911, Colin McLean, and number 90, Mazda Miata will be starting second. Starting third, it's Marcus Jones, and number 95, MGB, and alongside him, another MGB, Jeff Baer in the 277. Starting in fifth, the number 61, T. Wade Heron in the Mazda Miata, Zachary Lane in that 115 MGB. Starting sixth, starting seventh, the 06 Thomas Hunt Mazda in his Mazda Miata. Starting eighth, it's the 774 David Bain in another Mazda Miata. The third Mazda Miata in this train, it's number starting ninth, it's the 338 Justin D'Antonio. Scott Jansen will be starting 10th, and number 37 Triumph GT6. Starting 11th, the 51 Michael Kurtz in a 1970 Triumph TR6. Starting 12th, the 41, Gary Jebson and a Volvo P1800. Starting 13th, number 18, Russ Rosenberg and a Porsche 911. Brian Cotter. And the 158 will be starting 14th in a Mazda Miata. Starting 15th, Craig Seifert and that another Mazda Miata. Starting 16th, the number 51, it is Petrini MacArthur and that Mazda Miata. Steve Constant Jr. will be starting 17th, number 5, MGB. Paternity. Starting 18th, Joe Mills, the 176 Mazda Miata. Toby Yurko in the 623, starting 19th in the Mazda Miata. And starting 20th, the number 84, Jay DePole in a Triumph GT6.
All right, well, there you go. That is the starting order. And we've got a big gap in the field here as our pace car is bringing the majority of the field out of turn 8 and up the hill. We have a couple of stragglers here at the back end of the field, but even with that, the pace car now on the pit lane.
And look how many people are coming down pit lane.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're not going to see many cars here to finish this race up as our pole sitter now comes on. Lenny's standing there on the inside of the front row. He's got Colin McLean right alongside as the starter looks over the field, and the green flag is in the air. And look at this already. The battle of the two MGBs, Jeff Bear and Zach Lane, already fighting it out on the front straight as Zachary Lane took a quick look to the inside to try to slide by and catch Jeff Bear unaware now as they make the run down into turn 1 as the rain starting, and definitely, Brian, here on the front straight, starting to pick up once again. We'll pick up our racers as they come out of turn 2 and make the run down to turn 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, again, unfortunately not having that camera down there in turn 1, they all really basically tiptoed on the start. We talked about this. There was numerous of cars that came down the pit road and said, nope, I'm not going to do this. The rain is starting to pick up a little bit more. Look for possibly another couple of cars here, David. May come down after completing this lap, depending on where they are. We're seeing a lot of windshield wipers. But you talk about Jeff Bear, you talk about Zachary Lane. Well, they can put their windshield wipers on, but they're going to get wet because they have no tops on these cars.
No roofs. They may not have windshield wipers, but then again, they don't have any windshields either. So, yeah, I mean, what do you want? All right, here as get the field making their way through. Oh my gosh, and there you go.
That's 90.
Yeah, as Colin McLean gets very wide through turn 7, and that's a very slick portion of the racetrack because there's a lot of sealant down on the track there where during the drive, bigger, heavier cars might rip up the pavement, and as you transition from sealant and off the sealant, big changes in grip levels as Colin McLean just saw. And so as they come onto the front straight now, T. Wade Heron, though, not able to take advantage, and McLean has opened up a nice little gap there. But as we look at the battles for the MGB battle, there's Zach Lane has dispatched with Jeff Bear. Thomas Hunt, though, in that red Mazda Miata, the first of the red Mazda Miatas, great start for him. And talking to his dad last night, said that he was hoping for this kind of weather.
Well, maybe he put the right tires on then, knowing as they were sitting there before they came up with potential rain. So let's see what Thomas Hunt can do. But, yeah, I mean, even Lenny Stan really just, opening it up by about 10 car lengths, David, over Colin McLean. But I tell you what, T. Wade Heron, as you said, Greg, I think he got a little nervous when he saw the side numbers and Colin McLean waving at him out the passenger window to say, hey, slow down here a little bit.
That's right. All right, and now we've got all 16 red Miatas within 3 car lengths of one another heading down the hill, actually. But we've also got Jeff Bear there in the 277 machine. He's lost a lot of ground, dropping back now to 6th. And he's got Justin D'Antonio, Brian Cotter, I think David Bain's in a blue Miata. He throws everything off, but he's got Joe Mills and Craig Seifert there as well. I mean, it is, it is a whole group of red Miata.
Yep.
So definitely, I mean, the only one you really can't, the one you can really pick out there in Miatas is T. Wade Heron, that bright green Mazda Miata that he has, basically nicknamed
We've got a
Skittles.
car over. If you move the ticker out of the way there, Greg, you can see that's the 90 car that is up against the tire wall right there. I think they may have had a little bit of contact with the tire wall, sitting there coming to 9. And again, as the rain is starting to come down, and
he gets back underway.
Yeah, he gets back underway. I was just getting ready to say that. The turns get real slick, and the paint gets real wet.
Yeah, the curbing here was just repainted here in the spring, and it is very, very slick. Also, coming out of turn 8, where we've seen cars sliding around even in the dry, Brian. Of course, there's that very high crown in the center of the track. And for most of these rear-wheel drive cars, unless you're going to short shift and shift before you turn in there at 8, if you clutch in just as you're coming across that crown in the pavement, that's usually a recipe for having the rear end of the car come around.
Yeah. Colin just now coming by the start-finish line. Doesn't look like there's any damage to the front of that, so obviously no contact to that tire wall as we thought there would be going off, because that does kind of narrow up a little bit. Just now getting down into turn number 1. So again, all the way to the back of this field is Colin McLean in the 90. And it's getting wetter out there as we talk, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And I think a lot of these drivers may have taken wet weather tires out, especially in this group. Oops, sorry about that.
Clouds are still there.
Yeah, let's hit that button. There we go, and go there. Pressing my buttons.
The weather will do it to you.
Yeah,
Just the weather will do it to these drivers as well, because these guys sat on the grid, and our last group started to rain a little bit. Then it rain kind of stopped for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, right as they went out, it started raining harder and harder. Now again, the rain is starting to dissipate a little bit, although we've got some reports down in Carousel. Several people are getting really, really wet. I just hope you should have brought your galoshes and your raincoat.
Indeed. All right, so Zach Lane managed to get around T. Wade Herron. The question is, what happened to our outside pole sitter, Colin McLean, who's now fallen back? Well, you said was the driver
that's the one that went off
over turn 8, fell all the way back in the field here. So that now moves T. Wade Herron up to the top of our EP class. But Zach Lane in his MGB, great recovery. I mean, he obviously has a disadvantage as far as straight line speed here with these Miatas, but both he now and also Jeff Baer in his MGB starting to show where these nimble, very light cars are that can absolutely race in the rain just as well as the Mazdas.
Yeah, Kieran Manny Benzal in that number 3. One of those Miatas is starting to pit as well. As a matter of fact, you can see him now coming down the pit lane there, making that right-hand turn. So his day is actually going to be officially done. Again, these cars, they get kind of out of shape here. When you get this light rain, you're kind of in that dry and wet weather tire. And again, these drivers were sitting on pit lane or on the grid, David, getting ready to go out when the rain started to pick up. There is no opportunity to go try to put another tire on. You run what you got.
You run exactly. You run what you brung. We've got Michael G Photography in the chat says that, or pardon me, he says I'm drowning in the carousel.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Michael, and I don't mean to laugh at your expense, but I'm so sorry to hear that. All right, coming on to the front straight, David.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about that. When you're sitting on the grid, it just starts to rain. It kind of picks up and then goes away and then comes back. I mean, that you got what you brought, but what is going through your head though when you're seeing that? Is it okay? This is time to we can do this, or is it like, oh, a little bit worried here or there, or what? As you can imagine, there's so many
we're
thoughts.
allowed to say that on the stream. Is exactly what would be going through my head.
And we got another driver coming onto the pit lane now. I think that's the 33.
That's Lisa Pollock.
Lisa Pollock. When we talked to Denny Austin earlier today, and he was talking about how he sometimes would see drivers in their heart rates go up to like 160 or so beats per minute. The one thing that when I raced in the rain here in particular, it would send my heart rate through the roof. But you become more hyper aware of everything. Every moment where you think you have a chance to relax, that time disappears because you have to be much more sensitive to what drivers are doing around you. You have to be able to look a little bit further ahead and prepare. If a driver has issues, like we saw the number 90 car coming through turn 9, or even earlier on through the carousel sideways, that you have to be able to be ready to give yourself an out. And it becomes so much more stress-inducing than a regular race.
Well, especially when the track is like this, right? It's not completely fully wet and it's not dry, right? It's kind of that in-between. Racing is a physical sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to be in decent physical shape in order to drive. a race car in here. Well, now throw in the thing here where you've got to be even more physical with the car because, as you said, Greg, that car can easily come around on you at any given time, and you've got to be able to have an out, but you've got to be physically strong enough to be able to turn that car and get it back in line where you need to be. We've seen drivers come down here through the front stretch not having a problem in the world. They go get in the braking zone turn one, the car comes completely around, and next thing you know, they're back driving it again. But you've got to be able to physically handle that in the car. So this type of rain race right here, this is the toughest there is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Here as we continue to watch this nice little fight between T. Wade Herron and Zach Lane. Lane in the MGB. He's going to try to sneak down underneath the Miata, and that was such a great move. Let's not go to that camera there.
You're not going to see,
anything unless one of them goes 30 feet through the air.
I hope not.
Yeah. We'll catch them here as they come back around it, and they are still trading door handles now through the carousel, and this becomes all that more difficult as you have less pavement to work with. And we saw the little wiggle from Zach Lane there as he made the transition from right turn to left turn through turn 7, and he has to give up the position to T. Wade Herron.
Yeah, had to get on that brake. If not, he probably would have clipped that left rear T. Wade Herron. So again, wanting to stay out of that, but definitely good driving by both of those drivers in this type of conditions to go too wide, basically from turn 4 all the way through the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to go back to the front here to T. Wade Herron running second overall when he got by Zachary Lane. Talked a little bit about him, and we laughed about basically one of the only non-red Miata cars here. We'll pick him up when he comes in turn number 3 real quick.
Got one of our many red Miatas just now going around over at turn 3. We'll get the number on that car here in just a moment.
But back to what I was saying, I mean.
All right, and that was apparently the 75 machine.
Wayne Nosworthy.
Yeah, that just went around. Back to you, Dave.
But yeah, like I said, definitely stands out from the rest. It helps us at least a little bit there. But no, one of the things about this car and him, just bought it from RP Performance last year, so still a little on the new side, but not brand new. Funny thing was this car, it was not vintage when he started racing. That's how old that he is.
Oh, lovely.
Been racing for 33 years, vintage racing for 23 of those.
So it took 10 years for it to become a vintage car. All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Lola Cup drivers, race group number 4 for small bore and Formula V. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Lola Cup, race group number 4, small bore and Formula V racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting next.
Tell you what, Colin McLean in that number 90 in that red Miata, gentlemen, is the troubles that he's had. He put down the fastest lap last time by.
Oh, my gosh.
With a 138, 188. That's almost 4 seconds faster than anybody on the racetrack right now. So the problems that he had early on, he's starting to reel it in, although the rain is starting to get a little bit harder here, definitely on the front stretch going through.
But yeah, honestly, Brian, I've been looking at as well. Last 3 laps until he had his problems. He ran a 144 on laps 1 and 3, had his issue on lap number 2, but laps 4, 5, and 6, he's all been in the 138 range. So, I mean, he's running consistently 138. Maybe could have been the tire choice that he had.
All right, we're coming up where our leader, Lenny Stan, now closing in on his 911 doppelganger up in the field here. That being, I think, Scott Birkeland, I believe, in the number 6 machine, as they are now heading down the hill into, actually, I think they've already gone into turn 5 now. We'll try and pick him up here in just a few moments, as T. Wade Herron also looking to make his way through traffic. Now, is that now right behind, is that David Bain that's right now behind T. Wade Herron, or is that, I think that is. I think he's made his way through so much now of our slower traffic in the rain. He's starting to close things back up on T. Wade Herron in the green Miata.
There's T. Wade Herron in the green Miata right there. These other cars are not there. David Bain in the 774 is the blue one. Just now coming into our picture here right there. So that first blue one there, that is That is going to be a lap car.
Lap car,
I
but what
believe
about
that's
the
72?
But the red one behind him, is that
well, that's Brian Cotter in the 158. So
Got it.
Cotter's gotten around David Bain and Jeff Baer as well. So Brian Cotter in that 158, move him up to 4th overall. And, yeah, he's about, I'd say a second and a half behind, our second-place car there.
And Brian, especially for these drivers that I would assume have gone out on wet weather tires, the rain getting a little bit harder and maybe a little bit more water on the pavement and some standing water in some places here where this is probably the best thing that these drivers could have hoped for because they've actually got more grip.
Yeah, if they put rain tires on before they got to the grid, then, yeah, this is exactly what they need, which means they would have been a lot slower, at the beginning of the race because they were probably burning those tires up. Now that we're starting to get not really full standing water, but now we're starting to see a little bit of spray, especially down the front stretch into the center of the racetrack. That clearly tells me that if you've got rain tires on, you should start to improve a little bit more with your lap times if you didn't burn those tires up in the first 6 or 7 laps.
All right, well, somebody who's doing quite well here. She's moved up into, I believe, 7th position, and that is Kristen Poole. They're in her 9:14.6. Kristen is the director of marketing for the Sports Car Club of America. She's based out of Pennsylvania, and I believe she's had the position now at the SCCA for, I think, running on 6 years or so. And good run for her in an open-top car, in a mid-engine car where if the rear end starts to walk, I mean, the polar moment of inertia there, so much higher than some of these other cars. So she's putting on a real nice show if she's the last car in this group to come through.
I'll tell you what, she just got passed there by Justin D'Antonio. And the reason I can tell Justin D'Antonio, if you look at his windshield, on the right-hand side, it's a light. It's a red light, of course, goes with the red Miata.
Right.
But he's got a red light strip that goes down the right side of the window. I noticed that the last time he came by, right there. And
that way we could see him in the dark?
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if they run this car at night as well.
Yeah, as an endurance
when they
car.
do some endurance races. You can see him here as he comes by our window, right behind the 72. You can see that light on the right. So.
Oh, yeah, look at that. And so Kristen Poole, just after I gave her the shout out, she has decided to call it a race. She takes to the pit lane.
I'll tell you what, Colin McLean here, as he came down the front straightaway and right by our position, he moved up to the 9th spot inside the top 10. And we joke about all the, basically all these Miatas, these red ones being, some of the first, being all red because that first batch, basically, when they were coming to inspect Miata being made.
Yeah, and the original 1989 Miatas, they came in 3 different colors. They came in red, they came in white, and they came in blue. And just so happens, for some reason, all of them ended up getting. All the red ones ended up getting built as spec Miatas somehow.
But Colin McLean, on the move, that car, though, that he has, it was part of the first batch of spec Miatas that were prepared for the series overall and built by the spec Miata founders in the 90s. So really cool history, though, about that car. Been racing for 3 years now. Really good performance so far in this race, just from the issue that he had there on the opening lap. Basically going all the way to the back of this field, into the basically into the 20s, coming inside into the top 10 now in 9th.
All right, as we have now, mercifully for these racers, about a minute and a half remaining on the clock. So let's make another call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 4, our Lola Cup racers. That's small bore and Formula V. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Race group number 4, Lola Cup, small bore and Formula V racers. Please head to the grid.
Well, Greg, I tell you what, this is going to, Lenny Stanley's just now coming up out of turn 3, heading up down into turn 4 and turn 5. Next time he comes by, he's going to get the 1 to go. I guarantee you he's going to be clapping his hands 1 to go. He's making some really good time, getting ready to come up on Kathleen Lightington there. But I tell you what, this has been a struggle for all of these drivers.
Oh, yeah.
And, again, if Colin McLean wouldn't have gone off in turn number 9 early on in this race, he's worked his way all the way back up to 8th. He's kind of slowed back down that time a little bit as the rain has gotten progressively worse, especially here on the front stretch and down into turn number 1. We'll see as we got some action going on down in turn 1. Unfortunately, you guys can't see that.
All right, as our leader now making his way up the hill. That's Lenny Stan. He's led from the start of this race in his 1970 vintage Porsche 911 in the DP class. As we've got another driver calling it quits with less than a lap to go.
Well, Jeff Bear in that 277 machine just went down and around, coming in between turns 1 and turns 2. That was your 5th place car at that point.
All right, as Lenny Stan crosses the start-finish line, 1 lap remaining for him, 1 lap for all of our remaining racers. For those who may be brave enough to continue, as T. Wade Heron, who is running 2nd overall, brings the rest of the field out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. Brian Cotter and his Mazda Miata currently running 3rd. Zach Lane, he's put up a battle here today in his MGB. He runs 4th in the number 115 car.
Yeah, absolutely. Just been pretty much dominant this entire race. Kind of think about what could Colin McLean give him a run for his money if he didn't have those issues on the opening lap, though. Still running an 8th right now. Again, that's going to be the thing of this race. Really good recovery drive from him. But Lenny Stando pretty much been the dominant car in this class all throughout the weekend. When he gets out front, just one of those drivers that he will run away as quick as possible.
We look back down over here through this carousel, Greg, and it doesn't really look like it's raining a whole lot. It looks like it's starting to clear up. And as I said, if you look down here where we are in this tower and you look down turn 1, it is it is just, there's water starting to form.
Yeah. And by the way, I know our ticker is showing that the race has already been checkered. That is not the case. Lenny Stan, our leader, coming out of turn 8 and heading up the hill. When he comes onto the front straight, our starter will then show the checkered flag. We are working our very last lap as Lenny Stan comes into the final corner and on to the front straight now. He's just got less than half a mile to go. Starter with the checkered flag in the air and taking the win in the DP class and overall. Lenny Stan in his 1970 Porsche 911.
And a big sigh of relief.
I'll bet.
I guarantee you that every car that's going to cross the start-finish line is going to be a big sigh of relief because I don't think they've taken a breath in the last 24 and a half minutes.
Now, these racers here, they've still got about another minute and a half of deep breathing to go. As T. Wade Heron onto the front straight, he's going to finish 2nd overall, takes the win in EP. Brian Cotter in FP. Zach Lane will finish 2nd in EP, 4th overall. Scott Birkland in the number 6 Porsche 911. He's going to come across the line. He's going to finish 13th overall.
And his rain light on.
That's right.
The entire time. So good to see that. Here comes the 774, David Bain. So he's going to finish, I believe, 3rd in EP. And he's going to finish 5th overall. Justin D'Antonio is going to be just behind him, David. And then Colin McLean, who went all the way back to 24th after that spin in turn 9, going to work his way all the way back overall up to that 7th position.
Incredible run for him. Lights ablaze there as he had the headlights on and popped up there on that last lap. So great run from him, though, after the spin on the first lap.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for our our medium bore race, the Marlboro Cup. Next up, it's our final race of the day here at Summit Point. It's the Lola Cup for our small bore and Formula V racers. We're going to do the best to bring you all that action here. Next, from Summit Point Raceway, it is the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We will be right back.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people, and I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
It's the final race of the day here at Summit Point Raceway and the 2026 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And if you like what you've seen so far here today, I'm going to ask you a huge, huge favor, and that is to give the VRG, the Vintage Racer Group, a big thumbs up, and of course, subscribe to their YouTube channel. That way you can find out every time they go live. Besides road racing here, they've got a number of different events, including virtual racing that they do, and we should be bringing them coverage of the Turkey Bowl this year as well. And you can see the last 2 years' events from Watkins Glen on that YouTube channel as well. So definitely subscribe. It's a good one for you. And most importantly, it doesn't cost anything. All right, so David, we've got our small bore and Formula V racers now on track. Why don't we run down the starting order as they work through their pace lap?
Absolutely. So, final race of the day. Starting on pole, it's number 88 of David Gusick and that Triumph Spitfire. Starting at second, the number 79 of Andrew Moore and Austin Haley Sprite. Starting in third, it's number 178 Robert Anderson and a Vitesse Sports Racer. Starting in fourth, Larry Smith, the 26 MG Midget. Starting in fifth, the number 1 Thomas Brown, Triumph Spitfire. Starting sixth, the 25 Peter Uzdavinis and MG Midget. Starting in seventh, the number 94 Terry Lippincott and another MG Midget. Starting eighth and on pole in the Formula V category, the number 722 Christopher Johnson and a Cadwell D13. Starting ninth, Elliot Golden, number 72 MG Midget. Starting in 10th, the 57 Michael Zappa and a TVR Vexen. Starting in 11th, the 777 Ryan Atkins and a Beach Racer Cars Mark IV. Starting 13th, the number 39 Doug Zink and a Zink Z5 Formula V. Starting 14th, the number 2 Robert O'Connor and a Zink Z5. Another one of those chassis, Mac McCormick, will be starting 15th in the 109 and a Mini Cooper S. Neil McCabe and the starting 16th, the 909 MG Midget Alex Schaefer starts 17th in the number 18 Mini Cooper. William Jones starts 18th in the Alfa Romeo GTV. Marcus Jones starts 19th in the 77 Formula V. And starting 20th, it's the number 50 of Heather Richards in the MG Midget.
All right, well, there you go. Good timing as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to David Gusak and Andrew Moore. We've got a slightly smaller field, as I'm sure you can imagine here, with the rain having come down. We'll try to fill you in on the drivers that did not make the grid here in just a few moments. As the green flag is in the air, our racers starting to make their way down into turn number 1. We'll pick them up as they make their way out from behind the trees. But, Brian, give us a bit of a rundown of what you see right out the window.
I tell you what, Andrew Moore got a little bit of a good start there over David Gusick, and then Robert Anderson kind of going to sit back there just a little bit. Thomas Brown is the car in that Triumph Spitfire. He's moving up just a little bit, coming through turns 1 and turn 2. As you pick him up here now, that's going to be the Andrew Moore in that Austin Healey Sprite, in that red machine. Then David Gusick, as we talked about, in that 88. And then a little bit further back, Robert Anderson, again, going to drop way back now, going to move back. Looks like Thomas Brown is going to get around him heading up the hill into turn number 3. So, again, Robert Anderson really taking it easy through the first couple turns.
Yeah, and, great to see the Cadwell, Christopher Johnson, back out on tracks. He pitted in a little bit early during our last race. So look at this. He brings the car down around the outside of some of these sports cars with those very narrow, almost bicycle width tires. Probably the most grippy things that are out here on track right now.
Yeah. Part of the challenge these drivers are going to face, David, here is, again, we talked about it in that last race here. It's really wet on the front stretch. It does seem like it is drying out just a little bit there through the carousel as our last couple cars are now coming through. So everybody's kind of making the really good battle is going to be able to watch in this Mini Cooper battle in this CS group between Mac McCormick and Alex Schaefer. Because I tell you what, those two were nose to tail the entire race earlier today.
Right.
Again, this was the first group that we did after lunch, so this is their second time out on the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of these drivers just taking it nice and easy through these first few laps, trying to feel out the racetrack, see where you have grip, see where you don't. Just, again, try to get a feel for everything to get settled in. 20-minute race here. But, again, the Mini Coopers, though, we talk about them. It's kind of funny when you see these vintage, these older Mini Cooper models and how small they used to be compared to what you see now. It's almost double, feels like triple the size.
There's nothing mini about a current Mini Cooper.
They're actually foot longer?
Yeah, well, some of them are actually bigger and taller than my Integra, so yes, absolutely.
And you know what? As the race goes on, gentlemen, we're going to be able to see who has rain tires on and who does not. If you have rain tires on, you're looking for the wet, right? You're trying to, look to see that to keep those tires as cool as possible. If they start to get hot and this track does start to dry out a little bit, especially on that backside of the racetrack, you could burn up the tires. And again, we're only going 20 minutes, but again, you could burn them up relatively quickly. When you start getting to lap 8 or 9 here, you're going to have zero grip and you're not going to have anything. So you're going to be wanting to look for the wetness when you come off of turn 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Just try to hunt for the water is sometimes what you need to do to be able to stay alive. Good little three-car pack right now. The top 3 breakaway: Andrew Moore, David Gusak, and Thomas Brown. The only non-Triumph in this group is Andrew Moore, the leader in that Austin Healey Sprite. Both Triumph Spitfires for Gusak and Brown behind him. As we see Christopher Johnson, that's Elliot Golden. Looking for one of the Formula V's here. Christopher Johnson got around the Robert Anderson number 170, or Robert Anderson be in front of that Formula V, though. Only one made the call to the grid today, so a couple cars, again, with the rain and everything, guys just want to save the equipment maybe for tomorrow, just to not really too comfortable running in the rain or not enough experience to where they just, again, not feeling comfortable, don't want to do it.
May not have rain tires.
Yes, right? Exactly.
So you don't bring rain tires. You talk about, this is not again, a lot of racers, if you've raced for a long period of time, you've raced in the rain quite a bit. Sure. If you're kind of new to this and you're kind of coming in, even if you were, in our VRG and you just went to the school, you may not have rain tires, right? So that's not what the expectation was. We weren't supposed to get any rain today.
Nope.
Supposed to get some maybe later tomorrow, but at that point, this, the event would be over by the time the rain was supposed to come in the afternoon. So you may not have rain tires. So wait. You don't want to go out and kind of do something crazy where it ends up wadding up the car so that you can't compete tomorrow. Wait for it to be dry. The sun will be out tomorrow. It'll be hot again starting mid-morning to midday, and the track will dry out pretty quickly.
I'm starting to think about songs from Annie.
Yeah.
Which one of us is Daddy Warbucks, by the way?
It sure the heck isn't me.
It isn't me.
We've been involved in racing way too long. It sure the heck isn't
That's
me
right.
or you.
But wasn't it Denny who said earlier today? This stuck with me about that the racers on track are as close as a credit card, or maybe it was you.
I said that.
You
those
said
cars
that.
have been so racing close together, they're almost a credit card apart the entire event.
Yeah, but Brian, in at least in amateur racing and club racing, I think every racer is just a credit card apart, whether they're at the track or not.
Just one credit card away from either racing or not racing, right?
or bankruptcy, exactly, or in some cases tax evasion.
Yep.
Anyway,
that's a whole other conversation.
Let's not get there now. Say, laugh about it. We talked about not bringing the rain tires. Was it always rains when you don't have the rain tires with you in the trailer for some drivers, but. A couple times starting to come in now. Looks like we're going to be some of the leaders. David Gusak now running a 148.3. The next closest car to him time-wise, Thomas Brown sitting in third right now in a 148.6. So it looks like the 148 marker right now for basically top 3 times overall. Again, we were trying to determine maybe who has rain tires or who doesn't. I would figure at this point you might want to put on the rain tires with how long it's been going on.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. And I think we're at the point where, and we're starting to see some water trails coming off the backs of these cars. I would suspect that all of these racers actually are on wet weather tires.
Some type of a wet weather tire. Treaded tire. Yep. No, absolutely.
So definitely it's a good learning opportunity if you did bring the rain tires and you don't race in the rain a lot and want to, great time to learn. Take this as a learning opportunity to maybe apply it to the future in case it happens again, because you're not going to, it's not like you're only going to race in the rain once. You're going to race in the rain multiple times. So get every bit of learning opportunity you can.
Well, I'll tell you what, the best drivers in the world, and we had, Peter Krause up here, and, you had Denny and you had Frank. And we even had virtual Frank up in here as well. They'll tell you,
like Max Headroom,
right? Exactly. The best drivers in the world, they want to go race in the rain.
Absolutely.
Right? We watch.
That's how you prove your stuff.
Yeah, that's what makes you a better driver, and being able to have better control of a race car in there, or in a car. Period. Is by racing in the rain or really driving in the rain. I think overall, again, just a complete overall better driver, so that when you do get to the dry portions of your race events, you know what the limits are of what your car can and can't do, and that's where you become one of the better drivers.
All right, as we watch this group coming out of turn 10. Connor Burns in that MGTD, he is still at it today, and of course it is an open top car, but the tires that he runs on that TD, and I don't think they have wood. I don't think they're wood wheels. I think no. Well, you laugh, but some of the cars from that vintage, they could very well have wooden as opposed to steel wheels, but they're very narrow, not much of a track to them, but I think the challenge is that it has so much higher center of gravity than the minis that he's racing around there, that it definitely makes things much more challenging. And we'll check back in with him. Actually, here he comes. We'll catch him coming in through turn 3, and you can just see how much taller that car is than the Mini Coopers and certainly the later MGs, like the MG Midget directly behind, driven by the 99 of McCabe directly behind there.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's battling Alex Schaefer in that CS class right now. That is the battle for the win in that. So again, that NGTD, that's pretty good to be able to pick that up and run down that Mini Cooper.
All right, and they'll be coming on to our view. There we go, right about now. And last time by, Burns ran a 158.2. It was about a half second off of Schaefer's times. But you can see there as he picks it back up again, Let's check as they come into turn 8. What a great move.
Yeah.
Going into turn 8 and up the hill. Just slices right underneath the Mini as it looked like the Mini might have drifted out a wide just after turn in.
I think that all started, Greg, with getting down into turn number 5. Got down there a little bit better for Connor Burns than Alex Safer did, and that just propelled himself all the way through the carousel. Now, coming out of turn number 10, you can see here, he's opening it up by about 2 or 3 car lengths there. Unless it's Mini Cooper lengths, and then it's probably 10. Right? But it's about 2 or 3 car lengths.
I'm not going to talk about what I used to call the Legends car.
I know. I heard a lot of that.
Yeah, I know you know.
There's a song that goes with that as well.
That's right.
David's Trumpets.
It's all a circus to me. All right.
David's Trumpets.
All right, let's jump back in here a little bit further back in the field, and I believe is that David Smith and William Basley, I believe, in the battle for 13th. As they come onto the front straight, as Basley gets around David Smith, so move Basley up in the lucky 13th, move David Smith back to 14th in his red Austin Healey.
Yeah, here's the overall leader here. Here's David Gussett, Thomas Brown. Thomas Brown setting the fastest lap of the race right now. Went even faster that time by. And now Robert Anderson picks up and goes exactly 9 1,000ths of a second faster than Thomas Brown did on that lap there. So Robert Anderson starting to pick it up a little bit, David. I'm wondering in certain parts of this racetrack if it is starting to dry out, because he was tiptoeing it at minimum the first half of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick, that Andrew Moore, Thomas Brown battle. Thomas Brown did get around Andrew Moore about a lap or two ago to take that lead there in the F production category. So I know that Thomas Brown, when he says fastest lap there, he also took the race, the category lead. But Robert Anderson, as you said, haven't had rain in a couple minutes as the cars start to run around here and heat the track up.
Hey, and we've got a car, Greg, if you can go back to that turn 3 out camera, we've got a car just off to the right there. I'm wondering, that looks like that is the 188. At one point I thought it was the 88. That is the 188. That's William Balsey in that car. He is definitely in a position where when you get to the exit of turn number 3, not in a good position.
All right, and that may and most likely will bring out a full course caution, as we've got about 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock for our last race of the day. And indeed, we are now going to a full course caution here at Summit Point. So while we do, and while we've got the emergency services team, they're going to be standing up and responding to get William Basley, and the 188 Austin Healey out of the turn 3 gravel trap. Let's take a look, if we can, at what we've got coming up tomorrow. As we're going to start a little bit later tomorrow morning, going to be starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will have 7 races tomorrow, one for each of our 7 race groups, to wind up and finish up the 2026 edition of the Jefferson 500. These are races that are scheduled for up to 30 minutes apiece, of course, schedule and weather permitting. But we want to make sure that you join us then, as, again, we've got our emergency services team starting to deploy right now, and they'll come into the other camera view. They're going to head out and try to pull that car out of the gravel trap. Hopefully, it'll only take a moment here to do so, as we're under full course caution.
Yeah, I should be able to just put a strap on there. May have to pull it out from the back in order to get it out. Through the backside. I think pulling it through the gravel may not be the right thing to do for that. So they'll pull it out the back, and then hopefully he's able to continue here. I don't think, obviously there was no contact with anything. I think it just got stuck over there. And again, with the rain and the weather that we have, that's not ideal. Even in a dry, that's not ideal to be sitting at.
So I tell you what, we were talking a little bit ago about times just dropping down. That track was getting drier. The last flying laps that some of the drivers had, Robert Anderson put the overall fastest lap down to a 1:43 now, Brian. So we're about a second, faster as this race continues to move on. And it's still raining just a little bit in some sections, as you can see here in our turn number 10 camera.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're coming up on 4 minutes. Hopefully we can get this car moved relatively quickly. Our leaders are kind of going to bunch up there a little bit.
And Brian, I think they have, at least they've got it pulled back out of the backside of the gravel trap as we have this vehicle here, essentially working as a blocker and for protection, exactly. There, so should be just a few more moments before they get it unhooked and hopefully send Mr. Basley along his way. And I'm watching actually right over here in turn 5 to see if we have that car come down the hill. But now 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock and under full course caution in the wet. Probably another 3 laps, I would suspect, at most.
Yeah. Again, depending on how quickly we can get that car, keep there doing it. It looks like they're going to pull them down and then probably go in through the back door there if they can, which...
Yeah, it sounds like that car will not be able to continue. Or actually, it sounds like he can continue.
Yeah,
we'll likely see him there. He is. Right there is William Basley. He has been freed. Free again as he's on his way. And our emergency services teams now, there they go. They are evacuating the area as quickly as they can. And hopefully we'll be going.
The fastest backwards tow truck in America right now, trying to get out.
There you go. All right, as our leader now is the second car in the line here, as we've got David Gusak, Tom Brown, Andrew Moore, Robert Anderson, our top 4 drivers. And when they come onto the front straight, they should see the green flag, and we go back to racing.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're going to give it there, and it looks like we are going to get the green flag out right now. So we are green flag. I tell you what, the first car that's going to take that green flag is the 87 of Lucas Dunnock. But I tell you what, Greg, as you just talked about, you've got David Gusak, Thomas Brown, Andrew Moore, along with Robert Anderson. They're going to make really quick work of him down the start-finish line and down into turn number 1. The next time these 4 drivers come by the start-finish line, they will get the 1 to go.
Right, and not these 4 drivers.
Not these 4.
Well, the next time they
come back, they'll get the 1 to go.
The next time they come by, as they're now seeing the green flag, they may not have seen that the yellow flags were dropped over at turn 10, as they're just now getting up to speed as our racers come through the scene of the crime.
Yeah, the next time those 4 come by, it'll be that 1 to go along with everybody else. But I think that, at this point, it does look like David Gusak in that number 88, that 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Tell you what, it looks like he may have the class of the field right here, or the car of the field. It's going to be tough to beat him.
Yeah, no doubt about it here. Just been really smooth and consistent overall. The second and third place battle, though, really starting to heat up. I believe that we might have... No, Thomas Brown's still in second right now in that number 1, the F production category, but Andrew Moore right on his back bumper as he's going to move to driver's right. It looks like Thomas Brown might try to move to the middle to kind of cut a lane off a little bit, but it will not work. Andrew Moore will get around Thomas Brown now, move him back to the F production lead coming in at turn number 10 as they come to the 1 to go board.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, don't count out Robert Anderson because, we talked about this. Some of the parts of this racetrack are starting to dry out here, gentlemen. That's only going to play into the advantage of Robert Anderson in that 178 machine, looking for the overall in that Vitesse Sports Racer. I'll tell you what, right now he is on the back bumper of Andrew Moore as they come down into turn number 1 and come out of turn number 2. You're going to see Robert Anderson, looks like he's going to try to make that move, possibly coming outside. Andrew Moore going to move a little bit to the center of the racetrack there, and doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold him off. So move Robert Anderson in second. And again, this is where the track's starting to dry out. I think that Robert Anderson's going to be able to pick up the overall win. He may get by David Gusak at least coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, I mean, he waited to the very last lap to make the move, and you saw him come out of turn 10, move all the way over driver's right. Great move for him. He's picked off 2 of the 3 drivers ahead of him. He's got 1 more to go, David Gusak, We'll see. Gusek's got a couple car lengths on him, though, as they come through the carousel. But again, that Vitesse, much lighter, much more nimble than the MG, just ahead of Gusek. But Gusek, he's got nice drive off the corners, Brian, and he's got a good amount of torque in that machine.
Yeah. Going to be tough to hold him off. We'll see. It looks like they're going to try. He's going to try to make that pass going down into turn 10. David Gusek's going to shut the door on him right there as they come down out of turn number 10. You can see now David Gusek opening up by about a car length and a half going by the start-finish line.
And as they come to the line, David Gusek will take the overall win and takes the win in the GP class. Robert Anderson will finish 0.14 of a second in arrears. Then we got Andrew Moore, who will take the win in FP over Thomas Brown. The Austin Healey Sprite winner beats out the Spitfire driver by about 3 seconds. Peter Ustavenis in his MG Midget coming down the front straight now, and he crosses the line, but Robert Johnson in his Formula V beats him to the line. Johnson will finish 5th overall. Ustavenis will finish in 6th. Elliott Golden will finish in 7th. Connor Burns in his TD.
Hasn't come by yet.
He's coming up the hill right now.
He's kind of opened up in that CS category over Alex Schaefer in that Mini Cooper.
Yeah. And there he goes. He comes onto the front straight with McCormick and Dunnock behind. Actually, that was Basley a couple laps down directly behind. But now they come onto the front straight, and Connor Burns will take the checkered flag. Schaefer will follow. And I believe that leaves, let's see, I'm trying to track who else is on track. Let's go back over, well, those are the
leaders.
cars.
I think the last car that come by the start-finish line is going to be the last Mini Cooper is going to be Mac McCormick. Everybody else has already taken the checkered flag.
All right, so David, why don't you give us a quick rundown here of our finishers, and then we'll wrap things up for the day.
Yeah, as you said, David Gusek will win the GP category in F production. Andrew Moore will take the win. Robert Anderson will win the CSR category. Christopher Johnson will win Formula V. Connor Burns in the CS category he will take that over Alex Schaefer, and Lucas Dunnock in the number 87 will take another H production win.
All right, well, there you go. That wraps up the second day of action from Summit Point Raceway in the 2026 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. For Brian Donati, for David Lance, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We want to thank you all for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. We hope you'll join us.
My name is Cameron McGuire. I'm from Monterey, California. I got into cars because I grew up around them. I grew up around a major Concours event and seeing all the people that would come together over such a simple creation, yet so complex. It's always intrigued me, and I've always liked seeing people get excited over those things. My interest in cars has kind of formed my career path because I've always been mechanically inclined and enjoyed using my hands. And my second passion is people, and I've seen cars as a tool to bring people together and help them learn and enjoy. I hope that one day my job can be owning a museum, that I could run a museum and research center that helps people of all interest levels dive deeper into vintage cars. The Piston Foundation has helped me kind of get started with this career path by providing the funds that help me get through this college. It's an expensive private institution, and so it costs more than most people are able to afford, but because of the Piston Foundation, I can continue to follow my dreams.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATO sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@w WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
What they cannot do in any other city and any other place in the world. Right here in the heart of the Iron City. You need to be here.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.